Oh, what's up, Henry? I can hang out. I'd be down to hang out later, actually. 100%. That's funny. This is how we text now, bro. I just stream live to everybody. But yeah, after the stream, I'm down. I'm down to hang out. I was looking at mics to hit because I got a show on Friday, but I don't. There's nothing I really, really want to do. It's all in like Glendale. Just I'll text you when this is over for sure. And then we can either come here or we can go somewhere and get a drink or something. I'm down for whatever. You can join that Discord too if you want. Where should you get food right now? Shit. I love ramen. Do you like ramen? Um, how close is Mitsuwa to? Or no, yeah, is that what it's called? Yeah, Mitsuwa. It's like a Asian grocery store, but they have a ramen shop in the store, and it's actually pretty solid. The ramen place is called oh shit, what is it called? Daiko Kua? No, I don't know. But look, if you look up Mitsuwa like Asian grocery store, I think that's not too far from you. What's up, everybody? Feel free to join that Discord or just drop a question in the chat and we can get into it. Right now, I'm just brushing up on my revelation. It's kind of a crazy chapter, but it's a fun one. What's up, Henry? What's up, brother?
Say, are you streets?
I'm streets, baby. You know I'm streets.
Oh, why are you
I'm
streets?
streets ahead, dude. Always.
That's silly of you.
Streets ahead. What's up? We got Infamous in the chat. What's up,
Did we
Infamous?
have to talk about God? I wanted to watch like car crash compilations.
No, we got to talk about God. Car crash compilations, unless they relate to the afterlife, are not going to be on the docket for today.
What are God's opinions on car crashes?
He loves them. No, I'm just
Let
kidding.
me open chat.
I'm just kidding. I don't know. I don't know what God's opinion on car crashes are. I'd say usually they're the result of like sinful negligence. Maybe
I mean, I think
drunkenness.
the immediate answer would be that, for fuck's sake, they invented a giant killing machine on wheels.
Yeah, you think that he would be upset that we invented a giant killing machine?
This is New
I mean,
York.
yeah.
You ever been to New York?
Was called Mr. Glaze because I told a student good job in a discussion. I asked my students who they look up to, and they said no.
My New York
students.
students.
Dick riders.
That's what
enough,
happens in
Henry.
New York. If you try to talk to your students, they're like, "Oh, who do you look up to?" And I'm like, "No one. I'm not a dick rider."
You are absurd, Henry. You are absurd.
Nah, but like if you were to tell me like, "Oh yeah, I look up to Christ," it's like you're kind of meat riding to some degree.
You are just. This is what I have to deal with, Infinite. This is what my daily life.
I mean, hey, listen, he's not wrong. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. Is just, please. I'm sorry, Daddy.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's literally what's happening. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know
and
everything.
Henry is the type of person that would absolutely never say sorry to his own father.
No, he has a lot more to apologize to me for.
Oh, you think? Yeah, sure.
So
Sure. Yeah, what's up, guys? What's up? I just made a video about the so basically Destiny debated Ruslan. Have you guys ever heard of Ruslan?
no,
No, but I have talked to Destiny once.
You've talked to
He's a
Destiny?
prick.
Wait, I'm curious about that. How did that go?
Oh, no, wait. No, it wasn't. It was the other guy. It was the Evangelion guy. I don't know what his name is.
Okay.
The fucking...
Pyrocynical.
No, not Pyrocynical. His name is... He's like the younger version of Destiny. He's like popular as fuck on Twitter. I can't remember his fucking name. He's like makes YouTube videos.
Okay. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I'm
I'm actually annoyed now. I have to look up his fucking name. Who the
yeah,
fuck is
look
this
him up.
guy?
I'm curious. Destiny. It's one of he's one of the heels of my channel where I've made like probably
Destiny's
three-
your heel.
Yeah, he's sort of like a heel to my
Is he
channel.
heel because of like the fucked up shit he does, or just because he doesn't believe in God?
No, because he doesn't believe in God. That's fine. Obviously, someone who doesn't believe in God isn't a heel to my channel because everybody on the channel doesn't believe in God. Like,
Well, I'm not gonna believe in God, but I'm definitely gonna try and heal out. Obviously.
Yeah, of course you are. Yeah, you are a heel. But no, so
Yeah, okay.
what Destiny says is like absurd. The implications of his
Hunter
non-belief-
Avalon. That's the guy.
What's his name?
Hunter Avalon.
Hunter Avalon. Okay, I'll look him up. That sounds interesting.
Okay, let's see if I recognize.
I
his
used to
face.
think him and Destiny were the same person.
Okay.
Reese, I've been trying to apply to jobs today, and I'm like starting to realize that like I was like, oh, I'm gonna apply to like nice jobs, and now I'm like
Hey, make
getting
sure y'all be-
emails like, oh, KFC is interested in you. Like that's where I'm at. It's like I'm starting to realize like, oh yeah, I have to apply to all of them.
The
You have to-
Colonel wants you.
The Colonel
Yeah.
needs you, dude. The Colonel is calling
He
you
needs
to
my
fight the
help.
battle, bro. To fight the final battle. That's funny, dude. What are you gonna work at What kind of jobs are you applying for? Like why KFC?
I'm trying to bartend or bar back, but it's really just like
Oh,
service industry.
Right. That is tough actually to get into in LA, for sure.
Especially if you're not a woman.
Especially if you're not a hot woman.
Even a mid woman.
A mid woman. That's a good question actually. I think you wouldn't have too much trouble.
No,
Oh.
I remember my first idea when I was like thinking about getting into bartending was to get ripped and bartend at a gay
Get
bar.
ripped and bartend at a gay bar. That's a good idea.
And I'm starting to realize I don't know how comfortable I'd be with that. I don't think I'd be
Well, you're not
comfortable
comfortable
with
getting hit on?
that. Dude, it'd be so much. Like It'd be a lot, and I'd have to
Yeah,
say,
but so would the
and
money.
Yeah, the money would be
dude,
great,
that's
bro.
the thing. The money would be really good. It's
The
just
money
like
would be sick.
I have an opinion about this. It's
Yeah.
like, I think I don't know if I talked to you about this, Reese, but like, I feel like to some degree, it's like if you're born really hot and you want to make a shitload of money on OnlyFans and set yourself up for life, like Sophie Rain, for example, that's the upper echelon, but still,
Yeah, yeah,
like
sure.
the idea behind that, I don't think it's that bad when you consider the fact that like let people like so many people grow up and they want to be doctors.
Sure.
How many of those people growing up wanting to be doctors really are doing it because they're like, I really want to save people's lives. I'm really interested in
Oh
being a
yeah.
fucking oncologist,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
or whatever it is. And how many people grow up? Like I know plenty, I'm sure you know plenty of people too that are like grew up wanting to be doctors, not because they care about shit, but because
No,
they know how
it gives you
steady
like
the
a
income is.
yeah, well, the income is good, but it also gives you like a defined path.
Yeah.
Like it's
So
extremely
who's
defined.
so to
So
some degree, I feel like they're both whores. Like if you're gonna pay for that much medical school and either go in debt or use your parents' money, whichever one it is.
yeah, yeah,
Like you're
yeah.
definitely somewhat of a whore. You're just digging around in people for 50 years rather than letting someone dig around in you for like 5 years.
Yeah. I understand the analogy now.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
do.
I
I
think
mean,
there's
one's a lot more efficient, I think, but
yeah, one of them does better good for the society, and one of them is
Yeah, I
like
know.
even if
A
this is in-
doctor.
Which one is that?
yeah,
Which
yeah,
one
and
is
then
that?
there's a doctor. Yeah, one of them is good for society, and the other one's a doctor. No, but yeah, I mean, it's like obviously there's a difference between being a doctor and an OnlyFans model, even if the pathway has some similarity or whatever.
I actually do have a question, and I don't know if you want to like. First of all, I don't even know if you're live. I just saw you join.
I am live. Yeah, yeah,
Forward.
yeah. Yeah, we're
Okay.
yeah,
You don't have to say, but I am curious. Who did you vote for?
Oh yeah, I actually voted for RFK because he was still on the ballot, but I would have voted for Trump. I would not have voted for Biden.
Okay. I mean, Biden wasn't in the last, but
Well,
yeah.
you know what I mean.
He
Whatever.
wasn't,
Sorry,
but I still
sorry.
voted him in
Biden's.
because I
Sorry.
wanted that
The
motherfucker
mutual
before he wore
puppet.
yours.
Though in the same way that Biden was a puppet, clearly not in control of his own facilities. The
Oh
other
yes,
puppet-
yes. I 100% don't think Donald Trump is an orange man made of money. Like,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't care about being rich, guys.
Well, I don't care
100%.
Yeah, I don't care if he
think if
cares
the
about being
Democratic
rich. It's just
Party-
like which one has better policies. That's what I'm gonna vote for.
I think if
But
the Democratic Party
I
plays
mean-
their cards right, they can very easily, in the next election, just because, frankly, I think that Trump's going to lose a lot of his voter base when he cuts funding for any sort of veterans or Social Security.
Or
'Cause, like,
education.
a lot of people are just
Well,
misguided into
yeah.
believing.
As
like,
long as it isn't what's that one city that's just guns? That's just all gun crime. I can't remember.
Well,
what it's
there's Chirac, there's Detroit,
Yeah, it's Chicago.
there's LA, and certain
Chicago's the
neighborhoods.
main one.
It's the one we
Chicago's
talked
the
about
main
before
one.
Streets. I can't remember what it's
Oh,
called. Baltimore. As long as it's not Baltimore, they care about not defunding education.
Yeah, exactly. Well, actually, that the Wire in Baltimore is actually a great example of why the Department of Education should be abolished. By the way, which you guys are both going to jump on me for, but let me explain myself. We did not have a Department of Education for the vast majority of American history, like the entire first part of the 20th century.
You mean all that time that a lot of people were ignorant about a lot of things? Forgot about that.
No, but okay, but then everyone in the world was ignorant about the same things. So the question is, compared to everyone else in the world, how did America do in terms of education? Well, we were the richest country in the world, the most successful, and we had the
That's
number one.
not education.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. So it's like we're still the richest country in the world, or arguably the most successful, or whatever. Doesn't matter.
That metric is too like. I don't even think you can say that anymore.
Hold on,
The
but
metric.
Reese, the thing is, the difference.
You guys aren't even
between
listening to
having
the
a
argument.
depart-
You guys aren't
Hold on. Let me
if we were-
take your argument into account. Let me take your argument.
But you're not. You haven't even heard
difference
the
between
point.
having a Department of Education would be to leave it up to states' rights, which would result in the shit that happens in your childhood, where you're growing up in South Carolina, learning about the War of Northern Aggression.
Oh, and guess what happened there? Guess what was a thing when I learned about that? The Department of Education. So clearly that does nothing. But the only point is,
I'm saying
Wait, you
if
didn't-
we
you
left
didn't
it
even
to
listen-
states, it would be way worse. You wouldn't be
Yeah,
learning
you didn't
about
even
any
listen
sort of
though.
evolution.
That's
Yeah,
The
yeah.
way that they called the Civil War the War of Northern Aggression, they just
Yeah.
start being like, actually, it had nothing to do with slavery.
so you're saying that we should have a system which not only allows for the war of northern aggression to be taught to me, which, as you agree, both systems allow, one with the Department of Education and one without. But with the Department of Education, we're like 25th in the world in terms of education, when before
Look,
it, we were number 1.
I'm very upset with the Department of Education, especially under Trump, because you know who by the way, if we're going to talk about Trump and the Department of Education, you know who he appointed to be the head of it?
I don't think anybody should be the head. He probably appointed someone
He
who's going to
appointed the
abolish
wife
it.
of Vince McMahon,
Good.
Linda McMahon.
Good. Let her run it into the ground. Dissolve the
Okay,
whole
listen.
thing.
I just want to
It
say
doesn't
this
work.
as a person that isn't American. Right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this.
Yeah, listen.
Your Department of Education is shit. That's not all departments of education. Second of all, a Department of Education is necessary because there are a strict number of facts that exist that must be recorded and taught to people. So I think you would have to say on some federal level that some subsect of facts need to be taught on a federal level. Now, whether or not you think that, like, for instance, some religions shouldn't be taught or whatever the separation of church and state, that's a separate issue from this issue. However, I will say that there are definitely things we can unanimously agree on that need to be taught to children. That needs to be overlooked by a federal, like, amount of people.
I mean, I
on
just
a
completely
federal
disagree.
level.
That you're just sponsoring state-sponsored groupthink. That's all you're saying. Like, you're saying
No.
everybody
1+1 isn't state-sponsored groupthink. That's
Yeah,
a fact that needs to be taught to people.
But absolutely nobody is going to go against 1 + 1 = 2, even if you leave
Terrence
it up
Howard did.
to. Oh, right.
Yes, I was about
But
to
under
say,
your
Terrence
system,
Howard.
People
under
are
your
crazy,
system.
dude. You have too much faith in people.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So no, I'm saying
I kind
you
of
have
agree
too
with
much.
you. I feel
You
like-
have too much faith in people because you think that a person elected or a group of people like appointed to the
I don't know if they
Department of
should be elected,
Education
but-
can unofficially elected can
Well, no. I think
mediate
that they
what
should
people are going
100%
to
just
learn.
have an education in those things. Like, I think that to be able to be the head of the mathematicians, like, you need to have a mathematics degree. Like, I think you need to be there and
Yeah.
have earned that. I don't think you should be appointed. I don't think people should vote you in or pay to get in.
But that's how it works. So what are you saying that we should do
That your Department of Education is shit. That's what I said at the
I
start.
agree. I agree with you. And so it's like,
But-
okay, maybe we could reform it to be like Ireland and have a perfect Department of Education, but probably not. And we were more successful educationally before we ever had
probably not. If probably not, I think your country's fucked.
it. Okay, fair enough. I mean, obviously you think our country's fucked anyway. So
mean, what-
that's-
I
Yeah,
don't know.
like-
I don't think it's fucked. I don't think it's fucked necessarily. I think that Trump is fucking it. But
Okay,
is it
fair
fucked?
enough.
I
Fair
mean,
enough.
You know,
we might have
don't get me
to.
wrong. I don't think
yeah.
think Trump is the worst thing to ever happen to America. Right? Don't get me wrong about that.
Of course.
I
Yeah.
do, however, think he's up there. Okay,
Okay.
I think he's up there. Right.
I would
One
argue
of the
that-
best things I've ever seen about Trump is I want to run for a third term. He goes, but we have to word this so specifically so that Obama can't go against me. I will lose that.
Questionable. Okay, debatable. But so Obama was a warmonger, and Trump wants to end the wars, and there were no wars under him. So you'd prefer to have a warmonger over someone that
First of all,
doesn't
that
like
whole
war?
"there was no wars under him" thing is
That is-
bullshit.
no,
One
you-
war occurred.
Sorry, what war?
Wasn't it the Turkish War?
We went to war with Turkey.
No, dude, you didn't go to war with any. I mean, if we're just
That's what I'm
listing people who went, oh, you mean when America went to war? That's not what people
I
say
mean,
when they
I
use
mean
that
the
point.
proxy war. I know. I agree with you. So we had a proxy war with Turkey. Is that what you're saying?
I believe it was something to do with Turkey and someone else, and the relations were just broken down during the Trump administration. And
Okay,
it wasn't
but-
this one. It was the.
But
it
what
was
about
last
what about the Abraham Accords? Why did we have the closest thing to peace in the Middle East since ever under Trump and not under Obama, and then it fell apart under Biden? Why did Russia decide to wait until Trump was out of office to do his psychotic thing and invade Ukraine?
Okay, so first of all, it's circumstance because it was actually the NATO pushing it that was the thing that triggered that. It
Yeah,
wasn't
but
actually.
who was
it
the big
wasn't
dog
actually,
behind NATO? We control.
You
We
think-
sent in
you
our
think
politicians
He's the big dog. You think you're the big dog because of circumstance. That
because
has
we
no
spend the
evidence
most
for
money
it.
on it. We spend absolutely
Exactly.
the most
You say
money.
you spend the most money on it, but how do you draw a causal line to these decisions being made because you spent money on it?
Well, I can pull
Please
up. I can
draw
pull
the
up
causal
the.
conclusion.
I can pull up the causation if you want.
Sorry, I'm going on LinkedIn right now.
Yeah, go. Yeah, do some do some
Going on
LinkedIn. Yeah, apply to be in the cabinet. Maybe you can be appointed
This
to the
is-
head of the Department of Education, Henry, if you're lucky.
I love the
I'm low.
sources.
I just keep progressively lowering my standards. It's like, all right, I'll be a busser at fucking Olive Garden. Why
Yeah.
not?
I love the links that are get sent here. We have the Aquinas.cc links. We have the LinkedIn links.
Yeah, the link. Wait, did you post a LinkedIn link?
That's what I thought he said. I'm gonna post.
No, I'm just looking through LinkedIn.
Oh, you're just like, yeah, it goes very
Oh,
quickly
okay.
from
You guys don't
Aquinas
need
to
to
this
see what I'm
like
doing.
Twitter meme of Mr. Glaze, but anyway. Okay, wait, we actually have a comment from someone. Ionescu Matai. Welcome, brother. If you talk to God, you're religious. If God talks back,
Talks
you
to
are
you, you're
psychotic.
crazy.
Yeah.
You're not
interesting.
psychotic. You're like schizophrenic. But
I mean, just
That's
I
my thing.
fundamentally
I feel like
disagree with
low
that,
key. I think like Moses and Jesus were probably just schizos.
but if that were the case, then there would be no way to found a civilization based on their teachings.
wait, say that again.
If they were just if there was nothing more than they're like schizophrenic psychos or something like that, then the voice they heard would not correlate to reality in any meaningful sense. But coincidentally, or
Schizos can
according to
spit
you,
bars. I've listened to Kanye.
true. But you wouldn't found a nation based off of Kanye's teaching.
Wouldn't
Kanye
find a
would.
nation based off.
Kanye
Christ's
would
teaching
try,
either.
but not enough people would agree. That's the point. So
Wouldn't
enough.
find a nation based off any religious teaching. That's what happens in the Middle East.
Well, you could
They're
try it.
fucked.
It just wouldn't be a successful nation. Not nearly as successful as like the West has
That's
been.
like the whole Kogan thing, where he's like, "We need God
I
in
do-
schools, brother."
I do love the whole. I do love the whole Christianity came to Europe, stayed in Europe, piggybacked off of Europe to become one of the biggest things in the world, and then it's like it was Christianity. It's like y'all started in the Middle East. If y'all stayed in the Middle East, y'all were fucked. Like,
No, that's
y'all would have just been fucked.
That's a little bit that I don't think that's actually accurate at all. Like, so what about the European culture makes it good?
Okay, what do you
Is
mean?
it
good?
the
Do you mean
dedication?
effective?
Is it the dedication to human rights? Is it
No, because now
the
you're talking about moral
Enlightenment,
good. Now you're talking about
rationality?
moral good. I'm not talking about that.
Well, okay, what makes it like you said that like Christianity
I said
came
it was
to Europe
effective.
and then it piggybacked off of Europe, but Christianity created the state of Europe throughout the last 1800 years.
Yeah, see, this is an argument that I don't understand. Like, what do you mean by Christianity created X? Like, do you mean that Christians created X? It was kind of hard not to be a Christian in
No.
an almost
No,
theocratic way.
I completely
like,
agree. But the Christian worldview led to the possibility of Enlightenment thinking. There's nobody else even got to Enlightenment thinking
But see,
except for the Christians.
that's what I'm saying again. Like, it doesn't. It seems like a moment of circumstance. It doesn't seem like it wouldn't have happened regardless. Like, you can't say it's causal to Christ. Like,
Okay, well, the rationale is that because the
What about
universe
Asia?
is rationable, is able to be understood, and that our observations of the universe track onto some sort of objective morality, then it is reasonable to do science, to do Enlightenment thinking, because you actually have like a connection between your own rationality and the rationality you observe in the universe, and that is a fundamentally Christian idea. The separation
no. It's
between
not. So it's not a fundamentally
materiality.
Christian idea. It's an idea that came about under a Christian-dominated society. That is not the same thing. You're just assuming.
Where do you think ideas come from?
People.
Yes. And where do you think? How do you think people generate ideas? Do they use their worldview, or do they? Is there? Well, what you would say is that there's like a revelation. Interestingly enough, just comes to you.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Okay, so what would you say? Are your ideas based on your worldview, or do they come independent of any worldview?
Based on your world, then what is a baby? They have no worldview. Like, how do they get their first?
But babies don't have religion either. Babies don't talk
But
about
I agree,
theology.
but you're saying that where ideas come from. So where does a baby get their first idea if they don't have a worldview?
Well, if they get
do
their
they have
first
worldviews
idea,
and then ideas, or do they have ideas and then worldviews?
absolutely. And a
So
baby's
wait, so
worldview
worldviews
might
exist
be.
before ideas.
Yes, absolutely. Are you kidding? Of course. I
What
mean,
do you mean?
Reese, have you ever been to a Ruth Chris steakhouse?
all right, shut up, Henry. 1 second. Let me just finish this point because Infamous is getting. We'll talk about Ruth's Chris Steakhouse because that has always baffled me as a concept.
That's
Like,
my
what is
worldview,
this
dude.
place?
That's my
What
worldview.
is this Ruth's Chris?
lying.
Okay, a worldview is quite literally so you imagine you're looking out a window. The worldview is the frame of the window. So whatever you see out the window is filtered through your worldview. That applies to a baby, of course.
No, dude, a worldview is a particular philosophy of life.
You can be. It
or
can
conception of the world.
be. Yeah, exact. Duh.
You have to you
Yeah.
have to have an idea of it
Uh,
before it's a worldview. A worldview is a cohesive idea. An idea isn't
it doesn't have
necessarily
to. A
cohesive.
worldview does not have to be cohesive. By the way, it's the fundamental way that it's the lens through which you experience anything.
Okay, I'll put it to you like this.
Yeah.
A worldview is an idea, but an idea isn't necessarily a worldview. Would you agree with that?
A worldview is an idea. I'm not sure if I can grant that, but a idea is not necessarily a worldview. Sure, yeah, why not?
Well, then the idea has to come first. I mean, if you're not agreeing with the first point,
So
how
on the
is a
first point,
worldview not an idea?
a worldview is a way you see the world. It's not clear to me that that's like an idea that pops into your head suddenly, like, oh,
Well, no, because perception isn't a worldview. Like, that's not what that is.
no. A worldview is like perception plus like the filter of your perception or something like that.
Yeah,
but
that's
it's not
perception.
really an idea.
Perception includes the filter. Your
okay,
perception.
I see what you mean. So yeah, so I'm saying the worldview is the filter part, but obviously a baby understands the world in whatever way it perceives the world, even if it's like shapes and colors and milk equals good and this equals bad, whatever. That's the worldview, and then the idea would be, I want mommy's milk.
I'm gonna be so real. I did actually forget where we came,
Priest,
like
I'm
how we
gonna
got
clip
here.
that and just use that.
Yeah, you like that, Henry? You can use
I
that,
want
bro.
mommy's milk.
I want mommy's milk, bro. You can use that.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
Also, I did just look up the definition of worldview just for
Yeah.
my own
What does that say?
thing.
I'm curious too, actually.
It's actually like very close to what I said. Like I think word for word. But
What is that?
the example?
Uh,
Oh, here. A particular philosophy of life or conception of the world. And then the actual under thing is a Christian's worldview revolves around the battle of good and evil. And I was like, okay.
It's a little simplistic, but fair enough.
I
Actually don't think
it's-
that's what it revolves around. But anyway,
Oh, I think it does.
I mean, it's part and parcel. But the I'd say more fundamentally to the Christian worldview is that that finitude and infinity meet in spirituality, in the figure of Jesus Christ. And so that's and then out of that you can go, okay, now because of this there's like good and evil, and so we have to manage how that works. So like that's almost like a downstream effect, like the battle of good and evil. The real
Right, I just think they're conflating good with God here and
Okay.
like sin with the devil. So I think that is like essentially the
I
bare
would
bones
still
of
say
Christianity.
I would still say that's downstream of the fundamental worldview, being just that
Right,
like,
because you could say that it's like Judaism as well, I guess.
yeah, you could say that about a lot of dualistic sort of religions, but yeah. Anyway, what were you gonna say about Roots Chris Steakhouse Center?
Have you ever been to a Ruth's?
No, I
Chris
haven't, but I
Steakhouse?
keep seeing them all around, and I'm wondering who this Ruth Chris person is.
Well, it's Ruth's Chris
Oh, that's
Steakhouse.
right. It's like what? Like she owns
glad
him,
we
like
came back to
biblical
this.
slavery, or what?
I don't know. I think you're reading too much into this. I'm just applying to fucking serve drinks.
Oh, you're applying. Oh, I understand. I understand. Well, you go for it, man. That is a funny name for a restaurant. I like that.
Yeah, and it's close to us, so it works.
Yeah, that's true.
Also, since
yeah.
since we have discussed
I'm
free will
not
last time,
manually applying my fucking work. This is bullshit. I'm skipping this one.
Okay, wait. What were you gonna say?
since we had last discussed free will,
Yes.
because I was a little what is it, rusty on the subject.
Okay, gotcha. I was too, so I've brushed up, so I'm happy to get back into it. But
Yeah, so I have recently discovered that the name for what I believe in is moral realism.
moral realism,
which
right?
yeah, so I believe that like moral objections are based in objectivity, like they're based on an actual thing that exists.
Cool, great. And so, how did that come about?
So I believe that there are things that are better for us because that's the only way I see morality being grounded in any kind of metaphysical way, which is like it's for us because obviously we don't care about the moral consideration of a rock.
Wait, but where do you
Right.
get good from, given this? Like, what is better?
Oh, I'm getting into that.
Okay.
So like that's why I'm saying like I mean I have to presuppose good to give you the example.
Okay.
But
Fair enough.
like for instance, we don't care about what's good or bad for a rock. There's no moral consideration, right?
Sure.
We'd agree.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Only when applied to like beings or agents is it bad or good. So
Sure.
necessarily the ground is the thriving and or surviving of agents because there are things that are good for us and bad for us objectively in the board game of the world. The board game of the world would necessarily be like getting hit in the head with a rock is bad because it makes you stop.
And why is it good to like live or not get hit by a rock or something?
It's good to not be hit by a rock because we're the only things with moral consideration. If we're the only things with moral consideration, then we are thriving and surviving is good. Because we're the only things with moral consideration. Unless you extend that to like animals and stuff, but let's not go into that.
Yeah, we don't have to go into that. But so I'm still confused about where you derive like good from, given the but you don't believe in so you do believe in an objective morality, but it's just rooted. It's based in whatever is.
It's
good.
based in the game of life, I guess, is the best way to say.
Okay, funny. Usually someone creates a game or plays a game, but fair enough.
Well, I mean, see, that's a separate issue, right? If you find yourself in the game of life, the idea that the game of life was created is a separate issue to the morality of the game of life.
I agree. I mean, you and I both agree then that there's objective morality. That's what most atheists would never admit, that there's objective morality.
I never got that.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to, right? Otherwise, you just have subjective morality, and that's almost as self-defeating as, subjective truth or something like that. Not quite as self-defeating, but almost.
Yeah, so the best way to put it would be, we both agree that the game exists and that we play the game and that the game has rules, but we disagree on whether or not the game was made.
Yeah, so so this does get back into like sort of the transcendental argument. If you do agree that like moral truth is a transcendental, like it's not physical.
I don't know what you mean by transcendental.
Well, like that it's not a physical thing and it's not a construct of our physical thing, the mind. It's something that exists. Or no, you're gonna say it is a construct.
Morality is?
Yeah.
So I would say it's a construct.
Oh, so it's not objective if it's a construct.
But no, it is objective and it's a construct because we exist. That's true. That is a true statement.
But so anybody whose construct is different than another person's.
Santa Monica.
Henry, dude, I'm literally gonna kick you. Okay, we got someone else.
He left.
Oh, he left. Okay, anyway. Okay, so you're gonna have to break down for me and explain to me how a construct of a human mind is in any way objective. It seems like that is definitionally subjective. Yeah.
Do you exist?
But yeah, I exist.
Okay, is that objective?
Yes.
We agree.
But that doesn't mean that doesn't imply that morality is objective. That just implies that I
think that we have like, okay, would you agree that a rock has no moral like consideration?
Of its own, like, yeah, I would agree with that.
Just on its own.
Yeah.
Minds have moral consideration.
Yeah, I'd say minds have moral consideration. Yeah.
Are you a mind?
I sure am. Or I have. That's part of me. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
But you haven't explained why a mind is objective or the moral structure of the mind. You're just saying like.
I think, therefore, I am.
No. Okay, I get that. So you're saying I exist, therefore, whatever I perceive to be morality is objective.
Whatever you perceive to be no. So I think that there is a morality.
Okay.
I just don't think like in the same way that you like perceive a rock. In solipsism, you can't prove the rock is there.
Yep.
So there is an objective morality. Whether or not we can ever ascertain the truth of that morality, I think is on a gradient. The same way with the rock, right?
Cool.
We can never truly prove the rock exists outside of our mind.
Right. And so I agree with you on that. I don't think we can objectively or like scientifically, empirically prove the moral objective realm.
Interestingly enough, I was looking into that. You can't scientifically prove anything. You can only scientifically disprove.
Exactly. Yeah. Science is what's the word they use? It's such a good word. I just forgot it though. Provisional. Science is provisional. It's not. There's no end to science. In other words.
Sure. But there is no prove in the literal sense of proving things. There's only logical proofs and mathematical proofs.
Right. And so the transcendental argument deals with how do we derive. Well, let's do this. Would you say that morality is downstream of logic?
So I'm going to throw you a bone here and say that I think that morality is not in space-time matter, or matter.
Okay.
Or mind dependent.
Okay, then that
in
that is
the way
yeah.
that others' minds are mind dependent. Like I think it's dependent on my mind, otherwise it doesn't exist to me.
Yeah, my view of it is that we each have a, and I think it sounds like you're probably going to agree with this, but let me know, is that we each have a subjective sort of like filter or lens
Subjective
or
view of morality,
view
sure, I can agree with that.
of an objective reality, which is morality. Okay.
Sure.
So how do we get, what is the basis, the ground of being? From where well, I think we have to go all the way back to logic to even talk about this. So I want to establish, do you believe that morality is like an outcome of logic, or do you think that, I mean, maybe not an outcome, but
Outcome of logic? I don't think so. I think morality has rules, but I don't think you can invoke those rules with logic.
really?
Well, yeah, because
I
there
think
are
it's
certain
pretty
moral
simple.
problems. Well, because there are certain moral problems that wouldn't necessarily lead you to utilitarianism. But I'm sure you're not a utilitarianist, right?
No,
Like, would
no,
you
no,
save
certainly
3
not.
babies instead of 2 babies?
No, I'm not a utilitarian, so no, I wouldn't
Right.
stick to any of that. Yeah.
Logically, though, the answer would be the 3 babies.
Questionable.
Not Israel's case.
But okay, but logic,
Oh my
yeah.
God.
What did you say, Henry?
I said
Not in
not in
Israel's
Israel's case.
Not in Israel's. I don't even want to.
You don't
unpack
understand.
that.
Those babies were promised to them 3,000 years ago.
Exactly.
They were.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the baby's promised land, Henry. You can't strip that from them.
One of my favorite clips from anything ever was, would you grant a Jewish man a gym membership? He goes, no, everyone has to pay. He goes, what if it was promised to him 3,000
Oh, the
years ago?
Nothin clip.
Yes. That was it. He goes,
That
no,
is
no,
very-
everyone pays. And he goes, what if he tried to bomb you for that? I don't know, man. That'd be some crazy act of terror. And he goes, are you making a political stance right now?
That is
right.
very funny, actually. Was that Matan?
That was
Yeah,
the
Matan.
Nothin interview.
I
with
love
Bradley
Matan,
Martin.
dude.
The
He's
Elden
so-
Ring man.
He is so freaking funny. I love that guy. Hey, yo, Alex. What's up, brother? Welcome. David, welcome. David agrees. Well, actually, David doesn't agree with any of us. He
I
says
just applied
humans
to the
define
Cinemark. You've been
good.
to Cinemark?
What's that?
We've probably been to Cinemark together, right?
Cinemark?
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. What, the movie theater?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm sure. Maybe. What does that have to do with anything? Yeah,
I
Matan
applied.
is the best. Yeah, I love that kid. Freaking cracks
He
me up. I
appl-
can't
he
tell if he's
appeared
actually
on Nick
17 or
Mullen
not, but I think he
yesterday.
really is. Sort of a.
No, it all
Okay.
lines up that he's 17.
Yeah,
He's
because I
probably
saw a
gonna
video of
be
him when he was
18 very
13 or
soon,
something.
but,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
May be riding it out
Wait.
for a while, but he's at least close to that age.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he's around that
Humans
age.
define good.
Yeah, well, actually, so let me know.
I think,
What do you think about that?
I think I agree. Like in the same way that humans in science define what exists, I think that we as a collective define and refine what is good.
You think humans in science define in like in terms of like ascribe
To the best of our
words
ability,
to
yeah.
a reality that is already
Yeah.
there, right?
I don't think that they literally like define.
Yeah,
Like
I think
good.
David's gonna say they literally, like, subjectively make what is good.
Well, I would agree that they do that, but is that like close to moral objectivity? Is it closer? You know, it depends.
Yeah.
In the same
So,
way that we have like the law of germ, like, or not the law, the theory of germ disease, right?
Right.
Like, sure, it might be very accurate. Is it 100% accurate? According to science, no, because we can never
Right.
get 100% certain.
right.
We define and create morality so we can get along with one another. And so, I mean, I agree, we do that. That's true. We
I
do
would-
that.
I would just argue that that's not why we define and create morality. That's just a positive benefit of that. But in order to break this down, I have to understand. So from your view, it's from chemistry and biology and physics which good arises from, or morality, or something like that.
From David or me?
I guess I'm actually more curious about what you think right now because you're right here. But so
Shaping our understanding of what
let's
constitutes
do it.
right and wrong behavior. Essentially, morality is considered a product of both an innate biological predispositions and learned societal norms. I mean, I can agree that that's why we view things the way we do currently. Like, whether or not there is an objective morality, people were bad in the past and we are better now. So, you're right.
Right. So there must be some objectivity to it. But if it is subjective in the way David's describing, then they weren't bad in the past. They were just doing their evolutionary thing.
Well, no, that's not true at all.
Why do you say that?
Well, because the context is different, and I am a contextualist when it comes to like morality, because it's not the same example, right? Like, for instance, if I am murdering someone in like England in like its founding days.
Okay.
That's different from when I murder someone in the street in America today, mainly because of the context of the situation.
I
Like,
mean,
for
I agree
instance-
that moral consideration has to be given to the context of something.
Well, yeah. For instance, like I
Yeah.
still think it would be wrong, but like let's not think in absolutes here. It's less wrong in one case than it is in the other case.
Like the murder of Luigi Mangione to some degree is like a lot more defensible than the murder of John Lennon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Henry
Or
chimes in with a
Brian
good
Thompson,
point.
No,
So,
you're
like,
right. Yeah, that's
Henry
true.
chimes in. Are you wearing a communism Superman shirt, Henry?
Yeah, I know. I
That
realized
is
after like
absurd.
looking at myself, like
That
I
is
just like
absurd.
comic books. I got this in high school. I have no communist beliefs.
That is so
Oh, is that
funny. It
is
is
that
kind
the
of.
one
It is
from
a
the
cool
movie?
shirt. It is a cool
No,
shirt.
it's just like it's not even from a movie. Basically, the plot is that Superman like either like lands
He
like
landed
12
in
hours later,
yeah,
which caused him to land in Ukraine.
yeah, and then he becomes
Then he
he's
becomes
still
the-
Superman, right? Isn't he? He's still super. Yeah, he's still
Still
Superman. He
super-
like
He's still
kills.
super. He's just
He's still
like becomes
yeah,
the
and-
agent of Russia.
Does he kill the bourgeoisie instead of the bad guys?
yeah. No, he
kills
no no
for
no no.
them. He loves Russia in this case. He like,
That's so
fully kills
funny.
America.
He like takes
Bizarro
out
is
Russia.
actually Bizarro is Freedom Man. He's
No
from
way.
America.
No way. That's actually crazy. That
Yeah,
is
and
hilarious.
Batman is also a Russian, and he's just a
Yeah,
Russian asshole. Like, he's like, I'm just going to kill you.
That is so freaking funny.
Wonder Woman is like completely unchanged. She's just Wonder Woman because she's from
Yeah.
Amazon.
Well, yeah, she's like from a completely different
yeah.
society, right? What the hell is that, Mr. Beast, bro?
Yeah.
That is just insane.
You're
Yeah.
like 7 characters wrapped into one person.
Yeah, yes.
It's like
It
Family
really is.
Guy, Mr. Beast, kind of.
Wait, this is the funniest biblical adjacent conspiracy theory about Mr. Beast is that
money and Feastables.
Are you saying that Mr. Beast is the Antichrist?
is
He
the mark, yeah,
of
the
beast?
mark of the
Yeah.
beast. I would never say that, but I heard a funny conspiracy theory about that. That like yeah, that he's the Antichrist. It's just funny. It means nothing, but it's funny.
Someone said that if he ever bought the Monster Corporation, that Christians would have a fucking daydream.
Yup. I have seen that crazy thing. My monster is the mark of the beast, the 3, the blah, 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 blah. I love monsters, so I don't even care.
Did you actually know that,
That's like a classic internet video.
Yeah.
Did you know that upside down crosses
Uh-huh.
are not inherently Satanistic?
No, of course not. Yeah, that's the cross of St. Peter.
Yeah, because he was hanged upside down because he didn't want to be hanged
was
like his,
crucified.
or not hanged,
Crucified.
crucified like Jesus. Yeah.
Yep.
I
Yeah.
don't love the Iron Cross.
Totally. I do not like the Iron Cross personally, in the context of Nazism, but I do think even that comes from this. Does it come from the Celtic cross, or are those two different things?
So it's a mixture of the Celtic cross and the Christian cross during the time of England invading both, or not
Gotcha.
invading, but also being highly Christian and invading Ireland.
Right. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so back to the foundation of good and morality. So fundamentally, does it exist if there are no humans on Earth?
Does morality exist if there are no humans?
If there are no
well,
conscious-
we're gonna have different opinions here because I think that the only things that are morally considerable are agents. So I guess humans wouldn't exist, but like animals still would. I think I like my dog. Like,
Well, no. What I'm gonna, I mean,
Aristotle feels like-
I agree with you. Like,
A moral agent is rational.
I didn't even hear that, but I think it was just a troll comment. But
It's
so-
like rational. That's
so
the
if
whole
there
answer.
are, I'm gonna say that morality doesn't exist like sort of. It's not like observable if there are no humans, but the second that there is a conscious moral agent, then it's instantly in place. It's already there. Does that track with you?
well, yeah, I agree because my mind exists, and I in the same way that I see the rock, I see morality. Yeah, like,
Yeah.
It's some objective fact. Yeah.
Okay, and so from your view, when this did happen, I don't know when or how or whatever, when humans did pop into consciousness at whatever point they did, was their morality arbitrary? Like if we had evolved out of grasshoppers instead of primates or something, would it be okay for us to eat our husbands' heads and things like that?
So here's the thing. Like I don't. it would depend, right? So like again, there's this certain kind of objective morality that exists, and that objective morality obviously has some contingent of like what's good for grasshoppers, what's good for us,
Yeah.
what's good for this other person, and like
Yep.
so obviously if we were grasshoppers, we just pertain to that morality. It wouldn't necessarily be the same.
Okay. So that sounds to me like morality does arise from our biology, chemistry, physics, etc. Is that fair?
Well, no, because I think that there is like in the same way that the laws of physics would work or be around, even if there are no things for the laws of physics to work on. Morality exists, even when there are no minds for it to work on.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, we agree. We agree with that. Yeah.
So it depends, right? It has to exist because a mind always exists in the discussion. Like that's what I'm saying. I'd have to not exist to consider morality in the universe, which I can't imagine.
Reese, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm just choosing to ignore you, Henry.
Okay, yeah, I got.
We saw
pissed
you
with the
slap your bread. Yeah,
I saw your moldy bread. I just don't
There was
care.
like one piece of mold in the
Yeah,
bottom.
like a tiny
I
piece
got
of mold.
pissed.
What's Lenny up to, dude? What are Lenny's thoughts about
I haven't seen him.
theology?
He's probably not here. I would
That's fine.
imagine.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Can I interrupt?
Oh, nice. Welcome.
Yeah.
So-
So I don't.
Nice.
How is he claiming to have objective morals without God?
Well, I'm
'Cause
not really
as an
sure. That's
atheist,
what
I
we're
would
trying to
say
get to
there's
the
no
bottom
morals.
to.
Oh, so the way that I see it is that in the same way that a person who experiences "I think therefore I am," which is the only objective thing that we can prove to exist, experiences the real world in a way that the normal person would say that rock is there, I'd say that morality is there, or that thing is good.
So I'm not trying to be a stickler, but didn't you just say that you cannot prove things to exist? You can only prove things to be false or something?
In science,
Yeah.
specifically,
Okay, so what would be your testing method for proving morality?
Good question.
whether or not it's good,
But good.
That's
But,
subjective, right?
yeah, where
whether
does
or not
good?
whether or not it's good for the like people or like good for me.
But isn't that still subjective? Because it's good for not. It's not a
It
grasshopper.
might be a
praying
subjective
mantis
view of
to
it.
eat
It
someone's
might-
head. But
It might be subjective for that instance of a statement, sure, but like we have to compare it to something. Like again, your view of the rock is subjective. Does the rock exist in some form or fashion objectively? Probably.
Can you smell what he's cooking?
yeah, I can smell what he's cooking. But yeah, let's. Do you have a response to that, Toe? Because I have one. If you don't want to jump in.
I'm not exactly how to respond to that because
Mhm.
I mean he's kind of. It seems like he's kind of mixing subjective and objective together.
Yeah, that's
in
what I
his,
would say.
The usage. Yeah.
Well, okay, so for instance, the rock exists. Let's just say, granted, a rock exists subjectively.
Yeah.
A person then views it. Do they have a subjective view of the rock?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean there
you
isn't
go.
an objective. Yeah.
I'm not
but,
saying there isn't an objective. I'm saying there is, but all of our views of it are subjective.
But can the objective truth be known?
Can objective truth be known?
Yeah, like can you know? Can you reasonably know that there is a rock there?
I think you could know that like 1 + 1 = 1. Or
Okay.
to sound like Terrence Howard there. 1 + 1 = 2.
Yeah, I saw that too. That was
Yeah.
crazy.
That shit is.
That shit is
like,
wild.
bro. There's very few people that I'd want to punch, dude. But like, oh.
But
And I
feel
don't mean
like,
for his
we're going
views.
a
I
little
mean because
too,
he.
Well,
beat his
that
wife.
wouldn't be very moral of you, would it? No, I'm kidding.
Well, he beat his wife, so.
Okay, wait. So, Toe, I have the same concern that you have. It sounds like we're trying to sneak objectivity in without explaining the grounding of it. Because you're basically saying the grounding of it is our subjective experience of it or something like that. You're basically saying there's no true way in which there's objective morality, because if there were no subjective agents or something like that, then it simply would not exist. Or you're saying it would exist?
So I'm unsure on whether or not it would exist. I suppose. Now, if we're
Okay.
being honest, like I'm unsure if it would exist, but I am unsure if it matters.
I would say morals don't exist whatsoever. They're just a creation of our society.
Well,
Because
but
we
then
got-
they exist.
We got well, then it subjectively exists, so it doesn't actually matter.
Right.
That's where subjective comes in.
Yeah, and
Because if
I do
we
want to be
got-
clear. There's no problem with subjective morality. There is only a problem with subjective like truths. Like
No,
if
there
we
is.
like,
Because if you say something's right and I say it's wrong, we're just gonna fight. I mean, unless we just don't care. but that's
Yeah,
how
yeah,
humans
yeah.
work.
Because if there,
Correct.
if the, no,
I mean,
there is
but
a
that's
huge.
not a problem logically. That's just that's a consequence. And also,
No, it's a
what
problem
sounds
logically.
that sounds like it maps very fucking well to
The law
reality,
of
right?
non-contradiction.
No, it's a pro. Yeah, exactly. It is a problem logically. It's a contradiction because you're saying
Wait, how?
because
If I
it's
subjectively say something is good and then another person subjectively says it's bad,
Yeah, and
that
you-
sounds perfectly
but-
in line with it being subjective morality.
well, yeah, but then you're saying that there's no objective morality when you say that.
Yeah, if that's what a person is saying. I'm saying if I'm like Toe said a second ago,
Mhm.
they think morality is subjective and it's just a construct of like what people think and society believes and shit like that, right?
Mhm.
In that system, right? Not my system. In that system,
Yeah.
if someone says something's wrong and someone says something's good, that's not a contradiction, because societally they both agree on different things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's very
because they're-
simple.
But
it's
so
made up,
one of them
right?
isn't more right than the other. I mean, the person that thinks you're wrong about, say, like murder or
But
something
what you're
serious.
saying is nonsensical in that fucking discussion. Like that's the thing. It's like who's more right, who's more. It's nonsense.
No, there has to be a right and a wrong, right? That's what objective morals mean.
Yeah.
Oh, correct. I believe in them. I'm saying in this system.
Yeah. So we're concerned about what your system actually is, because you're saying you believe in objective morality, but then when I asked if like a praying mantis, if we had evolved out of praying mantises and thought it was good to like eat each other's heads and shit, then that would just be good too. That would be right too, because that's the ground of our being is our biology. I mean, the ground of our morality.
I
is our
specifically
biology.
said, well, so I don't fucking know. Like, I'm going to be so real with you. I don't know. I'm not a praying
Okay.
mantis, right?
Okay. Fair
But
enough.
like, but I would assume if we had the level of thinking capability that we had, and there's this objective, like, how do I say objective standard,
Okay.
right? I think that it would have different contexts for different situations, just like it has with murder or self-defense. It would have a different like sense of morality for like if I was a mantis or if I wasn't, right? It definitely cares about our biological predispositions. Would you
Right.
agree that you wouldn't, like, for instance, give the same treatment to someone who is psychotic and kills someone to someone who's just mean
Yeah.
and kills
Okay,
someone?
we're
Reese,
talking
can you
about
open this for me?
cannibalism. This is cannibalism, okay? We're basically asking you if cannibalism is okay.
Again, it depends on the context.
I would say subjectively, it doesn't depend on the context. I would say it's always wrong. Even if you had to
So
start
you're
today.
saying subjectively it's always wrong.
Well, yeah,
Yes,
that
but I would say-
dead?
self-defeating, because you can't say subjectively this is objectively true, right?
Wait, but hold on.
I wouldn't make that claim. I would
Okay,
just
I
say
see.
it's my
Yeah,
opinion.
that's the
Wait,
claim
but
you're
hold on.
afraid that our friend
You've
Infamous
obviously
is
never
making.
been to Liberia.
Yeah, I'm afraid he's making that claim.
Yeah, that's what that's what I'm concerned about too. It sounds like you're making objective claims about morality while trying to maintain sort of an ultimate subjectivity, which comes from, I guess, biology or
I
something.
absolutely am, because we're not omniscient. We're not fucking all knowing, right? There is no logical moral like statements, right? You can't get an off from an is and an
We
is
can't
wrong.
test
You
it,
can't-
right? Is that what you're saying? We cannot test it to see if it's like actually real.
Cannot test it to see if it's like what is it in this, because we can test whether or
Morals,
not
like we
people
could test
feel.
what's right and wrong. We could test how they feel, yeah, but that doesn't have anything to do with morals.
Yeah, then I don't think we can test it.
So yeah, so there are no morals, right? It's just a human invention, or what?
That's okay. I don't think that necessarily entails from that statement.
Well, because it only applies to humans.
Reese,
I didn't
ask
say
the
that
cat.
either.
Reese, we gotta ask the cat.
I think you said it only applies to minds, which, as we'll
Well,
assume,
agents,
is just human.
so-
Or sorry, agents, moral agents. Like, so right now, given your paradigm, it must only apply to humans.
Given
Well, no,
mine,
because
yeah.
it could apply to a dog because I like my dog.
Yeah, sure, fine. But
I think
but
if you
really,
if you as in mind as an observer, right, no matter what you were, human or not, saw a bunch of dogs attacking each other and got sad, I think you would think.
okay,
say,
this
like,
is
they're
this is
attacking
my fundamental problem. So you're saying, and it's kind of like you're presenting your own.
I'm going to be as
problem.
least confusing as possible here, okay? Because it feels like I'm just
Yeah.
explaining it and then you're not getting it and then you're going around in circles.
Okay, so yeah,
I
you
think that
explain
there
in
is
the
this
most concise way
objective
you can.
standard.
Okay,
I
there's
think there is this
subjective.
objective standard in the same way that there is an experience that the experiencer is feeling in the I think therefore I am situation, right?
Okay.
There is an experience and there is an experiencer. In this
Gotcha.
experience, there is what I feel, like what I experience. In that is morality and reality, right? I think
Right.
that you could say that morality exists in reality, sure, whatever. We can break apart its components, that's fine. I'm talking about morality and then everything else, basically, because everything else is like logic and motion. That's
But-
how you don't get an ought from an is, for
Yeah.
instance. What is doesn't infect what ought to do.
Okay, so the
Although
experience
it can be placed upon it.
Yeah.
Then you have what you perceive in this reality, separate from morality, and you apply to the best of your ability your morality to it. Whether or not that confines to this objective moral stance is different. You would even agree with me that whatever you view as morality
Yeah.
falls short of God, for instance, right?
Yeah.
Wait. I need to jump in here. So you're
Yeah.
saying we don't have access to this objective morals? We don't have access to
I
it?
don't think we have access in a way that, like, for instance, we don't have access to true objective reality.
But so even if it existed, we wouldn't know of it. So
Not that we wouldn't know of it entirely. I'm saying that we have no knowledge of it in regards to objective reality. Like, again, is the rock there? You can't say it's true
Well, then-
scientifically, but we can probably say it's kind of true. Like,
Well,
you
then-
know what I mean? Like, we could probably say it's true.
So are you saying
Same-
we don't
same
have
way that
access?
murdering someone unfairly is probably not good. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand that. I think, well, unless, here, let me just say this real quick, Toe, and then you can jump in, because I think what we're saying, we don't have a problem, or I don't have a problem with what you're saying, that there is a subjective lens that we all have, and we're observing, like, some experience that is objective, like the fact that we feel in our hearts, or whatever it is, that to kill someone unfairly is amoral, it's wrong, yada, 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 whatever. And we're trying to pin down what your basis for that objectivity is. So is it
My basis is that the proposition, is this wrong, must have an answer to the question, whether it be nonsense. Even paradoxes have necessary answers.
Okay.
For instance, if you
okay.
try to mathematically solve the liar's paradox, the answer is false.
Yeah.
he's asking for justification.
Yeah, I'm just asking for the justification for why that has to have an answer, even. Because according to, like, some of the other people, like David, for instance, that doesn't have to have an answer. That nothing is wrong. It's just subjective opinion. It's like, if I think it's right, then it's right. And if someone else thinks it's right, then it's right.
I mean, I'd press him to prove that.
Yeah, I would too, but we're trying to press you to prove that there can be some sort of objective basis of morality not existing outside of any mind.
Because there are moral questions, and there is an objective reality.
Okay.
Presumably,
Okay,
that
hold on,
objective
hold on.
reality would answer these moral questions.
Okay, let's hear it,
Toe. And whether or not our decisions correlate to that decision matters.
So just to say your position, Streets, it would be something like there's a divine mind, and inside the mind or whatever, this is where the morals come from, right?
Yes,
Something
that would be
like that.
mine. Yep.
So that is
Come
why
from,
morals exist. He's asking
mm.
you why. He has a reason.
Oh, my reason is that reality exists.
But there's nothing
the
about reality
experiencer
that makes
and the
morality
experience
intuitive.
exist.
Nothing
You
about
already said you
reality
can't
or
test.
biology makes morality intuitive. Obviously, there are
The
animals
fact
that
that
do
there are
horrific things.
the fact that there are questions about morality implies that there must necessarily be an answer, whether that be no, yes. That doesn't. We don't know.
Yeah, I agree. So I mean, it's funny. You're every day we inch closer and closer to the theistic conclusion here. Because do you understand?
Well,
do you understand why we have
that's what
trouble?
the
God
difference is there.
exists. Why did the Holocaust happen?
We answered this a million times, Henry. Don't worry.
When?
You watch the other streams, brother.
No,
Okay,
I
Toe,
didn't.
you
You
fire away.
streamed
Toe, you fire away. I
hours.
think you're onto something here. Are you, Toe? It sounds like you're trying to present the transcendental argument to our friend into us here.
Yeah, I don't even believe in the argument, and I have to present it. Like, what the heck? I'm trying to be an atheist here.
Oh, you are. I didn't even realize
I-
that.
I
You're
don't
doing a
even-
bad. You're doing a
yeah,
bad job.
Yeah, I mean, Toe literally believes that, like, morals are subjective and a product of society.
Yeah, they don't exist.
Oh,
They're
that
just
is your
in our
actual
minds.
belief. You weren't Steelman.
Yeah,
That
that-
is your actual
No,
belief.
yeah. That's me.
Oh. Okay. Well, where do you get that? I mean, how? Well, so then your
Well,
thing
'cause-
is completely self-refuting.
Maybe. But I don't. Hold on.
Get off my ass, like, talking about my position.
Okay, let's hear it,
Hold
Toe. I want to hear it. I'm curious. I thought I totally misread that. I thought you were on like my side.
Yeah, well, that's what it sounded like. I was forced to. But
Yeah.
What is it? I think. Okay, I don't think the concept of God is provable. I know the transcendental argument. I don't think it holds any weight. Like, I can paste it or something in the general chat. I have a picture of it right
paste
here.
it.
Yeah, paste
it's-
it. Paste it.
Yeah, it's like a
You won't.
very simple version, of course, but something like
By
that.
the way,
If
Streets, I don't
logic
know if you
exists,
noticed,
then
but
God
you're,
exists. God exists. If God exists, then logic exists. Laws of logic. Okay, so you're saying that the transcendental argument is circular.
I mean, very literally, we can see.
No.
that.
I mean,
it is actually circular.
no, it actually is. But I agree with you. That's because it's a meta logic. You can't make any logical argument without a level of circularity.
Yeah, the level of circularity is I think therefore I am. That's the only one.
No, that's not the only one. If you're okay, for instance,
P1 of I think therefore I am is literally circular.
No, this is literally Gödel's incompleteness theorem, and it applies to logic just like it applies to math, as math is a corollary of logic. So you can't prove that numbers exist without using numbers. Likewise, you can't prove that logic exists without using logic, and therefore you can't prove that the thing upstream of logic exists without us presuming that it exists in order to make your proof. I'm not saying like you believe this because it's circular. You don't believe it just because you believe it, but you have to start somewhere.
Hold on. How do you demonstrate that a pencil works?
How do I demonstrate that a pencil works?
Oh.
Yeah.
Like numbers exist without numbers.
I use it.
Wait, but you use it. There you go.
Okay.
Does that then disprove the fact that it works?
So you're proving my point, or no?
No.
Here,
I'm saying it is circular.
Quick, though.
I'm stuck on numbers because you were like numbers don't exist without saying numbers exist, and I'm like really stuck.
No.
Well,
you just can't you can't say anything about numbers existing without presuming that they exist to make any sort of proof.
Well, I would say
like,
they don't exist.
So how many gods?
Yeah,
this is
are
radical. This is absolutely
one
radical.
God, but that's one. All right, fuck. I'm losing myself.
Wait, but here's the thing: numbers are abstract. They don't exist.
Yeah, God is abstract as well. That doesn't mean numbers do exist, but they are abstract.
You just admitted you just admitted he doesn't exist, dude. I got you there.
Who is this guy playing on his console?
It's some idiot. I don't know why I haven't kicked him yet. Just mostly because I like him as a person, but I'm about to kick him.
He's
from
funny,
this.
but he's the most random debate dude ever. He's like so random.
Oh, he's not.
He's Street's friend.
He's here to troll. I don't even know.
Bro, don't kick me. I'm trying to get clips.
Yeah, I won't kick you, but you're about to get muted. Okay, so
I saw him on your stream, so I thought he was like your co-host or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I know. That's what it seems like. That's what he's going for. He's auditioning for the role right now, and he's doing a horrible job.
Itchy and Scratchy show up in here.
Yeah, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
He's wearing a T-shirt I fundamentally disagree with, but anyway. So...
I'll take it off.
Oh yeah,
you disagree with Superman?
Hilarious,
that's fucked,
dude.
Man. That's
okay.
Fucked.
Okay, so I disagree with communist Superman, to be clear. But anyway, so
communist Superman is based, dude. He's actually the one who made communism good.
It is kind of based, actually, but whatever. Anyway, so back to
he killed fucking Stalin, dude. How do you say that's bad?
Back to Gödel's incompleteness theorem. Do you agree that you must make certain circular arguments to be able to talk about anything?
I would say I simply don't make any claims that I cannot prove. So I would not make any claims about this.
Wait. You wouldn't make any claims that you can't prove?
Exactly.
You wouldn't say that your mother loves you?
I wouldn't say
no,
don't.
She's
I
told me that.
Yeah, but that's not proof.
Yeah, so
she could be lying.
No. Streets, you're misunderstanding the. So okay.
Yeah.
A circular argument. I misunderstand.
Yeah, I know you didn't mean it that way, but that was insane, Reed. I know your mother could be lying to you, dude.
She
your
could be.
Lying to you.
But you don't have the point. It is funny. It is funny to put it that way, but the point is you don't have scientific or empirical proof of most things in your life. The vast majority.
Okay, so I do. That was crazy to say. I don't say anything I can't prove. That's wild. But like, the other thing is like. Using the pencil when I ask you, does the pencil work, isn't circular. You're demonstrating it. It's not a circular argument.
Exactly.
That's why I think therefore I am in P1 isn't circular.
Right.
Because you're demonstrating it by considering. You're proving it by doing.
Right.
A circular argument like this is not that.
Yes, it is. You're using logic to do it. It's literally like using logic as the pencil.
We're not talking about using logic to prove logic. We're talking about using logic to prove God. That's different.
No, we're talking about presuming God to explain how logic could ever even possibly exist.
Is there any other explanation?
No.
Are you sure? Is this coming from?
Well, just present me any other explanation. Just present me any other explanation.
Hold on. So, first of all, that's a fallacy. I can't remember the name of the fallacy. Again, I haven't debated in years. However, the whole present me another argument is I think an argument for personal incredulity. Personally. No.
Okay, fair enough. Keep going.
That's I'm pretty sure that's a textbook definition. You can't say otherwise. Therefore, this is true. It's the black swan fallacy. All swans I've ever seen are black. Can produce a non-black swan, or I won't believe you. This is not true.
Okay, no, I understand. I understand why you are confusing what my belief is with this sort of like circularity or whatever, the fallaciousness of the statement you just made about the black swan, for instance. But in order for logic to ever exist at all,
You must use logic.
you must use logic, right? So
Correct.
that part isn't circular, is it?
No, that is circular. Using
Okay,
logic
but it's
to prove logic.
acceptably circular. It's a presupposition you must accept, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Just
I'm not
I
saying.
think therefore
Okay,
I am in
so
P1 produces
use
one.
logic.
so
that
I don't want to be
logical,
unclear. I don't want to
just
be
rational
unclear here.
thinking.
There is no proof for God in the empirical way, in the scientific way. There's absolutely no
Right,
proof.
right, but you're not using God to prove God by demonstrating God. It's not the same type of circular argument. It's same like in P1, for instance, for I think therefore I am is I think to even consider that you must think it's a demonstration of P1. It's not the
Yes.
assumption of P1. So
Yes.
for you to say God exists, you must demonstrate God.
Yeah, and there's lots of the whole worldview is the demonstration. But anyway, so that's irrelevant. It doesn't matter.
No. Worldviews aren't demonstrations. The act of questioning it must be the demonstration. For instance, logic exists is an invocation of logic.
Yes.
And I think therefore I am is an invocation of I.
Yep.
God exists is not an invocation of God.
No. Okay. I'm not saying that I'm proving. Tell me where I'm wrong here. I'm not saying that I'm proving God. I'm saying, given the options, God is the most probable explanation for how certain things could ever exist, like logic,
That's so
like the
That's just your
transcendentals,
opinion.
like
So-
morality.
so-
So if you
so
can't
two
provide me
things.
any other worldview that even explains these things, then why would I go with your
So-
nothingness
let me
worldview?
go
over
with
mine?
something.
No,
Let me
no,
actually
no,
talk.
no,
Let me
no,
talk,
no,
let me
no,
talk,
no.
let me
There's
talk.
two things, dude.
let's
There's
hear
two
it.
fucking
Famous,
things.
you gotta let other people talk.
You're right. Go ahead.
Let me talk briefly. Like evolution, for example, that's the exact thing you're like pretty much. And I know you believe in this, Reese, but you're kind of arguing against it right now. Like, you know, like we understand things more over time. Things happen over time. It's not God distilling things into us inherently. I feel like, and given God has definitely helped people understand things morally, like the Bible and shit has helped people understand how people think morally and like shit like that. But I don't think that's to say like people don't murder except only because of God. Like there are definitely more people that don't believe in God, like percentage wise now than there have probably been like 100 years ago, but less people per capita probably murdered than believe in God. You know what I mean? Like my point being that even if you don't believe in God, there are still morals that are taught to you by our society that really I think have much more to do with human evolution rather than it does have anything to do with God.
I mean, fair enough, but I'm talking about it. I'm talking about
I thought
how
we were talking about logic.
I'm talking
Yeah,
about
that's-
epistemology.
Yeah,
how
logic.
do we know
I'm saying logic
anything
is
that
built
we know?
into that. Logic is somewhat of an inherent thing in any sort of life.
I'm saying, how did it come about? Okay, Toe, I want to hear what you were gonna say.
Sorry, I did not mean to interrupt for that. My bad. Shoot, dude. Now I'm all lost. We keep switching topics so fast.
I know.
Can't even
Okay.
comprehend.
But wait,
You know
hold
what
on.
I'm gonna
Let's
do?
stay on it.
Wait,
How
hold
did
on. This
logic
is-
come about? Like life.
I would like
Life,
to.
you need to survive logically. And
Okay. He's muted, and so is Infamous. And right now, I'm sorry, Henry, you're muted. We can't hear you, and it's not to be a dick or anything, but I want to keep this sort of contained because we're on stream, we're online and stuff like that. So here, say if you can distill your point in like 2 minutes, Henry, let's do it, and then Toe and I are gonna go back and forth, just him and I. Okay.
I'll distill it in 1 second.
Okay. Yeah.
The
go for it.
idea of, or not 1 second, a couple.
Yeah.
Human evolution and all of this logic bullshit, like it's distilled into the fact of we first wondered how we're gonna eat, then we decide what we're gonna eat, and that's evolved into now. When I start with this whole which started with me being like, where am I gonna get lunch? Remember?
Yeah.
You know, that's
So you,
has nothing.
okay.
I don't
So your
think
point
that's
is
God.
that
That is
Gotcha.
evolution, and that has nothing to do
Gotcha.
with God. That's just
Gotcha.
that's literally just life evolving. I don't
Makes
think
sense.
that, you know, like inherently, I think evolution to some degree is anti-God.
Okay, got you. All right. So Henry's point is, if I could distill it correctly.
That's a good point. I got it now. Yeah.
Okay, right. His point is basically all these things that we assume must be sort of explained by God, or that I assume, that the transcendental argument assumes, must be explained by God. Henry's saying it can be explained by material, physical processes. Evolution, biology, physics, chemistry, etc. Okay, Toe, do you want to add something to that or make a new
I
argument?
would say
or
I actually perfectly agree with that. I'd say it's just a byproduct of those things.
you would say that logic itself is just a byproduct of those things. Okay, so why do we trust it? How can we trust it?
This isn't my expertise. I don't discuss stuff like this. I
Okay.
would grant you the
Yep.
position that God is real, just for the sake of the conversation, so
Sure.
we can move on to the Bible. But
Sure,
I
sure.
don't want to just take over.
No, it's good. These other guys, Henry, I hang out with all the time. We don't, and Infamous has been in the chat for like hours and hours and hours on throughout different streams. So I'm interested in you, my friend, and I want to hear if you have a biblical argument. That's even better.
Yes.
I studied theology myself.
Okay,
So that's
perfect,
my-
dude, because
that's my
what I go
expertise.
to.
Okay, cool.
Because,
Let's do it. Let's do it.
I'm not a stickler on hard proof. Like I don't need to
Yeah.
be like convinced without a shadow of a doubt against every single argument possible. I just want evidence.
Gotcha.
And so when we go to the evidence that we have, which is the Bible, right?
Mhm.
It is contradictory. Do you agree?
No, but I'm curious about where you're going to go with it. So, yeah,
Okay,
in what way is
so-
the Bible contradictory?
We can just start with the simple things, okay? Let's start with the 10 Commandments, okay?
Gotcha.
Have you heard this before?
I mean, I've heard of those. Yeah.
No. Have you heard this argument? Like, you know where I'm going?
No, I don't. Let's hear it.
So if I were to ask you just like, okay, let me read something off and I want you to tell me if this is one of the 10 written in stone, okay?
Gotcha.
Do not boil a young goat in its mother's milk.
I do not believe that is one of the fundamental 10 commandments.
Okay, but it's not the ones written on stone given to Moses on Mount Sinai, right?
I don't know.
Well, Exodus 34, at least from the way I read it, I cannot see any other reading,
Okay.
seems to depict the 10 Commandments and seems to be full of the most nonsensical laws you can possibly imagine.
Mm-hmm.
It's Exodus 34.
Exodus 34. I'm in Exodus 34. Let me share my or can you see it on my screen on my Discord? Oh, no, you can't because I haven't done
I
that.
paused
Okay.
your stream.
Can you see it now on the Discord, though?
No.
Oh, okay. Let me share my Discord screen. There we go. All right, that should be visible to you.
Yep.
Okay, cool. So let's see. I'm guessing it's this part, the covenant renewed.
Well, I would just start with just read the first
Okay.
one real quick.
The Lord said to Moses, "Cut 2 tablets of stone, like the former ones, and I will write on the tablets the words that were on the former tablets, which you broke."
Okay. Yeah. So you agree that this is like the 10, right?
No. Oh, the Lord said to Moses, "Cut 2 tablets of stone, like the former ones." What is this in reference to, the former ones?
Because he came down the mountain and they were like worshiping a cow, so he dropped them and got angry. I
Yeah.
think he breaks them in Exodus 32, if you want to read that.
Yeah, sure. Oh, shit. I wasn't going back. I was... Exodus 30...
Yep.
31 and
Yeah.
32, it looks like. Okay, gotcha. People saw that Moses came down from the mountain. Okay, yeah. So this is the story. This is the 10 commandments. This
He
is
breaks
Moses
them.
comes down. He sees them worshiping this golden calf. He gets angry and he throws the stones down and he breaks them, right?
Yep.
Okay. So back to 34.
He
So-
remakes them exactly
So
the same.
stones are broken. Moses goes, "What do I do with these guys?" Lord goes, "Cut 2 more tablets, like the ones I gave you, and I will write on the tablets the words that were on the former tablets, which you broke." Okay.
Yep.
Um.
So they're the same, right?
Yeah, probably. I don't
I
think.
sense a little bit of hesitation, even though your text says this very clearly.
Well, I don't think
And
it's
see,
that clear.
I'm not judging you, but I'm saying like, well, okay,
I'm not
you don't think it's
afraid.
clear, actually?
I'm not afraid of your judgment. This is not clear at all. So just because the Lord is going to, I mean, we have to read the whole verse so I have the context, but just because the Lord says, "I will write on the tablets the words that were on the former tablets," that doesn't mean he doesn't add more words.
See, this is why I always have to. This is the common like deflection. This is an instant deflection.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm telling you, like there is one reading of this. Okay, that is
Yep.
not the reading. He's writing the words that were on the last ones.
Okay,
Like-
fair enough. I'll accept for the sake of argument that premise.
I don't like for the sake of argument because this seems like the truth.
Well, where are you deriving this from biblical scholarship, or are you just reading this and going, "Well, it must be the exact same words because that's the
I mean,
most
what-
simple
What
way
gives
to
you
read
the
this"?
indication? What gives you the indication that they would be different in any way?
Well, if they're different in this, if they are different, then that's the indication. I mean, what do you mean?
Exactly. So
Yeah.
you're already making an excuse for what you
No,
know is
I'm
going
not
to
making
happen.
an excuse. Okay, you can't
And,
see
okay,
a
hold on, hold on, hold on.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's go to 28, Exodus 34:28 real quick. I
34,
think it's
28.
27 and 28.
20, the Lord said to Moses, write these words. In accordance with these words, I have made a covenant with you and Israel. He was there with the Lord for 40 days and 40 nights. He neither ate bread nor drank water. And he wrote on the tablets the words of the covenant, the 10 commandments. Okay, there you go. That's good. The 10
Yeah,
commandments.
so
That's
these
what he's
are
writing.
the 10, right?
Good, good.
These are the
Okay,
10.
I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you.
And then you see directly above it says, "You shall not boil a kid, which is a baby goat, in its mother's milk."
Yeah.
So
Let's see, where's that?
directly above 27. It's like
Yeah.
right next to it. 26.
Okay, 26. The best of the first fruits of your ground shall you bring to the house of the Lord your God. You shall not boil a kid in its mother's milk. Okay, got you.
And so, are these the 10 commandments written on the stones?
Yeah, I guess if these words is referring to these words, which I mean, I think that's reasonable to think that they are.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
So what is your argument? Your argument is that these are like replacement
Well-
commandments or something, or what is
Well,
your?
these are absurd. Don't get me wrong, but that won't be my argument. And
Okay.
then, as you can see, there's also another one: redeem the firstborn of your livestock, and if you don't redeem it, break its neck. There's just these weird things. Okay?
Totally.
But
Yeah.
then if you go into Deuteronomy 5,
Okay.
it says that it lists the laws from Exodus 20, which Exodus 20 does not contain the 10 commandments. It retells the story of 34, but it gets it wrong.
Okay.
These are the 10 that you know.
Yeah. These are the 10 that I know. Okay. So
And it says that these are written in stone.
your argument is that this is contradictory. Like this is just like false
Both of
because
these
it's
cannot be true.
contradictory. Both
Yeah.
of these cannot be true. That these 10 commandments and the Exodus 24 10 commandments are the same
34,
thing.
yeah.
Or 34, sorry.
Or it actually is 24 and 34. So you're actually
24
right about
and
that.
34. Right.
But yeah, and the key point is that these are the ones written in stone given on the Mount Sinai.
Okay. And so
And
so why is this so why does this disprove the whole context of the Bible to you?
Okay, what? I would say because it gives me no reason to believe anything it says.
Why is that?
And there's a lot more. There's a lot more of these contradictions. But
Yeah, no,
this
I've
is
seen a
just
lot
one
of
of
these
the
contradictions.
very obvious.
One thing I notice about the contradictions is that it always requires me to take the most literalistic, like fundamentalist view of the Bible in order to like agree with you, essentially. So my
Well-
question is, why are you using the Bible, which you don't like? What is your like basis of contradiction? Like, why do you think that the Bible will be clear and will be like?
because it's supposed to be inspired, usable for teaching and reproving or whatever that God breathed, whatever that thing is, dude.
Mhm.
So if I go for it for apologetics, which is what I was trying to do with it,
Yeah.
which is impossible. It's impossible to do apologetics with that line. It's just impossible. So that's the most annoying thing. So
What do
I
you
go
define
to-
as lying? Am I not allowed to interpret my
No,
text?
you're telling me the truth. You're being honest. You're fine.
Okay.
But if I were to, for me to continue in apologetics, I could not affirm that it was God breathed and usable for teaching and correcting.
Wait,
I
so
cannot affirm that
what about
verse.
this? What about this makes you think it's not God breathed or usable for teaching? Even if say I'm gonna like even in an extreme case, I'm gonna like make up that Exodus 34, and again I've never heard this argument, so I'm trying to like sort of fly off the seat of my pants here right
all
now
good. It's all good.
when I know that I'm not gonna refer or like defer or deflect to some like other authority when I don't even know what this is. So I'm just gonna try to approach this in the most like straightforward. I'm reading these two supposed contradictions for the first time and telling you what I see. But if God says in Exodus 34, look, these are like 6 commandments, which are obviously not the 10 commandments. Like obviously, because
It looks
only
like
2
it starts
chapters.
a little bit above that. But either way, that just makes it more confusing. So
Well, yeah, it's going to be confusing. We're talking about the fundamental nature of reality.
we're talking about a story of 10 laws written on stone,
Yes.
which it cannot even keep straight.
Well, okay, that is just such a fundamental misreading of this that within obviously this is the same. Do you agree this is the same author writing Exodus 32 and Exodus 34?
Yes.
Okay, so does the author have some sort of mental like disability?
Probably, honestly, and okay, like I'm not trying to make jokes here, but you should see the kind of things that they were doing back then. If you would know their culture, I don't
Yeah.
know, will you get banned on YouTube if I say anything or?
No. You can
Do
say
I-
whatever you want. Say whatever you want.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, they used to literally do drugs. Okay, they would
Yep.
do psychedelic drugs,
Sure.
extremely intense psychedelic drugs,
Okay.
and they would go trip out. Well, I know if you say this on TikTok, you probably get banned or something. I don't know. I don't know the laws, whatever.
Yeah. Just go for it. I don't care. Whatever it is. I
They
really
used
don't
to
care.
do these things. They would trip out for long periods of time, usually 40 days, 40 nights. That's actually a common thing.
Okay.
And they would come back and then they would have these revelations. And so, I think that's a lot more. It's a lot more of a reasonable understanding, for it to be like humans just freaking out and the rain's not coming down, and so they kill an animal. Okay, that makes a lot more sense than thinking this is somehow divine. Like it literally says, if you do not redeem your firstborns, break the donkey's neck. Like, what is it talking about?
Yeah. No, that's a good question.
What is the goal?
Well, again, it's like you said, this is a drastically, vastly different, like context, cultural context. So we don't know what the hell this is about. We have absolutely
Okay, I have
no
a
idea what
question.
this is about. So in math, but what we do have is the whole context of the Bible. If you're actually a Christian, if you're not just picking through it to nitpick and find, and I know this isn't nitpicking. I realize this is a genuine concern, and I am going to do some research on it and see what the normal apologetic approach is to this, but I'm just going to give you what I know and what I see. So in Matthew, I believe it's 22, when Jesus is asked about the law, well, for one, we have the other thing where it's like, it's not what goes into you which defiles you, it's what comes out. I'm sure you know about that. So
Yep.
there is some, it's not like Jesus cancels out the law, but he is the fulfillment
Yeah, Jesus
of the
contradicts the
law.
Father. That's what he does.
He doesn't contradict the Father.
What
He
does
absolutely does not.
fulfilling a law mean?
It means that at a certain, he literally says, due to the hardness of their hearts, Moses suffered you to have these laws. So if you have this crazy, like you described, this insane, corrupt, like weird culture, ancient culture, and they want to do crazy shit, like go into the desert for 40 days and take drugs, and they have this like, they have this cultural desire to like, sacrifice animals and do all the really weird stuff we're reading in this thing, then the full context of the Bible would say, yeah, they were psychos. They had the hardest
Okay, I have
hearts
a
because
very
they're
important
closer to
question.
the fall than we are now. After Jesus comes, it's all made really clear. The
I
primordial
think that's
laws
a
are clear.
misunderstanding.
Okay, explain
So
that.
I have a critical question here, okay?
Yes. Yeah.
Why do you think, what is your best reason for why they killed animals and sacrificed their own children at times? I'm not saying the Bible commanded it, I'm not going into that, but we agree that there was child sacrifice during that time. So why do you
Are you
think they
saying
did it?
why people in general would do
Yeah,
that?
just why they did that kind of stuff back then. Like, what's your best explanation?
My best explanation would be, that's a good
'Cause,
question. I would say that
just
it has to
reference
do
what
with.
you said.
Yeah.
You said it was because of their hardness of heart. I would
Yes.
disagree with that fully.
Why do you
I
say that?
fully disagree with that.
Okay, why do you
Well-
say that? That basically is my best explanation. I could explicate it a little more, but if
Well,
you're
'cause that's
ready
what
to
the Bible
respond to that,
says.
yeah.
Yes, I am. That's what the Bible says, and I think the Bible gives it completely wrong because I think that people are desperate for health. Okay, and when your
Okay.
babies, your infant mortality rate is so high because there is no God helping, right? That you have to sacrifice your own child to hopefully get the next one, right? This is just
Okay.
clear proof that there is no divine help. Like, this isn't proof that people are evil and God's helping them. This is proof that there is no God. And especially when the Old Testament
What?
makes it very clear. He says, I am the God of Israel. Okay? He's not the God of Greece. He's not the God of Russia. He's God of Israel.
No, he
Okay?
is the God of all, but he
Of course,
specifically
that's
chose
how we have
Israel.
to
But yeah.
interpret it. But
No, that's
I
like
mean, he's-
literally what their interpretation was. But anyway.
but
Okay.
he chooses Israel for some weird reason and doesn't
Well,
even see
because
the
he-
people there, so they turn to a golden cow.
Yeah.
Who would turn to a, like, we're talking, okay, have you read any
Evil
you-
people.
you-
Pagan
you
people
know
that
these people are
wanted to
smart.
be pagans. People that literally were like that were looking around and seeing, oh, everybody's pagans, and they're not suffering in the desert for 40 years. Maybe we should try that. And then they did it. I mean, what's the problem with that?
I think they're desperate for their children not to die.
Yeah,
to
yeah.
have the rain come down. I think
agree.
They're doing it for very logical reasons.
Sure. That doesn't mean that they're right, but that's fine. Yeah.
Well, I don't think they're just completely irrational and insane, because I don't think that society could come from that. Like, I don't think people are just.
I agree. I think
know,
I think they're rational, but I do think they're sinful and misguided. But
Of course, but no one wants to sacrifice a baby.
well, I don't know about that, but okay. But certainly no Israelites want to.
I'm not sure about that because
Well, maybe they
yeah,
do
no.
actually. Did they do praise Baal and Moloch? Like,
Yeah.
Most of the Old Testament is basically the Israelites trying as hard as they can not to worship God, and God sending them prophets to say, "You guys need to freaking get it together. What are you doing?" And that's what this story is.
But as you were saying before,
Mhm.
You were saying that these are kind of just like small details in the grand scheme of things in
Yeah.
the whole Bible, right?
Yep.
You would say the big pinnacle is Jesus.
Of
you know what I
course.
mean? Like,
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So if Jesus didn't actually fulfill the prophecies he was meant to, then there would be no point. You know?
Sure. Yeah. I mean,
and
sure.
you-
If
you
that's
know that
that's
he
a
was supposed
massive
to-
if. I mean, you have to remember that God knows that that's going to happen. So,
Well, he was supposed to turn their weapons into plowshares and rule
yeah.
with world peace.
And that's exactly what he did. So, what is your point?
No, he didn't, because
Yes,
there's still,
he did.
it says nation will not pick up, nation will no longer learn war against nation. And there's still war happening.
Okay, I understand. So, but in the kingdom of heaven, that will obviously not happen. But so you realize that
Whoa.
war is less now than it was then. You see
Well,
that?
that
Right?
doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. Why does that not matter?
No.
Why does that
Because
not
this
matter?
this is black and white.
Okay.
This is not less or more. This is literally nation will not learn war anymore. Like,
Well,
people
I
will
agree with
become-
that. That's 100% true.
So it didn't happen. Do you agree it did not happen?
It didn't happen yet. Yeah.
Okay, yes, there you go.
Yeah.
So now what we have to do
Okay.
is invent a second coming. So we're the same as the
No.
Jews now.
Who
still
invented the
waiting on the
second
Messiah.
coming? The second coming comes in Scripture.
Where?
Who invented that?
I'm actually curious about that, because I actually haven't found it, but I could be wrong. So where do you find a
Oh, well,
second
I was
coming
just
in
reading
Scripture?
Revelation this morning, but is that?
That's New Testament.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, so it's only in the New Testament. So it's not actually
Well-
predicted that he'll have two comings.
No,
post-Paul.
probably not. No, probably not. But that would just be the
The New
misunderstanding.
Testament was written
of the
after
Hebrews.
he came, so that's just them trying to make him fulfill the prophecies, which we can see evidence of.
Why would they think? Seriously, think about this. If you're writing the New Testament, if you're John receiving revelation, and I know you're not going to say receiving, like I guess you're going to say what, like coming up with, or like maybe
I actually
hallucinating.
hate the book
Revelation?
of Revelation with a passion.
Why is that?
It's the most nonsensical thing I've ever read in my life.
Well, yeah, but have you actually like gotten into what all the symbols mean and stuff like that?
You have to,
Yeah.
because it's literally like it tells you nothing.
Yeah, it seems like you want the Bible to be some sort of like prescriptive, like empirical text. Is that what you want it to be or no?
I wouldn't hold it to that standard if
Okay.
different denominations weren't burning each other alive. But because we had people burning each other alive, different Christians,
Yeah.
now we need this. And the Bible actually says is that the Holy Spirit's going to come in and help us and lead us to all truth and understanding.
Yes.
But that never actually happens.
Well, it's happening right now. That's what's happening. I think you also
led
have.
me to
I think
atheism.
you also have like a sort of, you have this like expectation of a short time frame for this stuff. When, like you said, Revelation is crazy. It's completely apocalyptic. Like it's almost impossible to expect anything like that to happen over
Well,
the
I'll give you an
2,000
example.
years. Like, so I don't
It says
understand.
that
Yeah.
locusts will fly with the power of scorpions.
Okay.
What is the point of that? That sounds like an old myth. It doesn't sound like
Yeah.
it has any moral, profound significance whatsoever. It's like,
To who? That sounds extremely profound to me. I mean, I don't know what it means
Oh.
personally. I haven't thought about it, but like it
locusts
sounds.
will have the power of scorpions. That's like a slight upgrade.
Well, you don't. Well, do you know what the like historical context or like what the implication of a scorpion? Like it seems like okay, so a
No,
locust.
I don't.
Well, I don't either, but I can just even imagine one pretty
I've heard
easily.
of the locust thing.
So you know a locust eats crops, right?
Oh, okay.
A
That's
scorpion
good to
kills
know.
people. So if locusts are flying around killing people, that would sound like a locust with the power of a scorpion. That doesn't sound like a minor upgrade. That sounds
Okay,
crazy.
I'll actually admit that that's a pretty good understanding. I didn't know that, but
Yeah.
I didn't like Revelation regardless. That kind of changes my mind a little bit, but I'm still not a fan.
Okay, I understand why
But-
you wouldn't be a fan. I'm personally, it's one of the most difficult, like almost impossible to read books in the Bible. So I, to my discredit, avoid it more than my other favorite books like John or whatever. But the important point is to take the whole thing in context, and really, like, the Bible itself is not really going to give you a convincing proof of God. It's not going to like logic you or empiricize the existence of God in any way. The
I don't expect it to.
experience
I
of
just expect it to be
relationship with,
correct,
well, but what do you mean by correct? Well, which,
non-contradictory. Like, I
does it
don't
have
even
to be
care what it says.
non-contradictory like materially or non-contradictory metaphysically?
I'm not even sure how to answer that question. Anything, just no contradictions.
Okay. Then I don't think you're ever going to get that.
So, okay, so we admit it's contradictory.
I would admit on one level of analysis there can be contradictions, but on the ultimate level of analysis, absolutely not. Everything is meant to be exactly where it is. Even something that challenges you, like, why does Exodus 34 say this and Deuteronomy 5 say that? If that challenges you to really think about why Exodus might say this and Deuteronomy might say that, then that's important.
Okay, I have a question for you then.
Yes.
Why does Matthew? Are you aware of how Matthew differs from the other three gospels in the resurrection account?
Are you talking about the thieves on the cross, or is there something? Is it that he
Oh.
doesn't mention the actual like second appearance, like the appearance of Jesus to the disciples?
No. In the Gospel of Matthew,
Mhm.
when Jesus resurrects, there's an earthquake and the ground breaks open, and
Okay.
more people start resurrecting.
Okay.
It's a multiple resurrection. There's a lot of people coming, and then
Yeah.
they walk into town.
Okay. And so
And
why
this is
does that
only in
what
Matthew.
what
So
does that
I would just
contradict?
Well, I was just going to ask you,
Mhm.
who should I believe here? Should I believe
All of them.
the three gospels, which say that basically he just rose, or should I believe that one, which says a bunch of people rose?
Okay, again, we're back to the levels of analysis. They're not mutually exclusive. Why would you
Why
have to
not?
believe one over the other?
Because my logic and my rationality is telling me that Matthew embellished the gospel and wrote details into it to make it seem better than it is. That's what my logic is telling me.
But
It's
how
like a big red flag.
But what if Matthew is standing like in the back of the crowd, and I'm not saying this is what happened, but I'm just saying like this isn't logically contradictory the way you're like
There are
presuming
so
that it
many
is.
logical contradictions in this story alone that it is dismissible. You might as well burn it. That's how I view it.
Okay, but the thing let me just address the one thing you just mentioned, which is obviously not logically contradictory. Just because someone says Jesus rose, which is obviously the most important point, and then another person says Jesus rose and all these other people came out of the ground, in what way are those two contradictory? One just gives a different level of detail.
You're right. This isn't not like an explicit contradiction.
Okay, so
but
give me an
you're
explicit
downplaying-
one.
Oh, besides the what's it called? Ten Commandments. I would say the order of
yeah.
events inside the Gospels, they are completely different.
Okay.
In some Gospels, see, this is the problem because I can't remember all these things off the top of my head.
Yeah.
But are
Okay,
you
so I don't
aware
want to
that-
I don't want to put you on the spot. It sounded like you maybe had another point in response to my last thing. Like, so you see how, so for instance, another one that came up on this stream was, oh, the two thieves. You know, one account or two accounts say that both of the thieves were chiding Jesus, but the other one says there was a good thief and a bad thief, and it gives this like theological
true?
account. Yes, that's another one you can add to your arsenal, but I'm about to disprove it.
Let me give you my interpretation real quick of that.
Go. Yeah, please.
I thought that
Please.
he was harassing him in the beginning, but he turned at the end.
That's
Is
what
that
I would say.
How it happened?
That's what I would say.
Or is that what the text says?
The text is not clear like that. It's a theological text. It's an ancient history. So we have to take it in context of ancient history. So the text
Then
doesn't.
I would simply count
Yeah.
that as another contradiction.
But how could that be a contradiction if they're not mutually exclusive?
If you left out the most important detail of him repenting and he
Wait,
still goes to heaven,
why do you think that's the most important detail? Also, why do you think they would even put it in if they didn't hear it or they didn't witness it?
repent means change mind, right?
Yes. Well, turn
So
away
him
from sin.
changing his
Repent
mind-
means to turn away from your sin. Yeah.
I believe it simply means to change your mind and nothing else.
Well, that's just
So
not
maybe
what
change your mind
that's not
about
what
sin?
anybody believes repentance to be. But okay, I mean, there's an
metanoia?
element of changing your mind, but fair enough.
Metanoia?
Sorry, what?
The Greek for repentance,
Yeah,
metanoia.
metanoia.
To change your mind.
Okay, but in term like theologically, if you're talking metanoia in terms of Christian repentance or whatever, like sure, maybe the literal Greek word is metanoia, but the way that that develops in the theology, it's clear what repentance is. But
Well,
anyway,
he's saved because he believes, right?
yeah, I think he's saved because he believes. Sure.
Okay. So, if they leave out the part where he turns and he actually believes, he changes his mind, then Jesus just saved a person for no reason.
Well, they don't
And
know.
this
They don't
makes no
even know that
sense.
he's saved. They just assume he was like the other guy chastising him and wasn't saved. That's why they didn't write
Okay,
it
well,
down.
I guess I'm missing details on this.
Yeah, I can bring it
so-
up, but it's pretty clear that it's just like your example with the earthquake. There's different levels of detail, different levels of analysis. It could because these are real historical authors. So if all four of the gospel stories were exactly the same, then for one, there would be no point of being four different ones. They'd be exactly the same. But two, you'd have an even stronger objection to the Bible. You'd say, obviously this was made up. They all have the same story. If four
I
bank
don't
robbers
ask
have
people
the
that.
exact same story, then you know something's wrong because people have different subjective perspectives of the same events. And that's how you can explain a lot of these so-called contradictions. They're just not contradictions. It's easily explainable by different perspectives taking down the same events.
I'm asking for these different accounts to be coherent.
They are
I
coherent.
don't
They're completely
care
coherent.
about
None
no,
of-
because they mix up the order of events.
How is that not
Jesus
coherent?
Jesus visits towns before he does other things in certain gospels.
Yeah.
Where he'll visit the town after he does those things in other gospels.
So you've
one of
never
them is
forgotten
wrong.
you've never forgotten which thing you did first. I mean,
Okay, so yeah, what's up? Sorry.
oh, you're good. Okay, let's see what the chat is saying just for a sec. I would think of a loving God
Wait,
make the
can you
book.
hear famous? I'm talking to famous right now.
Oh, you are? I
Yeah,
cannot.
he's telling me something.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Keep going.
Is he calling you? I have him muted on the. How did he do that?
No. Oh, you didn't mute him as an admin.
Oh, did I only mute him like for me or something?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, server mute is what I have to do. Okay. Anyway, I guess I'll. Infamous, do you have a quick point you want to... I unmuted you on my thing. Do you have a quick point you want to add to
I
this?
just added there's the other contradiction that the whole flipping of the market in the flipping of the table in the market square happened at the start of his life versus the end of his life in some of the accounts.
Okay.
Yeah, so what would you say about these? They're completely mixing up the order of events. You would just say it was a human mistake?
Yeah, I'd say it's human error. Humans are writing the Bible. And it's human error. It's not God's error. So the divine inspiration is not like God writes down exactly a script and gives it to someone and then they just like copy it like a copier. God moves your heart to write the story that you are going to write, that you are going to tell. Okay? From your, like, he respects our personhood, our individuality. So that's why you have what you would actually
Errors.
expect from four different people. No, they're not errors because you're misunderstanding the point of the Bible. It is not it's not a
Coherent book.
empirical history. No, it's completely coherent. It's not an empirical history. There's no sense in which is incoherent. You're saying you read the Bible and you're confused about what happened? Like, no, of course not.
Okay, I want you to. Can you be very critical of the Bible for a second?
Yes.
Just for this example alone.
Yes.
Okay. You cannot do this to me. I just posted it in general chat.
Okay.
This is untrue in this situation.
All scripture is God-breathed and is useful for teaching, rebuking, correcting, and training in righteousness, so that the servant of God may be thoroughly equipped for every good work. How?
So you are unable to, make this thing seem coherent using the actual scripture itself.
Wait, this is exactly what I just said. God-breathed doesn't mean God-written, does it?
What does it mean then?
It means he breathed it into you. It's life. It's part of you.
But it's useful for correcting, right? That's
Yes.
the big word.
Correcting
So-
and training in righteousness. So it's not
I'm-
meant to teach you
oh.
history. It's meant to make you righteous.
Well, I'm saying it's completely wrong, and I need to be
I
corrected.
know you are, but you
I
need
need
it
to
to
be
be
corrected.
historically accurate, but it's not a modern historical text. So you're asking something of it that it's not, and you're misreading the genre. But and then you're saying
I'm
it's
just-
contradictory, but you're not even reading it in the right genre.
Are you aware? Okay, let's just say that it is the genre you say. Okay, let's
Okay.
just give you that. And
Yep.
then, are you aware that there were many other stories, like the biblical stories, that were circulating around those areas at that time?
100%.
Like the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Yep.
That's one for the name.
Yep.
And that one has the story of the flood,
Sure.
where he literally releases a bird to go
Yep.
find land.
Yeah.
And then at the end, he like reconciles with God or something, or God feels bad. They
Yeah.
are like the exact same story.
Well, okay. Have you read the Epic of Gilgamesh? Because it's not really the same, but okay, fair enough.
What are some of the key differences? Because there's so many similarities
Well,
that they
for
cannot be dismissed.
one, he sails to the end of the world, and then he meets a like magi who teaches him about God, and then the magi sends him back off, and then the waters recede, and he founds the city of Ur, and this and this and this. But you would expect, if there was a real local flood in this area. But by the way, I'm not saying that there's a global flood. I know that's been disproven, and I agree with the scientific evidence against that.
Are you serious?
Yes, I am serious. Because look,
So it's not true, and you're just telling me that.
Of course it's
just
true.
not true. It's just not true.
Of course
Like,
it's true.
What are we doing here?
Because what are we doing here? Because you're reading the book in a way that you want to read it in order to
No.
disprove it. I'm reading it based on tradition and what it actually says and what it speaks, what it
Okay.
breathes into me.
What is your tradition? What is your denomination?
I am technically a Protestant, but I basically ascribe to Orthodox teaching, and I read the Church Fathers. So that
Okay.
is
I'm not saying one is better than the other, but it was just funny how you said that you had tradition, and then you tell me that you're a Protestant. It was just kind of funny.
okay. Protestants obviously
I
have
was a
tradition.
Protestant too. I was a Protestant too.
Yeah, but then you would know, or maybe you wouldn't, that Protestants do have tradition. They still align to
They have,
tradition.
they have stolen tradition from Catholics, which is
It's not
bad.
stolen. It's a
Yes,
bifurcation.
they just changed.
It's not
Catholic
stolen. It's the
tradition.
exact same apostolic succession up until the point that they decided to go a different way. I mean, it's the same with. Are you saying Orthodox
so
don't
you
have
actually
tradition?
Believe that, you actually believe that like Protestantism was like the true church or something?
No. I believe that Protestantism makes the fewest number of accreted claims that are necessary for. I know, Infamous. I'm sorry, but we've been talking a lot, brother. And this is a new person. I want to get to the bottom of what they believe, and I want to have sort of a coherent back and forth. So I'm sorry, Infamous. I will bring you back in. Oh no, Henry doesn't get to speak. I meant to server mute him. Sorry. Okay, so. Okay, so I believe that it's my current belief that Protestantism has the fewest number of accreted claims, as in accretions.
Sound like Gavin Ortland right now.
Exactly. Yeah, I take this from
Okay.
Gavin Ortland. So
Okay.
I'm very much in that vein. Could I be converted to be an Orthodox? You know, I might be right on the edge. I don't know. I'm gonna leave that up to God and my own personal journey. But as of right now, yes, I'm a Protestant. I respect the Church Fathers. I read the Church Fathers, and that's where I get my theology from a legitimate founded tradition. So I'm not just making shit up. I'm not reading it as I see it. Gavin Ortland also believes there's in a local flood. A lot of Catholics, a lot of Orthodox believe in a local flood too,
So
even though their
you believe
tradition
that
doesn't allow
Genesis-
them to, which is why I'm a Protestant.
So Genesis is not literally true.
No, of course. Well, it's literally true in the meta-literal sense, but it's not scientific. It's not empiric. It's the order that things are created is not the order that they actually were created, like along the
Yeah, there's no
evolutionary
days, right?
timeline. Yeah. What's that?
Okay. And then, would you also, shoot. Dang it, dude, I just lost my train of thought.
That's okay. I'm just saying I'm not a fundamentalist and I'm not a literalist, but you're insisting that I read my own Bible like a literalist, and you're saying, well, you shouldn't believe in that
Oh.
because if you read it literally, it can't be true. It's like, of course not. That's why I don't read it literally. That's why nobody reads it literally who's serious. Only crazy
can we-
evangelical young earth creationists read it like that.
Can we agree that during that time, the people in that area thought the earth was flat?
Yes.
And so it reflects that in the Bible?
No, it doesn't. If you're going to
No.
talk about the four current corners of the earth, that has nothing to do with the shape of the earth.
Well, that would make it a square, and I don't think anyone argues that. Right?
Yeah.
But what
Okay.
are the foundations of the earth?
What are the foundations of the earth?
Yes.
Are you talking biblically or are you talking scientifically or what do you mean?
Just what is it? You know, like
I believe that it's the force of gravity accreting matter around a larger force like of gravity, like the sun, and that I don't know planets come into being however
Okay,
they
come
do
on now.
scientifically. But of course, I believe that the only explanation for the absolute chaos of like post Big Bang, the state of the universe is for God to order it. So if there's order at all, it must have been introduced. So I believe that the earth was created, but I also believe in the scientific evidence of how it came to be. So it's the genetic fallacy to say, we know how the earth was created. It can't have been God. No, you just know how God created the earth. I'm not saying you know that. I'm saying that's my perspective of it.
Sure. But I would say that your interpretation of the foundations of the earth, that's just impossible. That's like impossible to get from the text.
No,
we
it's
both agree,
not.
obviously.
Why? In what sense is that impossible to get from the text?
Because here, look at this picture. This
Okay.
is what you get from the text.
Again, if you were a fundamentalist, literalist, that's what you get. But the waters
It
above
gives you
and
a
the
picture.
waters
It
below.
describes something. This is like it's
Yeah.
what is it? Who is this book written for? It's written for people. It's
Yes,
describing something
it's written for people
and this is
throughout
what it
all
describes.
history. Yeah, okay, so this is true. So I would say that this is true on a metaphysical level, but not obviously it's not true on the literal level.
Are you aware of just the flat Earth model though? Like, have you seen it before?
Like
Just
what
to make sure you are.
the modern one or
Like,
oh this one? Yeah,
this
yeah,
one.
yeah. Sure.
So in a part of the I have multiple flat Earth verses, but one of them you're going to say is an exaggeration. I guarantee. It's
Okay.
when Satan brings Jesus up to the highest mountain. He sees all the kingdoms of the earth.
I don't think that has to be an exaggeration for it to be true,
Well,
but
we
okay.
can't see China.
Well, yes, he obviously could. If he is God and Satan is a spiritual being, he could obviously create a vision of the whole earth. I mean, what are you talking about?
The context is that he travels to a very high mountain.
Yes.
And because he's up high, he can see all of the
No,
kingdoms.
no, you're implying that because he's up high, he can see all this. Mountains have a very
It's the
specific
context.
theological meaning. Mountains have a very
Sure.
specific theological meaning. So the point is, the devil brought Jesus up to the highest possible place on earth in materiality that he could, and showed him materiality, showed him the whole earth, and said, you can have all this. Okay, I don't have to read that like there's some mountain where you can see the whole earth. Obviously, that's
No,
not
he
true.
says he sees all of the kingdoms of the earth. So he sees every single country.
Yeah, I agree. So why would that?
That's impossible.
It's impossible for you to do. Are you God or the devil? No, of course not. So why are you saying it's
It's impossible to see half the countries in the world. Well, obviously a lot more than that because the world is huge. From a mountain.
How many?
It's only possible if you're in some weird local region and you think that all these things are
You couldn't even see it in a local region.
maybe. I would think that's a
Yeah,
far-fetched
so you have to take this stuff into account. Again, you're doing the exact same thing where you're insisting that
So
I
is this
read
just a
the
metaphor?
text literally. Well,
Or what is-
just a metaphor is a little reductive, but yes, the way to read that is definitely with some level of metaphor, but also some level of imagination about what God would actually be able to see. So do you think given that God exists, which is the context of that verse being written, don't you think God sees every country at once? I mean, obviously.
Well, if he's everywhere, then he's just everywhere. Like I don't even know how to describe that or answer that.
That's what I'm saying.
correctly.
So if you can't even describe it, the biblical author has to do something. At least he makes an attempt to describe it.
So Satan holds his hand and walks him up to a very high point and
Yep.
shows him all the kingdoms. This is not what you're describing.
What do you mean that's not what I'm describing?
You're describing kind of like a metaphor where God sees everything. This is like kind of not that.
But you're
Like
no,
it's-
that was just a response to you saying this is impossible when obviously it's like the most possible thing in the Bible.
I'm saying it's physically impossible.
Yes, and I agree with
with
you. I agree that
physical
I
human
agree
eyes.
that that it is physically impossible. Yes.
Okay, and then the other one is, are you aware that God makes the sun stop in one of the books, so that Israel can continue the war and defeat their enemies?
God
So
makes
the sun just pauses midair.
God makes the sun stop. So wait, what do you know that verse or no? That's kind of
Yeah,
interesting to
I'm
me.
getting it right now. So that's actually why I sent you this flat Earth model, because if the
God.
sun was like this, then it would make sense that it could just pause midair. But
Well-
because we're orbiting the sun and doesn't actually move, that
Well-
would mean that God actually stopped the Earth from spinning.
Okay, if I choose to read that literalistically, even then
I'm not
you
gonna
could
press you that
explain it.
far.
You
I'm
could
not gonna go that
explain it.
far.
But again, you're just doing the exact same thing you've been doing the whole time. Taking the most fundamentalist view and saying I believe it, and then you have to read the Bible this way. Of
This
course
is a
you
story.
don't. Yeah, it is a story, exactly. So you should have some appreciation for that. It's not
No, I
a
don't have
science.
any because it doesn't make sense. This is in this
You
is in Joshua
okay?
10.
So what's your did you read like Chronicles of Narnia when you were a kid?
Oh no, I don't. I haven't. Like I didn't really read it.
What did you like as a kid? What kind of like Magic Treehouse?
Oh yeah, like cartoons or whatever.
Sure, like any sort of story that imparts, any sort of story that was like fundamental to you. Harry Potter.
You're gonna find out that I had a very dumb childhood.
Okay, well, yeah, fair.
SpongeBob.
SpongeBob's great.
So-
Fine. So does it make sense for a sponge under the sea to live in a pineapple and talk and this and that? And you're gonna say, of course, no, it's a fiction. And I'm gonna say
God
stories.
didn't tell me that.
Stories never make sense. Stories are never literalistic in the way that you are requiring this story to be. Okay, on the day the Lord gave
We
the
can use
Amorites over.
Marvel.
Sure,
We can use
Marvel.
Marvel as an example.
So does it
Marvel
make
is
sense
coherent.
for Thor to be able to travel through faster than the speed of light?
Wait, I don't remember that. Oh, with the what?
Well, he gets from his planet to
beamer
Earth.
thing?
Yeah, he gets from his planet to Earth in like a second or whatever. So
yeah,
obviously he
with
travels.
the context, sure.
Exactly.
I
So
can
with
accept
the
it.
context of this, it also makes sense. You just said Marvel's coherent, right?
Yes,
So why is the Bible not coherent?
because what is it? It seems to like you cannot get the flat Earth out. Like you cannot get around the flat Earth. You have to say it teaches a flat Earth.
No,
and
you
then you have
don't.
to say it's contradictory.
Nobody believes in a flat Earth. So why, like anybody
Actually,
in the tradition?
You're actually wrong about that.
Okay,
one.
okay.
The people I've been talking to for the past couple days.
I know. There are a lot of people that give us a bad name by being
Oh, he
fundamentalists,
told
by
me- he
being
told me-
literalistic. Yeah, what did he tell you?
He told me that I hate the truth because I don't believe the Earth is flat, and then he told me he doesn't debate it
Okay.
in the same sentence.
So I think you know that you're not talking to that guy when you're talking to me, right? Do you know that?
So does he have the Holy Spirit?
He might. I'd say he's very misguided.
Oh, so the
I'd
Holy
say-
Spirit's not doing that. He's kind of slacking on that guy.
Well, I'd say that guy has a sinful nature, just like me. I would say I don't have the fullness of the Holy Spirit. It comes to me, it helps me, it's there, and it probably comes to him, helps him, it's probably there. But yeah, you can delude yourself, you can blind yourself, you can have wrong theology, you can have false faith, or faith in the wrong thing from a
Period.
misreading. But that's why it's important to rely on tradition. So this guy probably comes from some crazy evangelical young Earth creationist church. And that has no tradition at all. They don't
Thank you.
refer to the church fathers. They don't refer to the actual eyewitnesses at the beginning, the apostles.
Perfect.
So we agree.
Yes, we rely on humans to teach us. We don't actually rely on God or a Holy Spirit. We rely on a man-made institution to get our doctrine correct because there is no external help.
No, false. I mean, what are you talking about? You
Go
can't just
back to
say
Christians burning each other.
you can't just say
Who has
oh
the Holy
my
Spirit?
God. Well, certainly Jesus had it. Like 100% Jesus had it. If anybody.
Is the Father a spirit?
The Father, the Son, and the Spirit are one God in three persons. It's the triune God.
Is
I think
the
you know
Father
that.
also a spirit?
Well, now we have to go to Thomas Aquinas. The Father has an essential nature. Is spiritness part of that nature? Hard to say. Well, how do you define spirit? Do you just mean immaterial?
True, famous.
What's that?
Um,
Oh, yeah,
I
but
was
none
just-
of these work. There will always be a metaphysical excuse. Yeah, but that is the point. Metaphysics exists. It's important. It's real. So, of course, there's going to be a metaphysical excuse.
So wait, what'd you ask me again? Sorry.
So, what do you mean by spirit? Or what was the point of the question? Is the Father the Spirit?
Because if you read Genesis, the Spirit was hovering over the waters.
Oh, I would interpret that as either the Spirit of Christ or the Holy Spirit itself. Yeah, that's how I would interpret that.
So it'd be the Holy Spirit.
It could have been. I have to do a little exegesis on that or see what the
Yeah.
official stance is. But
Yeah, you have to learn from people.
yes, indeed, people who have done the research in the scripture.
Oh, so they have the better Holy Spirit than you.
Yes, of course. Of course,
No.
some people are going to
Why
have
would they?
more. Well, What do you mean? Wait, so you're saying that everyone, if the Holy Spirit exists, everyone must have the exact same level of knowledge. Everyone
So are you
must be
telling
able
me
to
you believe
access
in
it equally.
theosis?
What's
You
that?
believe in theosis?
Yes, I believe in theosis.
Okay, well, this is just getting more complicated because you're a Protestant who believes in theosis.
Yes,
This is
that's what
like-
I'm telling you. I'm not the typical of evangelical that you think I am, and you're trying to impart.
No,
You're
no,
trying
no. Oh, I respect you. You're smart. So.
you're trying
you
to
have to
impart.
agree.
You're used to debating people who are dumber than me and who do not.
Yes.
Yeah, so start debating me.
And they no, because you know how many people are like you compared to the people like them.
More
Yes,
people.
let's just get a number in here. Let's get a percentage. How many people
Are
actually
like
know what they're talking
are
about?
like me versus well, okay, that's an interesting question. So how many people are have a theological sort of perspective or something?
Are you a
very
theologian?
small? Well, I wouldn't want to give myself that title, but
I would say you spend actually time learning like a normal person.
then yes, then in that sense I am. So maybe 1% or something like that. But the important question is, which church do people who are not theologians belong to, and what does the church teach? And so the vast majority of Christians are not young earth creationist, crazy evangelicals. That's
The vast majority of Christians believe in the most insane things you can possibly imagine.
That's just not true, man. Are you talking about the whole world, or are you talking about like one state in America?
I would say Protestantism.
All of Protestantism? You read
No,
you look at Gavin Ortland and you're like, this guy's just as
vast
crazy
majority.
as like an anti-abortion fucking like picketer.
He's like the one shining light of Protestantism.
But you know,
Do you listen to James White?
sounds familiar, but I'm not sure I know James White actually.
It's like the Calvinist with a beard.
Calvinist with a beard. I might have. Oh, I saw someone debate him. I am not a Calvinist, obviously. I believe in free will. So yeah, I think I've heard of James White. I didn't like what he had to say in the debate. I thought he came across kind of sillily, but.
You believe in free will?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But God changes people's hearts.
Well, it's sort of more complicated than that, but yeah, I guess God does change. God does reach out to you and pull you up to Him, almost
So the will
constantly.
isn't completely free. Because
No.
completely free will would not be influenced.
Yeah, of course not. Of course, it's not
So
completely.
there is no free will.
No, there is free will. It's just that you don't have 100% autonomy. You don't have complete
So
freeness to do
that's-
whatever you want.
It sounds nitpicky, but that's what the definition means. So you actually have to say there is no free will.
No, that's not. It's. This is absurd. I'm a compatibilist, sort of. I mean, I might disagree with some other compatibilists, but yeah, free will and determinism are compatible. Have you heard of compatibilism?
I just don't see how. I've heard of it. I don't have the perfect definition on all these things, but
Okay.
I don't see how they're how they can be compatible.
I know Infamous wants to be released so bad. He wants to get. in
Yeah,
here
we've
so
been talking
bad.
for a while, so you can.
Okay,
get another
I'm
dude if
gonna
you want.
keep you in tow. Let's see what Infamous has to say, and I also want to see if Jackson has anything to say. All right, you're back.
I mean,
Infamous.
I was jesting around, but
I know.
like, so
Yeah, Jackson's new too.
Yeah,
Jackson is due. If Jackson wants to say anything,
Jackson's due. Let's see what you got, Jackson.
No, you guys go for it. I actually got a quite a list of questions I'd like to ask our generous host here. So you guys take care of your.
You can go for it. I'm pretty
No,
much
go
done.
for it. We're moving on. We're sort of moving on. We did our toe session, which I appreciate you, toe, very much. These
Yeah,
are
same.
important questions. I just would implore you to not impose a literalist view on Christians per se. If you're debating those people, absolutely point
Gonna
out
bang my
these
head
types of
against the
things
wall.
because they need to be
Extremely
broken out of that.
charitable. That's
Yeah.
what you're asking. To be extremely charitable to the point where I don't even regard logic or anything.
No, just
and I
even remotely charitable. Even remotely charitable would be a good start. But anyway,
Sure.
Okay.
Okay,
Listen,
go for
before
it,
we get
Infamous.
into
Go for it, go
Jackson's
for it.
questions. I need to comment on
quick.
the whole.
Yeah.
fucking
Go for it. Go
biblical-
for it. Go
okay.
for it.
Just because there is an excuse or a symbolism for any given thing,
Yeah.
does not mean that that is what happened. And
Yeah.
the
Yes, it
view
does.
That... Okay.
Well, no, because if it's possible, and if God is powerful and who we think He is, then He will make the thing possible, which is possible. Do you see what I mean?
I prefer to talk about the ontological argument of the Bible at that point.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's why usually this is not restricted to, but usually we fall into theism versus atheism because that's, I don't know. It's interesting. It's sort of like the foundation. Like it's hard to get into the Bible if you don't even agree that there's a framework where the Bible ever makes sense.
Well, I mean, it's not that it can't ever make sense. It's that
Yeah.
when you're talking to a Christian, it can't not make sense.
Well,
That's
yeah.
the point.
Yeah. And I appreciate that when I'm talking to you, it also can't make sense. So or atheist or someone that's really opposed to it making sense. Like you could obviously always find some little thing that is going to say, well, this is illogical. This is contradictory, whatever. So I appreciate that. I appreciate both of you
Anyway,
guys.
before I explode, Jackson, what are your questions?
Yeah, Jackson. Get,
All right. So I have two lines of questions. I don't want this to be debate style. I want it to be kind of more like I just ask these and then I write down your responses so I can think about them later. Maybe come back with more
Cool.
of the debatey
Love
content
that.
later.
Love that. Cool.
The first set of questions might be super easy. We might be done with this in like 2 seconds. We'll see.
Okay.
The first question is: do you believe in evolution?
Yes.
Yes.
Simple
Okay.
answer.
Yep, we're
Enlightened.
done. We are absolutely done with that one. That was all I wanted
Okay.
to ask.
Cool.
This is the one that I think is gonna be a little more contentious. And again, I'm just gonna ask for your responses.
Yep.
So the first question is gonna be: can the natural world interact with the supernatural world?
Oh yeah.
Because I assume you believe both of these two exist, correct?
Yeah. I believe in the supernatural and the natural, and I believe in a genuine interaction between them.
Okay. And then the next question will be: can the natural world measure the supernatural world?
Imperfectly, but I would say it can approach measurements. I mean, it depends what you mean by measure. It's a little bit of a misleading word, but I would say the
I
natural
suppose
world
by
can
measure?
the natural world is allowed to make descriptions about the supernatural world. Does that get to the core of it?
I suppose I could be a little more precise with my wording.
Okay.
You would definitely agree that the supernatural world can interact with the natural world, right? That's what
Yep.
your deity believes. You believe your deity does this on a regular basis.
Yes. Yeah.
So my question would be more like, can the natural world interact with the supernatural world in a measurable way, like something that we can define or
Right.
see or visualize?
Oh, interesting. I am tempted to say yes, because I've heard of studies of people. It's like some crazy. Again, maybe when you come back, I'll do more research on this study, and then when you come back, we can talk about this specific instance. But so there, I've heard of studies of people in England. They get a bunch of people, like 200 participants in this study, and then they say, give us three names of like your friends, and we're gonna choose totally at random which one of your friends is going to call you during this study. And you would expect that they would get the right answer about 33% of the time, somewhere around there, because, it's a 1/3 shot if you have no idea what's going on. And then what they observed, that you had almost more of like a 70% accuracy rate. And so the only way for me to explain that would be if there was a almost supernatural, essentially supernatural connection that you have with your loved ones and your friends, so that you can almost feel them reaching out to you. So I'm tempted to say yes. Is that kind of what you mean? Or are you saying, like, can I pray to God and then show you that he answered my prayer or something like that?
It's kind of more like, you know what? I'm not going to try to clarify my questions right now, because
Okay.
The whole point was I just wanted to write down like these really rudimentary things
Cool.
and then revisit them at a later date and come back to you at a later date when I have like a more refined process. So I'm just gonna
Love it.
If that's okay with you, I'm just gonna keep going through these, and once
Love
I get
it.
done,
Keep
like,
going.
Everyone else can take back over. All right.
Keep going,
The next
keep
one
going.
is, I think I know the answer to this one. Do you believe in the soul?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Can
This
I ask you
fucking
what your
guy.
definition of a soul is?
Oh, jeez. Okay.
You can be
Yeah,
as
sweet.
loose or as specific as you want. It doesn't really
Okay.
matter.
Okay. To be as loose as I want right now, I'm going to say the spiritual component of the self.
All right, sounds good. And then I would say, would you consider the soul to be a supernatural or natural phenomenon?
I'd consider that to be supernatural.
Supernatural.
Huh.
All right, and then I want you to steelman the atheist position here for me.
Okay.
What would you expect to see if humans didn't have a soul, and what we define as a soul is simply an expression of biological and physical processes? What would you expect to see? What tests could we do to try to confirm this is true, that there really
that
is no
humans
soul?
do not have a soul.
Yeah, what observations might we
Oh.
what might we see?
Well, you'd somehow have to do. Am I allowed to keep my? Well, you want me to steel man? Like if I was gonna steel man that, even though I have I have a fundamental disagreement with the steel man, but I'll tell you, I'd say, well, we can
believe in it.
We can only know things through scientific empirical evidence. So we would have to do a scientific experiment, maybe like weigh the body of a person before they die and after they die, and then see if there's any difference in the weight, and then that would discount the possibility of a soul. Of course, I believe a soul is supernatural, so that experiment wouldn't work at all.
You wouldn't weigh it, yeah. So that goes back to you can't really measure the supernatural, right? What natural means.
Measure. Yeah. It's really, I can't see an easy way. Maybe there is a way. I actually don't know, but I can't see a way to like measure it empirically.
You can measure its interactions with us, but not our interactions with it, because
what I was trying to get at, that like supernatural can interact with us, but we can't really interact with supernatural. Like it's a one-way street.
Scientifically, sure.
I just wanted like loosey-goosey definitions. The next question will be, are you familiar with hypoxia, the condition?
When you're short on oxygen. Is that what that is?
Yeah. When you like lose, you don't have like proper access to oxygen, like parts of your body start to shut down, all that good stuff.
Yeah, sure.
And so, branching off of the last question, these are going to be instances where I think these are pretty good evidence of why there wouldn't be a soul, and I would like your response to them.
Sure. Great.
So first example is hypoxia. So you don't have enough oxygen supply, parts of your body begin to shut down. If in the very unfortunate scenario that you suffer from like brief hypoxia and then you're brought back to a proper oxygenated environment, but the part of your body that the hypoxia targeted was your brain, you have parts of your brain die off, and then the result that we have is that these people like will fundamentally change who they are. Their behaviors become different. Their memories are gone. They like even loved ones will describe them as like fundamentally different people.
Absolutely.
And so my question to you would be: isn't this what we'd expect if there was no soul? If it was all tied to biological processes, that losing part of your brain results in you becoming a different person?
No, I don't think that's what you would expect if you had no soul. That's what you would expect if a large part of your personality is dependent on your physical brain structure, which I believe is true.
Okay, personality.
Dependent on so maybe the soul informs your personality to some extent, or to a large extent, but also obviously the physical part of your body is really important too. So if you lose a big chunk of your physical body, then you'd be a different person. Just like if you lost a big chunk of your soul or something.
Yeah, you said the aspect of the self was spiritual, not all of it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, then I suppose your response to my second, but this is going to be my last question. Your response to the last question is going to be same along the lines as the first one. I think the last one is just going to be people with addiction problems. We biologically understand that addiction is it's a completely biological phenomenon, right? Like our sensory and nerve inputs override our desires and force us to seek addictive substances. You can talk to hundreds of people who are addicted to all sorts of different substances, and they all say they hate it and they want to quit and they want out of it. And so now I would ask you, is this an instance of the natural overriding the supernatural? Because now we have the physical biological processes overriding the actual desires and free will of the person.
It is very unclear to me that even though people say they hate it, that they actually hate it more than just doing it. Because the whole thesis of Alcoholics Anonymous and basically how people get clean is they hit rock bottom. You've heard that. So they get to a point where they start to hate doing the drugs more than not doing the drugs. Even though they might say like, oh, this heroin, or like I used to say this when I was addicted to weed, Lord, please help me, like keep me off of that. You might say like, oh, I hate this stuff. I know it's killing me. I know it's making me slower. But fundamentally, I just wanted to do it more than whatever I perceived the downsides to be. So I don't know if I don't think your free will. I mean, yes, you're free. There's a determined element of like, you're going to sort of be in this groove of it's easier just to do the drugs than not do them. But I don't see how that invalidates your free will choice, especially given that some people actually do recover from addictions.
Okay, so you think that that addictive tendencies are more stronger inclination towards the desire of the person as opposed to actual biological responses?
No, I mean, I don't want to downplay the biological response. I know that's a huge element of it.
Okay.
I just want to say that it doesn't override the soul, because ultimately you can choose. And so if it was purely biological, then you actually would never be able to choose to stop.
That's true. Okay, so then if I had a person in front of me that right now that was like super addicted to methamphetamine, can you give me a rough estimate of what percentage do you think their addiction is the result of their own desires to pursue that substance, and what percentage is roughly biological? It doesn't need to be precise, just like what you feel.
My general intuition would be that's probably with meth or with something super addictive, it might be as high as like 80 to 90% of that is biological, like a compulsion. But as long as there's even 1% that remains outside of that biological compulsion, then yeah, the soul is valid.
Okay, I think that's all I wanted to ask then.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother. That was a good. I like that exercise. That's a fun one.
Yeah. Well, now that you've given me the framework, I'm gonna come back with some even harder ones. So
good. That's what I desire. That's what I hope for.
All right.
It's what you're addicted to, even.
It's what I'm addicted to.
Yeah, it's what you're.
I can't stop.
All right. See you later.
All right. Peace, brother.
Talk to you a bit, man.
All right. Welcome. Okay. So, anyone want to pick up on that or what we were talking about before?
Do you still smoke?
I quit about a month ago, and I'm staying strong, but I am a week person. So I hope I'm going to continue to try to stop. But anyway,
I feel that.
I've never Streets, how we always talk about how I'd make a great Christian. I've never smoked, drank, or did anything.
You would, brother. You would.
I might be the second coming.
Yeah, that's so funny.
No, but
it's tough, man. It's tough. Only by the grace.
Or do you just never get it?
Both.
Oh.
You never really had the desire to, huh?
I'm very happy.
Yeah.
I don't need anyone fucking with my head.
That's great, man. I appreciate that. What about you, Toe? Where are you at on that journey?
I already tell bro is everything.
You smoke, yeah.
Smoke a bunch.
Yep. No, I get you, man. I get you. And I
also
trust
like
me.
drinking too. So
I was like your quintessential stoner. Truly.
Oh yeah.
Everyone always makes the joke that I don't drink, but I'm Irish.
Probably
yeah, that's right.
Too,
You're like probably the only Irish guy that doesn't drink. That's funny, man. That's funny.
Yeah.
That's good, man. Where are you from, Toe? I'm curious.
I'm from Arizona.
Arizona, right on.
Oh, I know a guy in Arizona.
Right on. Are you in Phoenix or?
Chandler. It's like the same thing pretty much.
Okay.
It's like the hottest place on earth and it sucks.
Yeah, I was gonna say. It must be really hot.
There's like almost like no redeeming qualities about it.
There's no ocean. There's no
a fucking coyote, dude. Yeah, he was.
There's
like,
no
that
trees.
Sucks.
There's no trees. It's just a desert.
We only have cactus and dirt. Everyone's lawn is rocks.
Oh my.
Cactus.
Are you gonna stay there? You think you're gonna stay there? Or you're gonna try to get out?
I need to leave.
Yeah, get out. Yeah.
I need to leave.
I need to leave. Well, California's not too far from you if you don't mind that type of environment. It's pretty nice out here. That's where I'm at. I'm in LA right now. I'm from South Carolina originally.
Jesus Christ, man! You're in LA and all you did was get a weed addiction. You're fucking strong.
Exactly. I know, and I'm such a. I wonder if that in some way inspired me to even move here because I was already a stoner. Like that happened in high school, I'd say.
I thought you were saying somewhere inspired me to be a Christian. I was like, shut up.
Oh no. No, if anything, LA is like one of the most not actively hostile. Like it's not like Armenia in the 90s or whatever. But
I heard that the devil solves mysteries there or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just you get a funny look. They get actually Norm Macdonald has a hilarious bit. Where he's talking about like it's actually a really I don't know. Do you guys know Norm Macdonald, the comedian?
Shoot.
No.
Wait, does he rap?
No, he's damn. Maybe this will get lost on you guys then. But he's my personal idol. I'm a stand-up comedian as well. That's like my number one.
I've seen
like sort of activity, I guess you might say. And so Norm Macdonald's my idol. I think he's the best stand-up that ever lived. But he died in like pretty recently. So. He had a funny bit, or like he was just talking in a uncharacteristically serious podcast about his own theology, really, and religion. And so he was talking about when he told Sarah Silverman like he believes in God, and Sarah Silverman goes like, "You really believe that stuff with the big guy with the beard and stuff like that?" And and Norm goes like, wow, I don't know. You're the one saying he's got a beard, but like, yeah, I believe in that stuff. And then Sarah Silverman goes, well, good luck with that. And then Norm in the podcast is like, yeah, well, good luck to you too. It's not like your thing is like a cup of peaches or whatever. Like your whole thing is you just die and you get dirt thrown on you. Like I don't see how that's better.
I feel like
true.
it's no surprise that my favorite stand-up comedian is George Carlin.
Oh yeah, that's not surprising at all. Actually, that's not.
Yeah.
I like George Carlin. He is good.
He gives me the uncle that your parents hate you to be around, but
Yep.
he's so sick. He's so
Exactly. Yeah. No, George Carlin's a goat. I mean, one of the absolute classics. So I definitely respect him as well. Top.
Dude, I like Matan
10.
Evan though.
Which one?
Matan.
Oh, Matan is
Evan.
hilarious. Matan cracks me. This is the new wave, dude. I love this kid, and he's kind of the reason I love the younger generation, like the Gen Alpha. I don't know if he is Gen Alpha, but they're just like totally irreverent. They don't
I
take.
don't like them at all.
You don't like him?
I don't know.
I think they're smart.
I like him, but he's like the exception, you know. He's
I
like
don't
the
know if
one-
he is the exception. I think that
He's
generation
the one who
created
crawled
him.
out of the barrel, you know.
He is exceptional. He is exceptional.
Which one is John Alpha?
Yeah, he's a genius. He's actually a genius.
Yeah, he is. Gen Alpha, I think, is it's what I refer to as like the TikTok kids. They say like gooning, skibbity toilet, like this whole, like that.
The Gooning was the first one.
Yeah, that's the first one that comes to mind. That's probably a reflection of my sick mind, but
Dude, I can't stand their rage bait. Like half the time I'm trying to have a discussion with someone, and someone just comes along and calls it rage bait.
yeah.
It's like
This
what
got to be rage bait. I'm like,
It's
Yes.
got to be rage bait.
I actually, in the discussion that we talked about with the free will stuff, I put I haven't, again, I've been out of the scene for a long time, so I
Yeah,
put
yeah.
up a post on Reddit,
Uh-huh.
seeing if some sort of syllogism could be made for free will.
Okay.
And so some person came in and they were like, this again? Like, and I was like, they were like, this must be rage bait. I'm like,
Rage
new
bait.
I'm
Yeah, they don't
new here, dude. Like,
they
what do
don't
you
It's
actually
want
like-
from me?
respond. That
Yeah.
bothers me.
It is a way to shut down conversation pretty easily. Rage
Yeah.
bait. Actually, I just saw Destiny. I made a video about like Destiny and whatever. He made a really. It was funny. He like refuted his own point about fine tuning,
Oh,
which
yeah,
I
he
found
defeated
funny.
himself.
He like
Yeah,
defeated
yeah.
himself about fine tuning. So anyway,
One of the biggest W's with Destiny, though, is the fact that he fucked Nick Fuentes. And now Nick Fuentes is fucked.
wait, he did what? He
Wait, did you see
Him
another
and-
dude's name?
Him and Nick Fuentes had
Yeah.
sex.
they had
What?
sex?
Yeah, this happened like a while ago. And Nick Fuentes,
No way.
Nick Fuentes, dude, is fucked. He's dead. Like, he's dead in the water, dude. That's why you haven't heard from him in like months.
That is so funny. I haven't
I
heard
don't
from
know
him.
who
Because,
that
like,
is.
don't get me wrong. So Nick Fuentes is the guy who said, "We own your bodies." The
Oh,
glass
what the
ceiling's
heck?
made of brick.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
It's like a meme.
I don't really know him that well. I've just seen a couple memes of him. So like he's like a
Like,
conservative commentator, right?
Super conservative, super
Oh.
right leaning.
Like
I don't know, like, any
like
politics.
radical. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like radical. Like, he was basically saying, like, we own women's bodies.
Wait,
You
he's
will
gay?
never like. No, he wasn't. That's the thing.
Wait, what? So Destiny
the thing.
raped him or what?
No. Listen. They both have these facades, right? Destiny hates Nick Fuentes, but he debated it, right?
Okay.
And then Nick Fuentes hates Destiny, but he debated it. Apparently, afterwards, they fucked.
That is so
That has
funny.
to
And I'm just gonna say this right now.
Yeah.
If it's true, and I'm pretty sure it is,
Yeah.
Destiny took one for the fucking team, man. Because like Destiny will survive that.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
everyone knows he fuck,
Yeah,
sure,
I
he
mean,
fucked a piece
that's
of shit,
what
but he's
he-
not in a relationship with him.
Right,
Nick
he's like
Fuentes is
open.
fucked.
Destiny's like openly bi, and his worldview allows him to be gay. But Nick Fuentes like painted himself into this fucking like
Yeah, it's
alt
so bad,
right,
like-
like radical. That's so...
Apparently, there's a video of it, but I haven't seen that. But I don't.
Okay, that is really funny.
It's so stupid. Like
To
fuck
me,
your
they
baby, dude.
kind
He's just
of
fucking his
are-
enemies now.
I feel like they kind of are each other on either side, and maybe you agree.
On either
maybe-
side, sure. Yeah, I agree.
in some way, maybe Nick Fuentes is more radical than Destiny is, but Destiny does say some insane things. Like for instance, he doesn't know that you can call the Holocaust bad. That's like okay, I guess. Like fair enough
Oh,
if that's
what?
your. That was Destiny. Alex O'Connor pushed him on the exact thing we were talking about, which is morality,
Dude,
subjective versus
I don't like
objective.
how Alex O'Connor sits. I can't watch him. because of the
You
way
don't
he
like how
says.
Alex or Connor? You mean he crosses his fucking legs?
So you know exactly what I'm talking about, dude. I literally can't watch him, dude.
What do you mean, dude? Are you
That's
like,
so fruity.
are you like under
Yeah,
5'6"?
that's
Like,
Dude, it's like a pseudo intellectual move. Like it's
Yeah.
like, oh, I'm so distinguished. Let me cross my legs, and he's just like
brother,
sitting there
he
with his
has a
British
theology
accent.
degree
Like
and goes to like
he
Harvard.
must have like
he's
0
allowed.
balls. He has like no balls or something.
No,
That
he doesn't
is-
cross his legs like that. He crosses his legs in like a V shape. He's just lanky.
That is funny.
Oh, are you saying is he tall or something? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he's like tall as fuck. Have you
And
not
he's
seen
like
how he
super
crosses
skinny or
his legs?
something? But dude, like,
Yeah.
that's kind of like impossible still. Like
No,
I'm
no,
not like
because
short.
like look, right? He like does the whole like V shape of like sitting down like a man, right, avoiding your balls, and then he crosses that leg over his knee. He just has really long legs.
Okay.
That's
Like you can see his whole cooch if he crosses his legs. He's just lanky as fuck.
yeah.
What
I'm
do you guys
not,
think about Jordan Peterson?
Actually, this is a good topic. Actually,
This is a pretty good
ahead.
topic.
What do you think about Jordan Peterson's view on Christianity and how? Well, if we really look at it,
Oh, on
Christianity is
that
really.
one's
I think
he's not like a Christian.
he's like a borderline Christian. I would think he like goes to church. I know his wife is like actually converted.
He is what a Christian's. He's what the idea of a Christian would be if I tried to just explain what a Christian was to an alien.
Yeah, sort of. What my take on him is that one thing I do appreciate is that it seems that he affirms that if you went back to like 2,000 years ago and looked in the
He
tomb,
would be resurrected.
that
Yeah,
Jesus would have been resurrected. So in that sense, I can appreciate the claim. But
it took 30 minutes to get there, though.
I know that's what I don't like about it. He's very circumspect about it, and he basically, and I can appreciate this because he is an academic. So he sticks rigidly, like I would say too rigidly, to the psychological interpretation of the scripture. I think that's super valid. There should be
that's the thing, is that
psychological
he
interpretations, but that's all he does.
Only cares
so.
about the psychological section. That's the
Yeah.
thing. Is that, like, he doesn't care about the metaphysical claims. He doesn't care about the
Right.
actual.
He literally
He
and it
just cares
seems,
about how
yeah.
people view the claim. And
Exactly.
I'm like, I don't care about
Yeah, he
that.
says like nothing. He like
Yeah,
says
dude.
nothing extremely slowly, and he
Streets.
closes his eyes like he's in pain while he does it.
Yeah.
Streets, ask me a question.
Okay. I'll ask you a question that someone might ask, like a Jordan Peterson type, like,
Sure.
okay, so
Can
you
do his
know,
voice?
oh
You
yeah, I
have to,
actually
like,
have a
go
bit.
footage of,
I actually have a
like,
bit
cracking.
about it. I can't do his voice. I do like a Mickey Mouse version, but I have a bit on stage that's super fun to do about Jordan Peterson. Like one time, like I was listening to a thing, I was listening to a podcast with him and a like ex porn star, I think it was, or maybe it was actually just a lawyer like suing big porn essentially for
yes.
like taking advantage of people. And she goes like, yeah, the thing that's so fucked up about like pornography is that, you know, you get addicted to this image of a woman, but what you're watching, it isn't even a real woman. And then Jordan Peterson pipes in and he goes, it's not a woman at all, is it?
Well, it's not a woman at all, is it?
It's some sort of woman machine hybrid.
Some sort of woman machine hybrid in the zeitgeist of the mental space.
Exactly.
What do you mean? Like, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, and it's like you,
like random.
idea.
it's like you sort of know what it means. Like you can, but you have to do the work of making it make sense.
No,
Like
the
Yeah,
worst
because it
part is
doesn't
I
actually
know
make
it.
sense.
The
Dude,
worst
that's
part,
like the
of,
Bible.
yeah. No, let's not get back into that, okay? He's just gonna say it makes sense, and you're gonna say it doesn't make sense, and then he's gonna say it makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
I was there sitting on mute for a half hour. Listening
I
to
know.
you both
Just go back and
It
forth.
doesn't make sense. It does make sense.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. It
Yeah.
does make sense.
Yeah.
Like,
It was an important
Yeah.
conversation to have. We
Dude,
eventually
that's why
got to
we
the
had
point.
stop after a while.
We made some I think you
I don't know
saw
how
that
to
I
have so
wasn't.
much stamina, dude. I don't
I
know.
know,
how
I
you did
know.
it so long.
The thing about the revelation, that was a pretty good point. I still remember it. That's
Yeah,
what it is.
right. Well, and then that's how I would urge anyone to read the Bible with a symbolic lens. First, take whatever you can that's literal out of it, but the symbolism is the most important part. Anyway,
Do that with any text. Now it's correct. What do I
yes,
do?
literally,
Dude, the
and that's
first
actually an
time-
What do I
extremely
do, dude?
empowering worldview. That's totally empowering. And so then you see which texts are symbolically like important and which ones are not.
What am I empowering? Liars?
No. Okay. You're empowering yourself to be able to read Harry Potter and take a message away from it. If you have no ability to interpret symbolism and no desire to impose symbolism
No.
onto
Oh,
anything,
No,
Dude,
we
I
can
love
do
deep
that.
interpretations. I love deep
Yeah.
interpretations.
Dude, I watch video essays all the time about stupid shit.
Right.
We played Faith the other day. I love
Exactly.
doing it like that.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah,
I
yeah.
love that game and the symbolism it has, right?
Totally.
I love the story of the Bible. I think it's cool.
Yep.
Do I think every story that I read is correct about the world? No.
Well, good, because I don't either.
You
So
agree,
you're even
yeah.
more of every single day you become more of a Christian.
No, every single day you become more of an atheist because you don't
No.
believe in all the
Yeah.
gods in the world except one.
You
No,
actually
that
contradict
you know
Orthodox
that's a
teaching.
fallacy. Sorry, what was that, Tell?
You contradict some Orthodox teaching.
Yeah, that's why I'm not quite an Orthodox, because I'm not sure if you have to hold. Well,
Heretic.
anyway, whatever. Well,
Yeah, I
what
mean,
were we talking about before?
Realistically, every Christian has their own fucking sect of Christianity. Like,
Yep.
And I don't want that to be the case. I want to be firmly established in a tradition, and I don't think I make claims that are too radical for my tradition. But maybe someone could argue that they are.
Protestantism, I don't know.
You kind of hold to like a more Protestant view of salvation.
Like what? In what sense are you talking about?
Okay,
He
well,
has like a
believe in
very
theosis.
liberal. He has a very liberal view.
I actually
about
have the Catholic.
salvation.
I actually adopt the Catholic view of salvation, which is
What?
Oh my gosh.
I
No, you
pray.
don't. I've talked to you about this. What?
I know, and I have some ideas, but those, like the crazy one I told you about, like the Jungian thing, where like our personalities are split from us, and the bad personalities are sent to hell, and the good ones are subsumed into the soul and sent to heaven. That's like crazy. I recognize that that's insane.
Well, that sounds like
Not even that.
just sounds
Even the
like
fact that people who
theology.
don't believe in God can go to heaven.
Well, that is accepted in all traditions.
Not in Catholicism.
Well,
You
not
ever
that
been
they
to the
don't
fucking
believe.
Vatican?
No, not that they don't believe in God, but that they don't affirm the divinity of Jesus, because obviously that's the case, that they go to heaven because it's said in the scripture that Jesus goes back and then takes up the people that are meant for heaven from history. He empties hell, right? So there is space for that belief, but the Catholic like response statement that I hold to in terms of salvation is, I hope and pray for the salvation of all people. And that's all I can do. And what the Orthodox are going to say is, I know what God is, but it's hard for me to say what God is not. And in the same way, I can say, I know what salvation is. I know the easiest, clearest, most explicit way to be saved, but I don't know what salvation is not. I don't know
There's
who
very few
doesn't get
points-
saved.
There's very few points that you make, and I'm like, that makes a lot of sense. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Right?
Yeah, you could extend that there, sure.
Yeah.
Oh, what about John 3:16?
Oh no, not John.
For God so loved the world that he sent his only son.
No,
Yeah, through 18.
no.
What happens after that? I can't remember.
That
I
anyone
think it's
who
like,
believes,
I am the way. Is that it?
Yeah, I mean, he
that
is the
anyone
way.
who believes will be saved. And
Yeah,
those
that-
who do not believe are condemned already because they have not believed in the name of the only Son of God.
Oh, it's the second one.
Okay, so there's that. Indeed, God did not send the world in this. Literally, indeed, God did not send the Son into the world to condemn the world. Boom, boom, boom. But in order that the world might be saved through him. Those who believe in him are not condemned, but those who do not believe are condemned already, because they have not believed in the
so
name of the only Son of God.
I
Yeah.
will say that, like, I know this one, and the argument against it's pretty sound. Like, essentially, they just use the word believe, not as in, like, if you don't believe in me, you will be sent to hell. It's if you have been
Believe
given
in
the
his name.
opportunity to believe me.
Simply
Right.
believing in his name.
Yeah, right, but that, like, okay, let's be honest. If a
Okay,
fictional
but-
character like Spider-Man said, "Believe in my name," I don't think that you'd
I
actually
agree.
say that. Like,
Okay,
Yeah.
I actually agree with that.
Yeah.
yeah, I don't think like there are some things that do have symbolisms. I'm not saying a lot of the shit
But-
has symbolisms, right?
Oh,
But,
I'm
like,
more focused on the second part where you're condemned already because you do not believe in his name.
does it
but-
say that? I don't think it does.
But those,
Yeah, you're
am I
already
sharing? Am
condemned.
I meant to share my screen. Hold on, it's up here right now. Okay. But those who do not believe are condemned already, because they have not believed in the name of the only
Oh
Son
yeah.
of God.
So the rebuttal to that classically is that if you have been given the opportunity to believe in him, as in you know what he is, and
Yep.
you do not believe in him,
Yep.
then yes, you are already condemned because you have chosen not to.
And
But
it's
if you
important to
have never
understand that
known
you
of him,
you have to know who he is, even if you
yeah,
like,
and
because
so when
many
you
people
die,
will come
you will
to
be presented with him, and then at that point, if you go no, yeah, you will just die and go down.
Exactly.
Like, that's how it's
Which
viewed.
you
by
would be
scholars.
insane to do.
Okay. Do we choose what we believe?
We're back here.
I mean, this is
Okay.
fundamentally a free will question, but yes, I believe that you do choose your beliefs.
Did you choose to believe 1 + 1 is 2?
Yes. I mean, I know people that literally deny that. Terrence Howard, for instance.
Well, he thinks the square root of 2. Yeah, whatever.
He's the crazy dude. Like, come on now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So obviously you can choose your beliefs. If something as simple and objective and obviously true as 1 + 1 = 2 can be chosen not to be believed, then obviously you choose your beliefs.
But here's the thing: if I say something that makes sense to you right now, you choose to believe it, or do you just like, oh yeah?
That makes sense. Yeah. You're rationally convinced.
Yeah, you're like rationally convinced. It's not like you have a blockade up and then you're like, oh, I'm letting that in. It's like that makes sense.
Yeah.
If I say 1 + 1 = 2, you never really went, I'm gonna choose to believe that. You were like, that makes sense.
Yes. Yeah. No. I agree. I mean, I agree. This is, again, it's like a compatibilism, basically, between determinism and free will. Just because
I do think you can choose to believe certain things in the way to where you can choose to keep yourself away from certain sources of information.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can choose to reject things.
Well, no, because like if I choose to keep myself away from Mormonism, and then let's say I have the proponent to become a Mormon, I am essentially choosing not to believe in Mormonism.
But Mormonism is less rational, it's like it's a lot less rational.
I agree, right? But I wouldn't be choosing in that case, right? I would just not accept it. So there is a way to not believe in things and choose that. It's just not direct. Like if you present to me something that makes sense, I'm not choosing not to believe it or to believe it. I will either believe it or not.
Yeah, I mean, I just think there's in-betweens. Yeah, I think I'll agree with you that there are certain things you just don't choose to believe. You just believe them. Like, for instance, I think, therefore I am. You don't even have to hear about Descartes to just believe that, right? And obviously, just because you don't have, like, back to the free will, just because you don't have the absolute free will, or I know you guys want to say the libertarian free will to choose to do absolutely anything, doesn't mean that you don't have done
otherwise. To have done otherwise.
I know. Well, yeah, this is going to be maybe you guys can. I'd be interested while I go to the bathroom for you guys to like hash out. Our friend Infamous here does not believe in possible worlds. In other words, he believes there's no way that you could have done anything different in the past. Like choose a different shirt this morning. Toe, do you believe that?
There's no way to prove that or not. So I wouldn't even make a claim. Because remember what I said earlier? I just don't have beliefs. Like,
well, you do.
Like if something's, I just lack beliefs. It's as simple as that. If I don't know something, I just lack a belief in it. You know what I mean?
Okay, so you're agnostic towards free will / determinism.
You don't affirm any negative statement that isn't okay. You don't affirm any negative statement that isn't mutually exclusive with a positive belief you have. You only are not sure of those beliefs.
Okay, that's a little complicated.
Yeah, I didn't really understand that.
Well, because he doesn't have a belief in. He has affirmations of positive things.
Yeah.
And he has affirmations of negative things.
Yep.
Yes.
But those negative things are only consequent from the things he believes that are positive.
Right.
He doesn't have negative beliefs just on their own because he can't prove them otherwise. He would have to use some part of he'd have to use some sect of the things he knows to disprove the things he doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So all the things that he says are false are based on the things that are true.
That are based on the things that are
I guess so.
already confirmed to be true in your mind. Yeah. Forget how we know knowledge or ration or any of that, but
yeah. So because that's a very big distinction. He doesn't just say things that are wrong based on nothing.
Yep.
Okay. I mean,
so yeah, I wouldn't even be able to respond to that. How do you know that?
Also, I know. Okay, it depends on what but if we're just going past that, I personally think that possible worlds do not exist because I have not been convinced that they do. They don't exist until you prove it to me.
This is like you're literally the inverse of him.
No. I'm.
This is like the transcendental argument flipped on his head or something.
No, I'm being agnostic to the claim that possible worlds exist. That's what's happened. I don't know that they exist. You haven't proved it to me, so I'm not going to use them in any rationality I use going forward.
Well, what if I'm just agnostic to the claim that? What if I'm just agnostic to your claim or whatever?
Which one?
The one you just said. What if I think only
possible world that I don't know?
No. What was your claim? You said only possible worlds don't exist, or what was it?
So I'm not convinced that possible worlds exist.
What if I'm saying that I'm convinced that only possible worlds exist? What would you even say to that?
You said you're convinced that only possible worlds exist?
Yes, like the complete opposite of what you said.
I guess you would be convinced of that.
But how would we even? Who would be true?
Nothing would be true because only possible worlds exist. If
Yeah,
under your worldview nothing would be true.
I don't think could we even like debate that? Because I don't think it's provable.
No, that's not even coherent. Well, what you said isn't coherent because you're saying only possible worlds exist, which means
well, yeah, I don't
truly
actually
exists.
understand. I was just saying I was giving you the flip
Okay,
of
wait.
your
Can I ask you a
argument.
question based on this non-existence of of possible worlds?
Me?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you a question. So, did you have any other possible position on this other than the one you currently have?
Well, like, what do you mean?
Well, I mean,
What am I explaining?
you're saying that like there's no other possible worlds, or at least you aren't convinced of other possible worlds, right? So you're agnostic. Did I hear you correctly that you're agnostic towards the reality of
towards possible worlds?
towards possible worlds? Okay, so because you're agnostic, we can evaluate both sides of it. So on the side where there are no possible worlds, there's only like one single timeline, as we got into in depth a couple days ago.
Right, because we only experienced the one.
You could not have any other position than the one you currently hold right now, could you?
I mean, if you want to even go further than that, because I'm a determinist, I couldn't have any opinion that I don't hold.
Exactly. So why would I trust it? They could be wrong.
What do you mean? Why would I trust it?
Well, your opinion could be wrong, and you have no justification for it.
Yeah,
but and you also could not have held.
If someone was to prove possible worlds, sure, now do that.
Well, that's pretty easy to prove. You can imagine them. I mean, it's pretty.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I can imagine things.
Yes, that is literally what a possible world is. It's not a instantiated reality. It's an imaginary possibility that could have happened.
I'm pretty sure that's not what modality is, but.
Yeah, we could probably get into modality a little more.
Modality isn't just the concept of things that aren't contradictory.
Yeah.
Actual worlds.
That's what I'm saying. It's just so radical not to believe in things that aren't contradictory. Even it's also kind of radical not to believe in the existence of your thoughts.
Because okay, whatever. Anyway, they would be contradictory to reality. That's the thing.
No.
That, like, any instantiation of reality exposes the other.
No. It doesn't have to be It's not. Is it contradictory to a reality? Obviously, like me wearing a red shirt and a blue shirt at the same time in the same sense is contradictory. It has to be self-contradictory. Yes. Yeah. But so you don't believe in things that aren't. Oh, my fridge is yelling at me. Sorry.
Your fridge is yelling at you.
Yeah, I got no clue what you guys are talking about.
Essentially, if you believe in possible worlds, free will exists.
I've never even heard of that term.
It's called modality.
Modality.
Anyway,
yeah.
A unicorn, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing contradictory between its pieces, like a horse and a horn.
Yeah.
However, I defy you to prove that a horse with a horn correlates to reality, which means that the possible world doesn't exist, because horses have context.
Well, I would say unicorns
necessary
obviously
of their properties.
Okay.
Right, like a horse only comes about with certain contexts.
Yeah.
The only one of which is reality.
But if a
Therefore,
horse was
the possible world doesn't exist.
Yeah, you're assuming that things in imagination don't exist, or am I wrong about that?
What do you mean by in imagination don't exist?
The fact that I would say unicorns do exist, just not as physical manifest creatures on the earth.
What, you're saying they exist as like thoughts?
They exist as myths, they exist as legends, they exist in imagination, they exist in words, in books. Like there's all sorts of senses in which a unicorn exists. In the same way, all these other possible worlds do exist.
From reality.
What's that?
Which are all stemmed from the existence of reality.
Well,
an actual one would contradict reality. The modality of an actual thing.
Are you saying if a horse was born with a genetic mutation that made a horn grow out of its head, that would contradict reality?
I mean, obviously, when we're talking about something, it's like something that might happen. Sure, that would But like you're again.
But that's what I'm
instantiating
talking
the
about
idea
with
that-
modality. That's what I'm talking about with something as simple as you picking a different shirt. Obviously, it could happen. If you had just picked another shirt, then it would have happened.
No, because when we talk about things like square circles, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does a perfect square exist? Does a square with all of its aspects mathematically exist? Can we have a perfect square?
That is a really good question. I'd say a perfect square. I mean, conceptually, it exists. It's not contradictory. It's not self-contradictory in any way.
Well, because there are no linear, like actual linear spaces.
No, I understand that.
We've discovered.
I agree. In the same sense that the unicorn exists, the perfect square exists.
Well, no, because the unicorn could exist. That's the thing. That like, so when you say the unicorn is not contradictory, and that's why it exists in this possible world. That's not what I mean by could exist, right? I mean that like I don't know everything. This whole scenario where a unicorn is born with a mutation that gives him a horn for some fucking reason. I can't tell the fucking future. Maybe it happens. Who knows?
Right.
It's not a possible world. It's just something that could happen in the future due to my ignorance.
Well, right? You don't believe in could happen.
No, again, when I say could, I just mean something that I don't know.
Yeah, I know. We're gonna keep going around in circles. It's okay.
Yeah, it's just a linguistic problem. Like
it is sort of a linguistic. It's sort of a linguistic problem.
It's like how
but I think the problem, the real problem is not the like one of us being right or wrong. It's just like, what does that do to your worldview to take away your choices and the choices of everyone else? I don't know.
I mean, any consequence that you could levy against me would be a moral claim.
So you're guilt free.
Yeah.
You still went to the judge.
No.
But I think that is a necessary downstream effect of a deterministic universe, is that nobody actually does anything wrong. They actually genuinely have no choice. So there's no distinction between right and wrong.
If the wind pushes a rock down, hits something, what hit the thing?
If the wind pushes the rock down and takes out a shed, the rock hit the shed. The wind pushed the rock, which hit the shed, which took out the shed.
Right, but the rock did.
Well, a combination of the wind and the rock, but sure.
Right, and so there's a gradient of where we would place the blame on either the rock or the wind. For instance, if the wind pushed it, like, I suppose intent matters here, which is kind of how we have here.
Yeah.
But responsibility isn't intent. But like, if you have someone with the intent of you getting shot and uses a proxy, a person, to do that, if that person wanted to do that, that's different from if they were forced to do that.
Right.
Even though both are determined.
Well, no, I mean, I don't just grant you that even though they're determined. It's actually weird that you would use that example, because you're saying that if people are forced to do something, that makes them less culpable, right?
Yeah, because in the will of the other person.
Yeah, so what if everybody's forced to do What if everybody is forced to do everything? Okay, go.
Yeah, because I'm explaining.
Yeah.
The will of the first person that wants you dead is directly changing the actions of said person and then doing it towards you. That person did not want to do that to you.
Right. So how does this help your point again? I don't understand how that helps your. Are you seeing something I'm not seeing, Toad? Let me know. Jump in here if you feel.
I'm so lost because I feel like I could say anything I want right now. You know what I mean?
Like, yeah. I mean, well, that's the intuitive.
I was very intuitive. Like, hey, listen, if I was born 500 years ago, I might have been very not 500, like 3,000 years ago, I might intuit the world was flat.
Yeah, but you keep saying this, but that's something that is scientific in nature, like the shape of the Earth. That is a material thing. Free will is in no way scientific in nature. It's almost more like philosophical or conceptual. So it's not as simple to say that. You can't just say like, oh, it will be defeated at some point or something like that. Like.
Why not? We said that about a lot of other things.
Yeah, I don't think it's determined. I don't think it's determined like how many times we interrupt each other, for example. You know what I mean? Like,
why not?
We can sit here and pause, or we can sit here and talk. It's like.
But you're just saying that we could have done that when reality disagrees with you.
No.
Like 5 seconds ago, reality disagrees.
No, you're just assuming that reality is determined when you say that. We're saying there is a possibility that
we remember the past right now. Was what he said right?
Was what he said right?
It's happened already. Doesn't mean
it's happened already. Exactly.
It was determined by me.
Yeah, it was determined by him. What he said was determined by him. It was a free will choice to say what he said, or interrupt you, or not interrupt you.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
Where does those decisions come from? Because if you're just going to say the self, what's the mechanism for the self? If you're going to say the soul, what's the mechanism for the soul? Tell me how it
so you're
happens.
asking for the same fundamentalist proof of something that is unprovable in the same way that Toe is asking me about unprovable things in the Bible.
Incorrect, because science cannot prove things. Logic and mathematics can.
Right. And logically, you do have free will. That's like the most logical.
Okay. When I just asked you to prove it, you just said you could. So please prove it. What is the mechanism by which we have free will and could have done otherwise?
Because the free will itself
disagrees with you.
Why is that not a valid
mechanism? That's a
mechanism?
circular argument.
It is circular, but you do have to. I mean, some things just are circular, but fair enough. But like, why?
The experience of said thing that isn't necessary.
Okay, again, it's like
not necessitate.
It's like, okay, so I can't prove to you that there is free will. You can't prove to me that there is determinism. But one of these worldviews is extremely destructive to society, and the other one is actually how we built society.
Hey, I don't necessarily disagree with you. We actually have agreed before that there's an evolutionary mechanism here for believing in free will, namely for ease of accountability. I agree it's easier to intuit accountability under yours. I'll agree with that.
Yeah.
I'm perfectly fine with great.
Okay.
I'm not saying that there is nothing we have to give up necessarily by accepting this.
Yeah.
I agree with you. However, giving up things because we were built on like sticks doesn't mean that it's wrong.
It doesn't mean it's wrong, but it's just I would be super careful about doing it, especially if you don't have like a really, really good reason, which I don't know what the good reason is.
Yeah, well, I mean, it being true is my only reason. Not even necessarily
well, that's even more. That's just as circular. I mean, it is true, so it is true. It is true, so it's a good reason. I mean,
well, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm instantiating that it's true because we're talking about the outcomes. That's why I said because it would be true.
Because you have this sort of view that actions, because they are solid in the past and like can't be retroactively changed, that they can't be also changed in the future. But that's just not how I see time.
We only have examples of things we cannot change.
That's just we actually learn. We learn from our past, right?
Yeah.
And yes, we do. We change our future depending on what we learn.
Yep.
So you're saying the past determines the future?
No, he's saying the past informs how you make choices going forward.
So you can still make the same mistake. No, you could still mess up. And you know when you have a really hard decision,
you didn't
when
learn.
You have to take like a day to figure it out. Like let's just say you want to move houses somewhere. You don't just do it. You spend days and like weeks thinking about it, planning it, deciding.
Yeah, but you're putting off. Yeah, but you're putting off the event, not acknowledging that events are happening before that. Like those are the events that we're determining here.
I just think that's hard to believe. It feels like we're in control every single step of the way. So even if it was,
I mean, it does feel like that, yes.
But so then, what is the difference between it feeling as it feels as much like that as like light feels like it illuminates things? You know what I mean? Well, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's all dark and we're actually, I don't know what to tell you. Like it is the most fundamental feeling.
Funny enough, just like how you said, the Earth being flat is scientifically
Okay, yeah. The light example is bad. The light example is bad. I understand.
And the only other thing that would be analogous to what you're talking about is the I think therefore I am, or the using logic to prove logic thing. But that's not analogous here because it's not the same type of subject. You're not invoking it by talking about it.
Yeah. Well, you actually are, because there'd be no point in talking about it.
We're doing.
No. But you would not be, if you're determined to have the position that you have, then there's absolutely no other way that you could have a different position.
Correct. Except in the future, if I am determined to have a different position. If you convince me right now, who cares, right? If you convince me right now, it was determined to happen, but it changed my position. Can you have, in this exact moment that I'm standing right here, have another position? No, because we just stopped a moment in time.
Okay, yeah. Can I have two, can I have two different positions at one single time? Of course not. I mean, I agree with you on that.
You're right, but that's what I'm saying.
Now,
I couldn't.
If you're saying that you could not possibly change a mind.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. If I say something that's convincing to you,
but it's not convincing because I was determined to either believe it or not believe it.
You were also determined to be convinced.
But
Or reject
convinced implies a choice. Like I'm convinced. Like I
No,
made a
it
choice
doesn't.
to believe it. Yes, it does. It's a convinced.
We already gone over the choice belief thing.
No,
That's
dude.
not how
Let's
it
look
works.
up. Let's look up convinced definition because I guarantee
don't
you
think
there's
it-
a choice baked into the definition of convinced. To cause someone by the use of argument or evidence to
Would you look at
believe
that?
something or to
Yes.
take a course of action. So
Would you
there
look at
has to
that
be two
cause?
places. What's that?
Would you look at the word cause in there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is to cause. It's none
Yeah.
of their will.
No one
No, but
chooses
it's
to
to
believe in
cause
anything, even in
someone to
philosophy.
believe something. So how can you believe something that you're determined? How can you change your
Wait,
belief?
so hold on. So hold on. Now, because you were very, let's say, convinced of it before, that convince has something to do with choice.
Yeah.
That's not true.
What?
Definition has nothing to do with choice of it.
To
Now you're
cause
going
someone
on
by
to
the use of
definition
argument or
belief.
evidence to believe something or to take a course of action. To take a
Yeah,
course
I
of action,
fully
you have
agree
to
with that.
choose a course of action. What are you talking about?
Look up the word take, because the word convince has no word for choice in it.
Okay, the word choice is not literally in there, but you know what it means to convince someone. They were on a certain path, then they went to a different path.
You just saying that I know you're correct proves nothing.
I know, but just to try to go with me here. You see, right, how to convince someone they must be able to choose to abandon their old path, right?
No, they just will abandon their own path when they're convinced of it.
So what do you think about this? I mean, is this crazy to you or what?
Oh, I think when you convince someone, well, like let's just say you convinced me of something. I wouldn't choose to believe what you convinced me of. I don't
Yeah,
agree
Toe's a
with
little
him.
Toe's a little bit
but-
in the middle here. Like Toe
Okay,
definitely
you're in
believes
the
in free
middle.
will,
All
but
right,
doesn't
fair
believe in
enough.
this
Fair
point.
enough. We're just running our same old circles. I'm personally not convinced by this argument for determinism. It doesn't
Personally,
really make
I think
sense.
we should go over the arguments for determinism.
Sure.
at some
So
point.
you tell
Like, we
me-
should actually go over it.
Yeah, you tell me what your position on determinism is. There is no free will, right?
I mean, it depends what you mean by free will, because the original, like obviously the libertarian free will of I could have done otherwise is either undemonstratable or undemonstrable or flat out wrong in my view. So either that's how you view more free will, or other people have put forward other definitions of free will to defeat determinism. So it depends on the definition of free will that we go over.
Yeah, we can use that We can use that definition of free will that you have.
Because somebody say like free will just means that the causal chain goes through an agent, and if that's the case, that's free will. I mean, like, sure, free will exists.
Well, I definitely
if
believe
that's how
that the
you define it.
causal chain goes through an agent.
Right, but if that's all you define free will as, then sure, free will exists. Whatever.
Okay, then I don't see why you would. Yeah, I just don't get this.
My problem is the ability to have done otherwise. The existence of the past as just like think of the amount of evidence we have for evolution. Just think of the preponderance, the amount of it, even the amount that we like exist. Right? Think about how much there is. Now think of how vast the past is. Right? All of that is evidence against the ability to have done otherwise.
That's
'cause
not
it's
true.
Set in fucking stone.
That's just literally not true. That's to only take the past, but you're completely ignoring both the
ability
present
to have
and the
had
future.
done otherwise is a past thing.
All I know is that this has to be like some kind of fallacy or something.
Yeah, I agree.
It's literally
no.
not. It's literally
I found it. I finally found it because you keep defining it as the ability to have done any otherwise, which means you're
done otherwise.
have had done otherwise, which means you're confining yourself to the realm of the past, where actually
I'm not confining it. That's the definition of
No, it's-
libertarian free will. I'm not making it up. I took it from
Okay,
somewhere. This is the
then
classical definition of free will.
whoever made that definition is stupid because the definition of free will is
fine.
the ability to do otherwise. That's what I would say.
agree with that.
Unfalsifiable claim, I guess. Sure.
The ability to do otherwise.
Yeah, unfalsifiable.
Well, I would go a bit further with free will. I'd say to the ability to do anything without even being like tampered with at all. So like I would
You
say
fly.
we don't have free will because we have to eat because we get hungry. You know what I mean?
Okay, I mean, I agree with you on that. We're gonna agree. I think we're all gonna agree that you don't have the free will to do things that you can't do. I mean,
Yeah, but that's like getting kind of like too specific.
Oh,
yeah,
sorry,
that's
I
just
have to be
not what we're
specific
talking
with my
about. I'm talking about
definitions.
within the realm of choices that we have that are presented, even if you're gonna say they're illusions or
It
whatever.
just depends on the definition you're going with
All right,
here. Like,
fair enough.
Because like if we're talking about, because obviously there are definitions of free will. To defeat determinism's original proposition, right? I'm not saying that there isn't.
Right.
In fact, I was kind of hoping you'd discover them. I didn't just want to give them to you, but yeah, like there's there is one definition for free will that is basically like, as long as the causal chain goes through an agent, it is free will. And I'm like, okay, well, sure.
I mean, that's what I presented. I did present that to you in my own words, but that was the whole thing of you can't like.
But that wasn't your definition for it. We took mine, which I gave to you, and you were like, "That's my definition." I was like,
yeah. Well, I shouldn't. I definitely should not have accepted the have had whatever bullshit, because that's just okay. If you only want to talk about the past, fine. But we don't even live in the past. We live in the present, and we're moving into the future.
Yeah.
So that's what's relevant about free will. But also in terms of the causal, like a causal chain moving through an agent, I explicated that, and maybe I didn't do a good job. Like in depth, I said
the word you're saying, yeah.
I said there's nothing to say that a cause can't be a product of free will. You know what I mean?
No, you did say those things, but it was under the guise of the definition.
Yeah, okay. So I accepted your definition without really considering the implication of the whole past thing. Yeah. So anyway, I think we're good on free will for now. Let's either think of something else or it might log off. I don't know.
I got one more question.
Okay, yeah, let's go.
Did Elon Musk do a Hitler salute?
Yes.
The question is, did he freely choose to? No, I'm kidding.
Oh my God.
No, yeah, I don't know, actually. That's a good one. I'm gonna.
That was just awkward.
It seemed a little more like an autistic like spasm than a real like purposeful thing. But like, do I think Elon Musk was trying to hail Hitler? I'm doubtful. I'm just fundamentally doubtful.
That's not what Nazis do when they do that. You know what I mean?
That's what Nazis do in 1940 when they do that. Like, that's not even a dog whistle.
Nazis don't exist anymore. Neo-Nazis.
Right. And do I think Elon Musk is a neo-Nazi? I'm gonna say absolutely not.
That's like the funniest conspiracy. That's like
Have you seen? Actually, before you go, I want you to look up this. Look up Charlie Kirk's defense of.
Oh God.
Okay. When he tries to copy the way he does it, and he does it. He just lies. He just lies.
Wait, let's see it. Wait, what is it called? What should I look up? Charlie Kirk defense of Elon, or
it's one of the. It's that one on the very right, second to the very right.
This one.
Yes, that's it.
Okay. This student gives his thoughts on all black dormitories.
Like this is
right? Okay. It's defends Elon Musk's salute. How about that? Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He was at like the same kind of park thing.
Yeah, he was doing his whole
his prove me wrong or whatever, like campus thing. Yeah. Maybe it's this one.
No, he was arguing with one of those TikTok liberals, dude.
Okay.
Like a famous TikTok liberal, but he basically just he doesn't even put his hand in the right direction. He literally he puts it to like the middle of his body and like puts his palm out.
But does this even look like? Does this picture like freeze framed like? I would never assume
the freeze frame. It's not the freeze frame. It's the tap on their shoulder. And
oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, no,
it's in general.
It's in general.
Oh, it's in general. Okay.
Let's watch that.
Check it out.
You look so passionate. What is?
I know. Okay, here it is.
Do you support? Do you think that Elon was like saluting or doing Nazi salute?
Oh, Elon Musk was not doing the Nazi salute.
Look at this shit. Look at
yes, as I did it actually at USC. I said, my name was Elon Musk, and I love all of you in this crowd here today.
Yeah, that is not what he did. I will admit that is not what he did.
So this guy's lying.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk is a bit of a...
Look at him. He's just lying.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Well, mirror it with me. Hi, everybody. I'm so glad from the bottom of my heart you are here, and thank you all for being here.
Look at this.
Yeah, that is not what he did.
He did it like so abruptly, too.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah. Look, see, it's the tap on his hair, and then the elbow up, and then the extend, and then his palm facing down. That's a Nazi salute. The only thing that has ever been similar is the Roman salute, which isn't even proven to exist. It's only
the question is he saluting anybody, or is he doing a weird, like, autistic in the literal sense of not understanding, like, social norms, and just going, like,
because
you up there. You know what I mean?
He's not saluting anyone. It's just a symbol now. It's not. It used to be a salute.
Of his subconscious.
Yeah, he just did the Nazi salute by himself.
Oh, did I just do it?
He's probably a neo-Nazi.
I'm trying to see like what I'm trying to see like how they actually did it.
See how they're like putting their hand down back that I heard.
So are you saying, is the claim that this motion is part of it, like hand on heart to?
Yeah, the hand on heart and then up elbow and then extend elbow palm down. That's the whole Nazi salute. It's not that he put his hand out, right? Like that's not like screenshots of everyone doing that. That's a stupid argument.
Look at this video. Real men, real style. Why were the Nazis so stylish?
Brother
man.
Why were they so stylish?
brother man. Yeah, it's interesting. Maybe it was. I'm. It still seems more autistic than Nazi to me, but maybe.
Also, I do want to add. When remember when he disabled that you could see other people's likes on Twitter?
When he disabled what? People's likes on Twitter?
You can see other people's likes on Twitter. Like you go into their profile, you can see their likes.
Oh, I didn't notice that. No.
He did that a while ago.
Yeah.
And it's because so I can't say it's because of it. But people found out what he liked on Elon Musk's Twitter. And it was a bunch of anti-Semitic Nazi shit.
Oh yeah. I'm not surprised by that.
So
yeah.
You combine that with this, and it's like, it's the Roman salute. Like, fuck off, you're fucking thinking of it.
Was he saying it's like the Roman salute or something? Was he trying to say that?
No, but people defending him were.
Oh, okay. Well, again, it's like evangelicals,
it's the Roman
whatever.
Salute.
Yeah, I get that. I'm not even a big Elon stan or whatever. I don't follow him on Twitter. I don't follow him on all this stuff per se, even though conveniently after he buys Twitter, he just appears, even though I don't follow him everywhere. But anyway.
Yeah, he does just appear.
What I appreciate is somebody trying to get to Mars, which actually does, now that I say it, sound suspiciously Nazi-ish. But
it also sounds suspiciously like the backstory of Doom, which is I'm gonna go to Mars and open a portal to hell. So.
Yep, literally, and a little bit actually. It's really oddly similar. In C.S. Lewis in this sci-fi book I'm reading, he goes like, and yes, this is like, just to add a little level of like mystique to it or whatever. He goes like, and yes, this is a true story, but the names have been replaced. You know who they are. And the guy that sounds like Elon immediately was like, oh shit, that's Elon. Like the guy that's like literally possessed by the devil, trying to like convert Mars, like trying to make another fall happen on Mars.
It is very biblical if you think about it, because he's going to Mars to make something. He's going to Mars to make Earth, as if trying to make something out of Earth. Like it's fun. It's a fun it's like a Luciferian thing.
It is a little bit. Yeah, that's definitely what C.S. Lewis would say. That's what he was saying in that book.
Jackson.
What's up,
Jackson? What's up, dude?
Oh yeah, hey Jackson, welcome, brother, welcome.
You already back, dude?
I am back.
I got a question for you though.
You have more questions?
I have a question for Jackson.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, shoot.
Oh, what do you think about Elon Musk doing did he do the Hitler thing or what?
Did he do a Hitler thing?
Did he do a Hitler?
Dude, I don't know that man. I have a friend in real life, right? And me and my other friends constantly joke about him because he's like an unreadable individual.
Yep.
Everything that he does, sometimes he'll say something and he'll be like super serious about it, but then he'll say another thing that is like tangentially related, and that was like he was just shooting the piss, right? Like I don't know where he's going. I don't know what he's trying to like say to me, and we think it's the funniest thing ever, right?
Cause, dude.
Elon Musk is the same way to me.
That's how I feel.
He has done so much meme behavior in the past, but then he goes and does something like that, and like that is like blatantly, obviously like a Nazi salute, right? But I'm like thinking about Elon Musk. I'm like, but this is Elon Musk. Like, I bet he did it just because he likes the attention and he's an idiot. But like,
have you also seen the thing that he did where he went on an alt account and defended himself to like 6 people on Twitter?
I think he's just like a guy with too much money, but is like really socially inept, and that's just kind of what he does.
Yeah, that's kind of my read. That's sort of my read as well. But I understand why people would be more skeptical, for sure.
In that one picture, Trump looked like fucking Emperor Palpatine. Elon Musk looked like fucking Maul, like when he was behind him, just with his hands crossed.
I don't know if you've seen recent photos of Hillary Clinton, but that actually looks like Emperor Palpatine.
You're right though. Didn't every president at one point look like Emperor Palpatine?
I think they all sort of do. Okay, Jackson, what you got for us, brother?
Oh, okay. So I had now that you bring up Elon Musk, you just added another question to my repertoire. But
let's do it.
I only have one clarification I'd like.
Sure.
It was about the hypoxia question. That was like when people lose parts of the brain, they become completely different individuals.
Yeah.
I really summarized your position, and I realized that it was my summary is really flawed because it leaves a lot of open holes, and I'd like to try to close a couple of them.
For sure. Let's hear the summary first. I'm
you
curious.
said all I have is, so the question is, people with hypoxia lose parts of their brain,
right?
And parts of their personality. Isn't this what we'd expect if there was no soul? And you said no, because the personality is dependent on brain structure, but not entirely. It's like it's partially dependent.
Yeah.
So then the gaps I would like to clarify are when I die and I go to heaven or hell, doesn't really matter which.
Yeah.
Do I retain all of my personality? Is that all still there? Am I still the same personality that I was in the living world?
That's a great question. And we were talking about this a little bit. I have a non-confirmed, not gonna say it, sort of like Jungian view of how this might go down. But what I think I can say comfortably within like some real tradition is that I have hateful elements within me, sinful elements, lots of different ones. And that is part of my personality, right? To that, like on earth as a human being, that is part of my personality. Can I bring my jealousy? Can I bring my hatred? Can I bring my sinfulness into heaven? I don't think so. And that's why the Catholics come up with the doctrine of purgation or purgatory. And I'm not sure if I agree with them all the way about what exactly purgatory is. I certainly don't think you can buy your way out of it or whatever. Although that was rescinded. They don't obviously still do that. But I believe that
Jesus flipping market gif.
What's that? The Jesus flipping the market? Oh yeah,
no,
exactly. That was
Jesus flipping the market.
Yeah, that was part of Luther's sola scriptura defense, or takedown on the doctrine of indulgences. So is the question, is my personality in heaven going to be identical to my personality here on earth?
Yeah.
I'm going to say
the conversation I'm having with you now, if we were to have the identical conversation in heaven, you would have all the same responses, all the same emotions, all the same reactions. Like, would you be the same person?
Yeah, I'm going to say no. I'm going to say my personality is going to be different in heaven. Yeah.
Would that also be true if you went to hell?
Good question.
Because all your sinful shit would be there, yeah.
All your sinful shit would be there. The question is, though, this is interesting. Do the good parts of you, obviously presuming the normal sense of hell, also go with you to hell?
I think if you believe in what you do, you'd have to say no, because all good things conform to God. So therefore,
all the good flows back to God, and all the evil goes to hell.
You'd have to say that no good things exist in hell because Jesus raised all those from.
Yeah, I think that's what I'd have to say, but I'll actually do some research on that, Jackson, for you, because I need to really lock down my hell doctrine. It's super loose right now. It's actually bad to be this like loose about it, but yeah, I'll have to research that for you. I could weirdly see a situation where you have some of your good qualities in hell. I'm not sure. I'm not actually sure.
That's the Orthodox view.
That's the Orthodox view, that the good parts go with you too, Toe?
Yes, because you can get out.
Because you can get out, right?
Yeah,
I would think that you could get out. That's the other question is, does going to hell for eternity mean eternity in the sense that God exists, or does it mean the entire expanse of time? Because those are two very different things. Time is finite, apparently, like hypothetically in this.
Well, eternity wouldn't be finite. So.
Exactly. So is hell infinite, or is it just the entire expanse of time? And it sounds like the Catholics are going to leave some room for people to get out of hell.
Presumably, it is eternal until fucking.
I'm not sure if Catholics do it because they
have
very different views.
Okay.
Presumably, it is eternal until Revelations.
Right.
Like until that happens, then it will be destroyed and abolished. So
yeah.
Until then, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm gonna go with my intuition, and I'm gonna do some research for you though. My intuition is what Toe said, basically, of the Orthodox position, that you can retain good parts of you in hell, but you absolutely cannot retain the bad parts of you in heaven. That's my intuition as well.
Ooh. Okay. Have you thought about where this is gonna land you, mate?
No. Do you have a obvious problem with this?
Issues.
What's the issue with that?
Well,
I don't see any.
Okay, so you're saying that all of the good parts of you can go to heaven, but the good parts of you and the bad parts of you, if you have enough bad parts, can go to hell.
Sure.
Okay, can you get out? You said you can get out?
I would think that you probably could, yeah.
Never mind, that's no problem. That's fine. Yeah,
Oh, okay, yeah.
I thought you were saying
under
you'd
this
never get
view,
out. I was like,
if what I'm saying is true in the sense that like that's what I want to hold to dogmatically, then yeah, you could get out of hell.
yeah, because you would say that all good things eventually come back to God.
Exactly.
Which, I mean,
exactly.
is true with Jesus because he stayed in hell for a bit. So.
Right. And that's a good point as well. Yeah, if Jesus himself was able to go into hell, there's nothing like physically preventing goodness from being in hell. Obviously.
Well, I mean, I don't think it would necessarily be that good was negated. I think it would be that God can go where the fuck he wants, regardless if he's good. But
exactly. Yeah. Right. That too. Yep.
Bro set up the rules. I don't think he cares.
Yeah. Okay. And was there something else, Jackson?
Yeah. So I have two more clarifying questions.
Sure.
The first one is going to be: is the personality an expression of the soul? So I would say a natural expression of a supernatural phenomenon.
The physical expression of the soul, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'd say the personality is not tied to the soul like you're sort of presenting here, but I would say the soul contributes to the personality, certainly.
Okay. How much would you say it contributes? Like mostly, a bit, half and half? What do we think?
Wow, it's a good question. I think it probably depends wildly by person. Like, for instance, if you absolutely hollowed yourself out with, like, heroin or something like that, the soul might have a 1% hold or something on you. Whereas if you're, like, fully integrated and you're maxed out and you're, like, a living saint or whatever, then you might be, like, 98% soul, you know, something like that.
Like walking in the spirit.
Yeah.
You're God maxing, dude.
If you're God maxing, then yeah, I think it's actually going to vary like wildly depending on the person.
All right.
If you're John Ward.
The last clarifying question will be, let's see here. So then people who do get this hypoxic reaction where they lose parts of their brain, they become a completely different person. Is this a suppression of the soul? Like, the soul still exists in that body, but it's no longer being expressed properly. So is the soul being suppressed? So now have we affected a supernatural phenomenon through natural means?
I still think this is too close of an association between the soul and the personality. Like, the way I would see the soul, like, the personality is almost entirely sort of in this realm in a weird way. Or, like...
Would it be biological, in your opinion?
No, well, I wouldn't say...
I would say yes because
if you were to say yes, wouldn't that still not be the natural
I would
affecting the
say
supernatural?
That's kind of biblical because you have the living in the flesh versus living in the spirit. You have like the distinction made in the Bible, right?
Yeah.
You can either follow according to your flesh or you can follow according to the spirit.
Okay, so wait, let me could you restate the question, or let me actually try to say it so I know exactly what you're saying. So, in this like hypoxia situation, is that the fact that your personality changes? Is that a suppression of your soul? That's the question, right?
Yeah. What I'm trying to get down to, if I could maybe run you through my line of reasoning, is we've determined that at least in some part, the representation of our personality is partially due to what we are considering a soul. It could be 1%, it could be 90%. We don't really care.
Sure.
We just know that it's some percentage.
Yep.
So now my question is, if in certain circumstances where people have like severe brain damage, we see that the personality either fundamentally changes, disappears, or is suppressed in some method. So my question then is, if the soul can cause the personality, if we see a degradation or change in personality, have we affected the soul in some way through physical means? In this case, brain damage.
Yeah, I would guess no. I would say that the soul is sort of what it is. Although again, it's like I'm not sure if I can actually really say that. Like, maybe the soul is informed by the choices that you make, then therefore your biology to an extent. So I don't know if it's wrong for me to say that this. I wouldn't say like suppressed, but I would say maybe the body can actually change the shape of the soul.
Body can change
proverbially,
shape of the soul.
Proverbially.
Well, it would need to change the soul, right?
Yeah.
Because otherwise, being here makes no sense.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm actually gonna say, I think I understand now. So I think in that hypoxia situation, you would more so be changing the shape of your soul, or like whatever this random event or whatever happened, might actually be able to change the shape of the soul.
Okay, so then in this instance, are we agreeing that a natural phenomenon, i.e. the brain damage, can mold and shape a supernatural. So there is interaction between both these worlds in both directions.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to say that to begin with, and I think I sort of got painted into a corner of saying like the natural world can't affect the supernatural world. I don't know if you have me as saying that, but I don't really want to.
I just have yes conditionally.
Right,
and then
conditionally.
You said you get back
yeah.
to me on like after
right.
you think about that a bit more.
Right. Exactly.
Even
so
with, like,
yeah.
Even with like humans talking to angels, like the answer has to be yes.
Yeah, I feel like the answer does have to be yes in a certain. So yes, the natural world can interact and even affect the supernatural world.
I would say yes only on the supernatural's terms.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
And then that's all that. And then I had one question that was super off topic, but then but I'm curious about the. Actually, this is the thing that Elon Musk reminded me of for this question.
Cool.
But it doesn't really have anything to do with Elon Musk. It's
gotcha.
If we were to discover life, say on Mars,
Love
like
this
microbial
question.
life, does
Love
that
this
challenge your faith at all?
Not in the slightest.
Not in the
We actually
slightest.
talked
Really?
about this before.
We talked about this before, and I love this question. I have space in my faith for other conscious beings, like basically humanoid aliens or something. Not humanoid, but like, conscious.
Yeah, like the ET aliens, they have their own ET
right,
Jesus.
Right. And so would they have their own ET Jesus, or would they simply come from an unfallen world? Or would they come from a really fallen world where there's some other way where they need to be saved?
Could you imagine they come from an unfallen world? They're like, what the fuck is this shit?
It's actually, that's exactly what these C.S. Lewis books are about. It's really, really, really interesting how he imagines
very funny,
that.
Actually.
It's really interesting how he imagines that. And the way that they're confused by his sinful nature, like the people he meets, the conscious agents that he meets, it's hilarious. It's awesome.
It's not necessarily sentient life. Like right now we haven't figured it out yet, but there's belief that there could be life on Mars,
like microbial,
really trace like organic materials that like this is the stuff that life would need if
like
it existed.
Hot springs and stuff.
Yeah, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
That we know that exists on Mars. We just don't know that life is there. So what if it's microbial life? Like, wouldn't that kind of lend you in the direction of like maybe would that reinforce your belief that God put that life there for us to find, or would it make you think maybe life like can just occur naturally because now we're seeing it on Mars?
Yeah. I mean, there would still be no explanation for the fine-tuning of how the microbial life appeared. Because remember, fine-tuning goes all the way back to the origins of chemistry.
Yeah, I think wouldn't you just believe that God invented the process by which abiogenesis could occur the same way that he presented evolution? Yeah,
absolutely, yeah. And then also I would expect God to love to fill his universe with life. I don't know that he did that, or I can't say that he did that definitively, but that would not be inconsistent with the God I know. And I want to quickly, I think Toe asked me the name of that book. It's called Out of the Silent Planet. Brilliant C.S. Lewis book.
But you're aware of how violent evolution is, right?
Yeah.
Like how kind of like arbitrary and violent.
Yeah.
So that's fine with the character of God?
Oh, totally.
I can hear Alex O'Connor in the background.
This is the Alex O'Connor. This is the Alex O'Connor point, which I have responded to.
It's his most recent argument that he made famous.
Yes, he did, and
I think I heard it from someone though.
And I think it's probably been kicked around, or at least it's a very reasonable.
It's the fucking necessary evil argument.
It's the emotional problem of evil, and it draws on excessive animal suffering in order to it can't possibly logically disprove God, but it can sort of emotionally make it improbable for God to exist.
So it can disprove an all good God if there are no other qualities to God.
I thought he leveraged that statement to say that he's not necessarily disproving the existence of a God. He's just trying to disprove the existence of the Christian God.
Yeah, he's trying to disprove. He's trying to disprove an all good God. But the thing is, it's a straw man because it totally does not. First of all, you must believe in determinism for this to be the case, because ultimately, because the claim is that, well, for one thing, for this to be the case, suffering would have to equal evil. So suffering itself would have to be
does equal evil.
I think so, and so I'm going to grant that. And because suffering
necessarily could create greater goods.
Well, necessarily it could create greater goods and will and does according to the paradigm, to my paradigm. But more fundamentally, there has to be free will because Satan is the author of evil. Okay, not God. Satan is from which evil comes. So if evolution is this like horrific, evil, suffering process, I would say that God would have much preferred to have a kinder, gentler.
You'd argue all the creatures were in the Garden of Eden before this.
Well, natural selection.
Maybe.
Natural selection means you literally just the best who survive are the ones who like keep going. So it's like it needs death for evolution.
Right. But the thing that Streets is saying is that like everything existed as a part of God and equal to God, or not equal to God, like in the garden, for instance, like there were pigs, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Like they all existed unfallen without the suffering that you're talking about.
Or no, because Toe's gonna take that too literally. What I'm gonna say is that Satan fell long before like biological evolution started.
So like before the first cell.
Yeah, before the first cell, I would argue probably like I think there could be an interesting argument for Satan's
fall.
Before
the universe?
That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say he fell before the universe, and I'm going to say maybe that even was the Big Bang or something like that. Because if you think about
That's funny, actually.
Even accretion itself, even like the start of the universe was this violent, chaotic, crazy place. And so
I want someone to write a story about that immediately. That's a really cool idea, actually.
Yeah, I might actually incorporate that into my thing that I'm working on.
That's a really cool idea visually.
Yeah, and it does have this sort of like demiurge taste to it, so I wouldn't want to, I'd want to expand it. But so yeah, if to the extent that like suffering is evil, and to the extent that evolution, like natural selection is suffering is evil, that's the product of Satan's free will choice to introduce this evil into creation.
Oh, you'd even be saying like through casting out the greatest evil, he created the greatest good. That's like a really cool way.
Exactly. Yeah.
Not supported at all, but
you are going to be a Christian one of these days. But yes, that's
I like the ideas of Christianity. Okay.
Yeah,
I like orthodoxy. It's cool.
Yeah. So again, do I want to state things as dogma that I don't know to be founded in the tradition? Absolutely not. So take what I say with a grain of salt, but it doesn't matter for you guys because none of you are Christians anyway. But just so that you know that there are interesting and nuanced and philosophical ways to understand this stuff that is not fundamentalist, it's not literalist, it's not, there's answers to some of these questions. Even if they're not the right answers, if there's any answer, then that's good enough.
You have to view the Bible as true to view the Bible as true.
Pretty much.
What do you think about the Eucharist?
I believe that the Eucharist is, see, you're going to hate me. I believe in transubstantiation.
So you're drinking blood.
I believe the Eucharist is important. It's one of the two real, there might be more. I'm not going to damn someone that believes
so cannibalism is only okay if it's Jesus.
If you want to put it that way, sure. That would be like the darkest way to interpret it, but yeah.
It's crazy.
You said it, not me.
It's crazy. You don't think it is? How is a rational person who's been atheist most of his life supposed to just accept that you're supposed to eat
You
someone
were an
else?
atheist most of your life? I don't believe you.
Yes. No, I spent like a year as a Christian, and I was trying so hard to do apologetics.
I would say I was an atheist for the majority of my life in the meaningful sense. Like I just didn't believe in God. Like maybe I went to church or something like that, but I didn't really believe in anything. So I mean, you're looking at one.
Go back to the faith. It's
but
okay. And now we're supposed to eat someone.
So wait, so you're saying how can a rational person believe in the Eucharist being like an important sacrament or being like a real,
or just being okay in any sense, like being morally okay?
Being morally okay. Well, I mean,
is the Eucharist really the worst thing that God has ever done?
Yeah, I'd say that's one of the easiest things to actually morally.
Oh no, because it directly contradicts his laws, which says do not drink blood.
Do not.
Is that really the biggest contradiction of all his laws?
No, but it's just one.
Wait, sorry. What is the contradiction? What is it?
He says don't drink blood.
Don't drink blood. Okay. I mean, yeah, because you're not drinking blood, but like, I would interpret it that the wine becomes the blood. Okay.
I mean, I think he's also like not.
Loophole.
No, it's not a loophole. I'm saying you're drinking wine. There's no sense in which you're drinking blood, but it's closer to think that Jesus's blood is the wine, right? Like his blood has the chemical makeup of wine, not of blood, right?
Well, it's also at the time wine was viewed very like sacred, like as in purity, right? especially in Jewish tradition.
And old wine into
cares,
new wineskins.
Right? It's just viewed that way, right? And so
also,
Jesus said, "Drink this, or this is my blood." Like he's just saying, "My blood is very pure."
My blood is pure. It's sacramental, and again, this is in the context of the Passover dinner. So the way that one of the reasons we take the Eucharist is basically to remember the Passover. A specific Passover, a very specific one, the one right before the crucial moment, the crucifixion. But that's what it's for. It's to take part in the actual practice of Jesus, like the man from the year zero. It's a way to like actually still connect with him in some like really sort of fundamental way.
So you can go off after this, but I have a question for you afterwards.
So yeah, sure. Anyone go. Yeah, Toe, what's up?
I don't know. I think it seems a lot more likely to assume that Jesus was inspired by like Dionysus, the Greek god. Who,
I read that book by Brian Marescu.
Oh, I don't read books, so.
Oh yeah. Well, that is a really fascinating theory. I really held to that when I was sort of like New Age. I was like, Jesus is just Dionysus. But the better way to see that, for me at least, is that the symbolism, God's symbolism, his story is written in history. People go like, oh well, this guy, these people had a savior, and he rose from the dead, and Dionysus turned water to wine, and this person did this, and you can draw from like 100 different ancient traditions and say like Jesus was just stealing from that or whatever. But the fact that all these different elements are dispersed through different traditions and they all come together.
No, they're predating and contradicting in all the places.
No. I think what the Christians would say is that all of the world, while not able to witness Jesus's like crucifixion and be saved or even hear of him, would all be given versions of his like sacrifice.
They would be able to intuit. Yeah, they would be able to intuit the true structure of reality, and that's going to include a lot of the very specific things we see in the story. So it's not like anyone stole the story of Dionysus.
Yeah, like Prometheus.
It's like Jesus is the actual symbol. Like he's actually God coming to earth. Everything else is people trying to figure out who God is, what he is, and maybe he's a bunch of different gods, like a pantheon of Zeus and Dionysus and this and that. Jesus is the coming together, the peak, the zenith of all those stories in one person for a very specific reason.
Can we do probability real quick? Like what?
Sure.
Like probabilistically speaking, which event is more likely? Stories came beforehand, and as humans have demonstrated throughout all of their history, they like to tell stories over coming years, and those stories change over time. And so maybe Dionysus was adapted into Jesus, or alternatively, God manifested himself in different points in time all over the globe, but only in one specific spot did he ever say, "This is me, I am God." All the other times were like vague allusions to himself. It seems like one is probabilistically way more likely than the other.
Well,
I would agree.
One's probabilistically more likely if there is no God, but if there is a God, then actually they're at least on equal playing foot, or you'd even expect God to show up in small parts all around the world.
We're starting from the assumption of we want to determine whether God exists or doesn't exist. We're like completely agnostic. And we want to look at this as evidence of potential God existence or non-God existence.
Yeah.
And then we weigh it from a probabilistic perspective. We would see one is far more likely
I think
to exist than the other.
If the only information you had is what you just presented, then yeah, I think probabilistically you're right. But I have a lot more information than that. I know about the resurrection. I know about the transcendental argument. I know this and this and fine tuning and this and that. Like the worldview is comprised of much more than just, oh, we see these stories and they all make sense in Jesus. Like if that was the only reason I believed in it, then you're right. That would make no sense.
That's fair. That's fair.
I do have a biblical story that I think makes sense.
Yeah.
Not makes sense. That I want to hear your perspective on.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Why do you think Judas betrayed Jesus?
Oh, why do I think Judas betrayed Jesus?
Yeah, because there are historical like reasons as to why he did it. I have one if you want to hear it.
The reason that's given in the scripture is to fulfill the prophecy, essentially.
I don't think he gives a specific. Like, there's a lot of prophecy that he's supposed to fulfill.
Oh, like they don't mention like which prophecy that is.
Yeah, like why do you think? Like, what was him like? Because he doesn't know all. Like he's Judas.
You know why I actually? You know what I think the symbol is, which I think is the most important way to interpret these things. The symbol is
it's probably
Judas is a close confidant, a genuine friend of Jesus, a disciple, someone Jesus trusts, even though
someone under Jesus,
someone under him, but really more like the way that I'm gonna interpret it symbolically is like a close personal friend. If he has any friends at all, Judas is one of them. He's traveling along with them, all the 12. They all trust him, it seems, beforehand. No one like assumes that it's Judas that's gonna betray him. And Jesus' sacrifice is totally it contains, and this is very Jordan Peterson, so forgive me, but it contains all the ways in which you can be wronged, in which a good person can be wronged. So he's wronged by the government.
Yeah, that's why it's called the ultimate betrayal. Yeah,
it's the ultimate betrayal. So I would say symbolically, the reason Judas has to betray Jesus is to show us the humanity of Christ and to plunge Jesus into the depths of hell of what we experience. So if you've ever been betrayed by, say, a girlfriend or a wife or a close friend, that is one of the most painful tortures.
Jesus knew it was going to happen, right?
Yes, he did. It's unclear when exactly. It's unclear, but yes, of course, Jesus knew that was going to happen. But we have to preserve his humanity as well. So I think it's
human would have like obviously attacked that motherfucker like immediately when he found out, but Jesus.
Jesus understood.
Jesus being empathetic was like, he has to do this.
And when he's in the garden and he's saying, "Lord, take this cup from me, but your will be done." One of the obvious things would just be to kick Judas out of the group. But
yeah, narratively, he serves the purpose of Lucifer.
Narratively, it's necessary for a close friend and a disciple to betray Jesus.
It's also the ultimate sin to the ultimate good.
Ultimate sin, betrayal to the ultimate good. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. It's a sin against God himself, to betray God himself. In a way, Judas is like the anti-type or something of Adam.
Antichrist, even.
I would say Judas is probably one of the first antichrists.
Yeah, the way that I wasn't looking for a narrative reason because narratively he has to.
Yeah.
But like, why do you think he did it as a real person?
Oh, like as a person, why do I think he did it?
Yeah,
I think he was probably
Jesus fucking insulted him at dinner or some shit.
I think he just was greedy. I think he just didn't really believe in all that. And
historically,
we're intimate. So like historically, how much do we actually know, and how much is like polemical against Judas in the scriptures? But we do get this like little sort of hint by, I can't remember if it's John or someone even
you're
earlier.
Right about the thing about him like doing the whole he doesn't fulfill the scriptures thing. He was angry at him that he wasn't going to become the new king of Israel, that he wasn't going to lead the charge.
That too. Yeah, I think he wanted Jesus to be this political Messiah, which is what they
was supposed to be.
That's what they thought. That's what they thought the Messiah was going to be.
Can I just? I need to interject here.
Yeah, please.
There's
please.
nothing in the Old Testament that would support. You can correct me if I'm wrong, because I may be wrong about this, but I don't think there's anything in the Old Testament to support that the Messiah would have two different comings, where he would do some of the prophecies this time and then some the other time. I thought it was supposed to be like one Messiah, one. He would fulfill everything.
But this is what Jesus does.
Yeah.
So he is one Messiah.
Christians say that he will fulfill all the other ones.
Later, we still have to wait for it.
Yeah, one of the ones, for instance, is Revelation. Revelation has.
Yeah, like the Revelation stuff, I think we would have to wait for or something like that. But so the Old Testament conception of the Messiah is that is super limited. It's like, this is a human being, just like the other prophets, just like King David, just like Solomon, like all these people that will win us a political victory and then die in a normal human time frame. But then with the full context of the story of Christ, looking back into the Old Testament, it becomes more clear what some of these Isaiah prophecies are really saying. Like, for instance, okay, so if Jesus is just a political sort of King David that establishes a new Jerusalem on a physical,
wrong, for instance.
Then there's no sense in which he unites the whole world under one church, because that would be antithetical to what they expected of him. But that's what Isaiah says he's going to do. And so what actually happens? Well, the whole world is united under one church, essentially. I'm not saying everybody's a Christian. Obviously, I know that's not true. I think there is room for that to be true in the future or something like that. But the only way that would ever be true is if Jesus was something more than just a political figure, like a physical, political person that dies when he's 80 or something. You know what I mean?
Well, I think that's what it predicted. I think he didn't fulfill, what was like supposed to happen. So I don't think he can be the Messiah.
I mean, yeah, like you're just quoting Jews now at this point. Like,
yeah, I mean, sure, yeah. I mean, if you're a Talmudic Jew, then yeah, lots of people have the same opinion as you. But the question is, how do you read the prophecies? And it seems like there's a lot that would suggest something other than.
I was just asking, like, what would support like a second coming from him?
I would just say what he said.
So are you saying like Revelation or something? Because I don't count that. That's New Testament.
Oh! What in the Old Testament would support a second coming? Well, nothing. Yeah. Just like nothing would support him rising from the dead.
Actually, wait, hold on. Narratively, there is one thing. It's the Trinity.
Yeah, and some
God
Jews
is in the Old Testament. Jesus is the New Testament. There's a third.
Oh, okay. But I think that's not going to answer Toe's question because the Jews will reject the Trinity.
Yeah, I mean they will. Yeah, but like at the same time, like you really both of you.
I mean, I agree that you see the Trinity clearly, but that's just another example of how things were misinterpreted and not seen by the Old Testament Jews. But that doesn't mean they're not.
Like the Old Testament was kind of vague on this.
Yeah, I would say the Old Testament is somewhat vague on it, although there are striking prophecies, but that specifically the people just had no idea what to expect. And how would you? How could you?
Okay. Because you would point to Isaiah 53 as one of these?
Yeah, I'd say Isaiah 53. I'm not totally caught up on all my Isaiah chapters, but let's look at Isaiah 53 real quick.
Yeah, because they always point to like he'll be pierced for our transgressions.
Right.
But
that's
nobody ever talks about he will be crushed for our iniquities. So it seems to be.
Well, he was crushed for our iniquities.
Like how?
What, Jesus? You don't think being crucified is being crushed for our iniquities?
Not in like a literal sense.
Dude, he carried the cross.
And he literally was. Yeah, he was crushed by the cross.
Okay.
But even if that weren't true, then I mean, metaphorically, it's obviously true, or symbolically, it's obviously true.
I think the metaphor is kind of crushed is very specific in comparison to pierced, especially if you're going to use pierced literally.
If you're gonna, I see what you're saying. If you're gonna use pierced literally, then you must use crushed literally. Fine, even if I accept that. But yeah, he was crushed by the cross, and I think there's good reason to.
Yeah, he carried the burden, and also like if you really want to talk about him being crushed, like metaphorically, I'd really think that a better metaphor would be he was crushed by the weight of all the sins.
But this is a great, and crushed by our sins, So there's a lot of ways to read it where it still holds up. But I mean, this is just an incredible chapter from the Old Testament. This is not what they thought the Messiah was going to be at all. But it's pretty crazy. He was oppressed, afflicted, yet he did not open his mouth. Like a lamb that is led to the slaughter, like a sheep that before it shears is silent. I don't know. It's just beautiful.
Yeah, I don't know what it means by he didn't open his mouth.
Well, he didn't open. He didn't. Remember when Pilate is interviewing him and says, "What? You've got nothing." Or no, sorry, not Pilate. The Sanhedrin is like, "What do you have to say for yourself? You have nothing," and he just stays silent.
I mean, it's a bit vague, but like you could argue that it's like he didn't tell them to stop. And I mean,
and that, yeah,
like "Father, why have you forsaken me?" Which is literally him quoting a song. So like,
Yep. But he never said to the Romans, "Let me down, I'm God," or something like that.
Do you understand why he quoted the song?
Well, to
for the lament of
I mean, in which sense are you
asking
me if yeah. Well, it kind of goes back to the Judas thing. It's like, in order to bear all of our sins, Jesus has to take on the punishment for all of our sins. And one of the things that I've experienced, maybe you have, maybe you haven't, but a lot of humans do, is the sense that God has abandoned them. The sense, where are you? Why aren't you helping me? And Jesus is so human, even he has this feeling. But because he's God, because he knows the whole story, he situates it within a psalm. And the end of the psalm, the context of the psalms, is the reverence, the glorification of God. And so, yeah, it's beautiful. It makes perfect sense why he would say that.
I will say that it makes perfect sense because, first of all, the person writing it knows the outcome. So let's just say there, even if I'm an atheist, like
yeah,
I would make narrative sense, right? But like,
yep.
Wait, you would say the writer of the Psalms?
Yeah, that's not the end of the psalm. Like that quote is not the
song,
whole point of
the
it.
song. Yeah, the song specifically starts with "Why have you forsaken me, God?" and ends with the glorification of God.
Yeah.
Him beginning to carry the cross is the start of that, and then it ends with the glorification of God. It's literally the start of the song at the start of the journey, and the end of the song.
But it
he
also
can't say
applies
the
to
end.
David.
Sorry.
It also applies to David, though, or what?
Why to David?
Because the Psalm 22 is for David. It's David's lament. Didn't you say that? I thought you said that.
Well, so whoever the author is, I think a lot of the psalms are attributed to David, if not all of them. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I think David, just like any other person.
But...
Well, fair enough.
Wasn't he? I think he was a king.
I think he was too. I think.
Doesn't he have to be? Like, there's so much stuff about him, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna say David is a real person, and I'm also gonna no. Infamous is an atheist, so I think he.
No, I was just wondering if you could be Christian and not say that King David doesn't exist.
Well, you know, weirdly, I think you kind of actually could symbolically.
I mean, you could also just say that David wasn't his name.
Yeah, you could say that. You know, yeah. There's a lot of ways you could rationalize that, but you know, until I see some really firm historical evidence that like David did not exist, like we know every king from this period to this period, and none of them are David. Again, you could even still say, well, then his name was one of these guys, or you could say that he was an amalgamation of a few different kings, like combining that story into a symbol of the perfect king of Israel. Not perfect, but you know, the righteous king of Israel. So yeah, there's ways to explain that, but I mean, I think he probably did exist. I don't know. I haven't heard of any sort of like historical refutation of that. Maybe there is one.
Yeah, I just don't like taking things like Psalms as like prophecies, you know.
No, that's fair, and I don't think the Psalms typically are prophecies. But I'm just saying why it would make sense for Jesus to quote that specific psalm and quote Psalms at all, really.
But from my perspective, he would just be quoting it to make him seem like he is the person he says he is.
Well, I mean,
yeah. So that's the liar, Lord, lunatic argument. Yeah. He's either a liar, he's a lunatic, or he's the Lord. So if you believe he's a liar, then yeah, of course, everything he says is a lie.
But do you think there's any good reason to believe one above the other?
Well, there's the book of Zechariah, right? Which doesn't it literally just say what Revelation says in 1:7?
Oh, maybe it does it in Zechariah.
Yeah, Zechariah 12:10-14. On him who they have pierced, they shall mourn for him, as one mourns for an only child, and weep bitterly over him, as one weeps over the firstborn. And then in Revelations 1:7, it says, "Every eye will see him, even those who pierced him, and all tribes of the earth will wail in account of him."
Yep. So then when it comes to things like that, where it's like the piercing, when they like emphasize that piercing, where it's like he didn't control that, the Romans just did that, you know, like there's no sense in which Jesus could have commanded the Romans to stab him in the liver.
That's true.
So there's some of this stuff is like outside, like the prophecy is outside of what he even could have lied about, but I'll grant you that there is a rational way to say, yeah, he was just a liar. He lied about everything. He tried to fit his story into this structure, even though absolutely no ancient. If he was trying to do that, he would have positioned himself as a political Messiah because that's what everyone expected. He wouldn't have positioned himself the way he did if he was simply trying to like, convince the Jews that I'm the Messiah. He wouldn't have done anything that he did.
Yeah, it's just in the Jewish translations of Isaiah 53. It doesn't say pierced.
Oh, does it not?
No.
What is the?
It's either pained or there's another one, but the one I'm reading says pained.
Pained
okay. Because of our transgressions. So it's still like along the same lines, but they don't have the pierced word.
Okay, that's interesting.
That's interesting. I do find it funny. I was looking it up just because I'm curious. I went to a subreddit to be like, oh, I wonder if there is more. If there's more corollaries between the Old Testament and the Second Coming.
Okay.
And I was reading through them all.
Yeah.
And this guy with the tag atheist. Now I'm gonna put this out there. No one else has tags on this subreddit. It's just him.
Just him.
And he says,
Yeah.
so the original poster is like, is there any accounts for the Old Testament second coming in the New? And he says, no, of course not. That's it.
That's it. Yeah. No, of course not. Exactly. Yeah, and we want to be careful not to be like that guy.
Like verified or something? Or what does the tag mean? I don't use Reddit, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't really know.
Trust it?
So
can you make
a
your own
tag? Has to
tag?
be earned. Yeah, a tag has to be earned in your subreddit. Like you have to earn it and then ask for it.
So he's like legit.
So he just goes around telling people, no, of course not.
No, of course not. And we want to be careful not to be that guy because it's just foolish to say
That is a
like,
little short.
Yeah.
But I mean, what are you supposed to say?
Dude, there's like 11 upvotes on that fucking comment. It's so funny.
The only other thing he can say after that is he has to start making claims, pretty much. He has to like start claiming things.
Yeah, I mean he has to show.
No,
like,
of course not.
Well, I don't know what he
show
has to
something that's not there. So
yeah, exactly. So yeah, there's really nothing he can. There's nothing he can say. But the of course is very funny.
Yeah, I agree.
Of course not.
Of course not. It's all fake, so of course not. Totally.
I like to imagine he's just making dinner, dude, and then he just looks at his phone and he sees this and goes, "Is there any?" No, of course not.
No, dude, of course not.
Yeah, it's just like a side thought.
So simple. Yeah, it is like
maybe a little bit more would be nice.
That reminds me of one time I saw someone just go. They went into someone's Instagram comment. This one girl, and she's a bit chubby.
Yeah.
He just typed "pot of greed," and then
pot of greed.
Pot of greed. It's crazy.
That is crazy. That is insane.
Dude, she even made a video about it. Like, said he got me. He got me. Like,
he got me. Honestly, yeah, that is funny. Pot of greed is a very classic. Was that Yu-Gi-Oh card?
Yu-Gi-Oh card, yeah, love.
Yeah. That is funny. That is funny. Yeah, this is an interesting. Zechariah 14 is interesting. It does. There is an apocalyptic flair to this. I mean, apocalyptic prophecy is all over the Old Testament. I mean, there's whole books that are dedicated to that.
They're not really ruling it out.
Yeah, definitely not. So I don't know if it's like, is it as clear as like, oh, there's a first coming and there's a second coming? Like, I don't think they would have that.
Do you think the ark is literal?
That's a good question. Yeah, probably.
Not the flood, but the ark.
Oh, the Noah's Ark. Oh, I thought you meant the Ark of the Covenant for a second.
No, oh my God. Wait, okay. That's anyway. Let's not get it.
Well, I think the Ark of the Covenant definitely is literal. That's like the whole thing. Their thing was.
Yep.
I mean, that became the temple. It literally became the temple, which is a real thing. I mean, you can like track it down, the Holy of Holies, and.
Wasn't there like a lost text that said a piece of the Tower of Babel was turned to a church?
Oh, really? Maybe.
I remember hearing that, and it sounds really cool. But
yeah, that does sound
destined for failure.
Yeah, that sounds pretty sweet. But okay, so Noah's Ark, is that literal?
Yeah, like.
I mean, how else would you survive a local flood? I don't know.
Not with that fucking structure, because it can't be made.
I feel like you can't believe in evolution and then also contend that Noah's Ark and the flood happened.
My view, I think it's biblically defensible to believe in a local flood. That's what Gavin Ortlund defends, and I think his reasoning is really, really strong.
What do you call a local flood?
So not flooding the entire world, and because we get other flood myths specifically from that area, and there are ones in other areas as well, but we get other apocalyptic flood myths from the ancient Near East. It seems like, aggregating all the data, that there was some crazy flood at some point in the ancient Near East. So
I do have a question about that, because I haven't delved into it, because it's like babies first.
Right.
Like, how do you, like, because like obviously there's like, we mentioned all these contradictions, et cetera, et cetera. What's your metaphysical justification for him literally saying, I'm going to flood the fucking world, and then he does not?
Because God speaks to, well, first of all, he speaks to people in their hearts, and then they write what they understand. And so one of the ways that you even speak in the ancient Near East, in ancient Hebrew, is to define your region as the whole world. And they, even if they knew that there was stuff outside of the region, they would still say the whole land was swept with locusts, or something like that. So that's what Gavin points.
I'm going to destroy them in the earth.
Oh no, I see.
No. Yeah, but the earth, the earth means a local region. The earth does not mean, they don't have the conception of the earth that we have right now.
Yeah, when he says the land, for instance,
the land,
he doesn't mean all land.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to bring floodwaters on the earth to destroy all life under the heavens. Every creature that has breath of life
under the
in
heavens
it.
is kind of crazy.
Everything on earth will perish. everything that we
Yeah, yeah. So Gavin Orland is still gonna say this type of language, and again, it goes back. It also applies to the harem language of like, and we don't have to get into all. It's a little late in the game to get into all this, but like, kill every woman, child, and baby. In no sense in the ancient Near East when they speak like that does anyone expect that to mean literally everybody. And one way you know this.
Hold on, wait, hold on, that's wrong. And I know that's wrong.
Yeah.
Because the Midianites definitely they killed all the fucking Midianites. In fact, when someone literally did not want to kill all of the Midianites, God punished that person. So when he says kill all the women and children, he fucking means kill.
No,
all the
I don't. I really don't think that's. I really
too.
don't think that's true. Usually, that type of language is used to describe a total military political victory where I mean, look, and I'm not saying that makes it right. Like, I'm not saying that.
I don't care about the morality of it.
That's not the final evaluation of why I can incorporate those texts into my view. But truly, when you look at the language like of harem throughout the world, and not just for the Hebrews, or not for the Israelites, but for all people, this is what they say on every single Mesha steel.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, right? I'm still manning your argument for one of the sides, right? But then how do you explain the exact same language being used for the story of the Midianites? And then when they go against that by not even killing the animals, right? They just leave some of the animals alive.
Yeah.
He punishes you.
Because the way that I would interpret that, and this is actually really interestingly represented in some like weird Netflix. What was I watching? What actually was that? I don't even remember now. But anyway, it was a biblical like Netflix show or something like that. Maybe it was that Mary thing. No, it wasn't the Mary thing because it was about this time period. Oh, the book of there's a book of David. That's what it is. There's like it's either on Amazon Prime or Netflix or something, but it's like a mini series which literally is about King David. And so the way they represent this is they show like in that case I think it's the Canaanites or maybe the Amorites
it's the Canaanites. Yeah.
Well, they're fighting the Canaanites
because it's the Old Testament, and that's the
well. This is period. Yeah. So they're fighting the Canaanites in like the epic conclusion of the David like miniseries or whatever. Yeah. But one of the primordial, like one of the first things they do is like they get a quick, easy victory over these like Amorites or whatever. And so then the King Saul, who's going to be like supplanted by David later. One of the thing that takes God's blessing away from him is that he doesn't kill the leader. And so the point of that is not that you're upset, like God's upset with you because he just wants you to kill as many people as possible. God's upset with him because he specifically did not do what God said.
But that's not my argument, right? My argument is that you're saying in this context, with the language that was used, which was basically kill all the women and children.
Oh, I see. Right? Yeah.
The same language is used in the Midianites in the Old Testament. It's translated from the same type of text.
Same. Yep. Got you.
It's translated as the same sentence.
Yep.
And yet, in one instance, it doesn't mean kill all the kids, and in this instance, it does mean.
I would argue in that. I would argue in that instance, it also does not mean kill all the people.
But that's the thing. It does because they then kill all the people and leave the animals, and then we're punished for it.
Right, and so they did. So they kill all the people, or do they do harem in the way that it's understood in the ancient Near East, but decided to take the animals, steal the animals, bring them with them?
No.
Something
they don't
against
even take the animals. They leave them there, and I know the whole take the women for yourselves thing. Like whatever. I don't care about that scripture.
Yeah.
But like, it specifically says kill. Because they can't even be taken. They're evil. The Midianites are evil. Can't even take them.
Right.
Have to wipe them out.
Right.
That's the message, and they have to do that. Even the animals aren't spared this. And in one sentence, it means they didn't kill all of them. But in this sentence, in the exact same context, it does mean that they killed all of them. So like
I'm still not sure that it means that they killed them all. I just think it means that they did not carry out God's command in the way that God wanted.
Well, yeah, they left the animal.
Right, and I would think that's like an exaggeration. Like, I would think that that's not an exaggeration per se. I would think that that's like,
even if you consider the animals, the women and children, to be as hyperbolic and generous as possible.
Yeah.
He's still punishing you for leaving them alive.
Yes, because you disobeyed God. I mean, you're being punished not for leaving people alive. You're being punished for disobeying God.
No, correct. He is punishing you for that. I don't care about the punishment part. The punishment part is to establish that. Killing all of them is necessary. That's what God wants, and that sentence means kill all of them.
Well, I think
If
God
it doesn't mean it in this,
Okay.
in this case, then it has to mean it in this case because it's the same text, same translation.
Yeah, I just don't see how these don't mean the same thing in both texts in your view, even like so.
No, I'm saying they have to mean the same thing.
Yeah,
The
I think they do.
same
Yeah,
sense.
I think they do.
Yeah, but you're saying in the Old Testament, you're saying it doesn't mean kill all the women, children,
Right,
literally.
right.
So
and
you're
I
just
think
saying it's an exaggeration, right? It's like a.
But
it's
in the
called
right-hand
it's a
side-
specific form of speech in order to proclaim war, like political war against another people, and it's used
Yeah, it's
not
like
just
some
by the
kind of
Israelites. It's used by all.
literary device or whatever.
Yeah, it's like a
Is that what
literary
you're-
device, or it's sort of like the idea of, and I'm gonna get back. I know that that's not your point, Infamous, but an interesting analogy is like when you're in a football game in the locker room and your coach is trying to hype you up, and he says, "We're gonna go out there, we're gonna kill those guys, we're gonna murder them." Are you really going to kill the enemy team? No, of course not. It's
This is
hyperbolic
a
speech.
command though, so it's slightly different.
Well, it's not slightly different if you
Yeah.
view it the way he's talking about. However, that is mostly the New Testament. The New Testament views shit like that.
No, there's nothing in the New Testament about killing a bunch of people. Is there? I mean, maybe in Revelation, I guess.
I think
I don't think so.
I'm
I don't
wrong.
know.
This is more like traditional theism or something. This
No,
comes
I'm
from
wrong.
the church
No,
fathers.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm wrong.
Okay. Got you.
But getting back to my original thing, like
Yeah.
in one context, the same sentence means something different than in this sentence because
Yeah.
he like even narratively, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's different, right? So
Okay.
the only difference is narrative.
Okay.
But you'd have to make some sort of argument that it doesn't like in the case with the pigs, like where
Yeah.
he doesn't kill the pigs.
Yeah. Okay. So he doesn't kill. Let's get specific. You don't know the verse, do you?
It's the one with the Midianites.
Okay. Let me look up Midianites. I'm gonna look up Midianite contradiction Bible. That's what I'm gonna look up.
I think actually this is not one that's typically given. I kind of just pull this out.
Or let me look up like extermination of Midianites.
Kill all the Midianites.
Kill all the animals. God punishes. Okay, how about that? Why did God command the Israelites to completely destroy the Midianites in Numbers 31:17? So let's see if that's what the verse we're talking about is. Numbers 31:17. Okay, and then oh no, that's not what I meant. Read full chapter. Disposition of captains and bodies. The Lord's okay, then the your servants have counted the warriors, and then we brought the Lord's offering, article gold.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, was that in here? Did you see
This
it?
town that comes were burned all Midianites. So interestingly enough, actually, I was incorrect, but in a way that is in my favor.
Okay.
all Midianite towns and camps were burned. All Midianite women, children, and livestock were deported as captives.
Yeah.
And then they were punished for not killing the women and children.
Okay. Well, did you find what verse that's from? Like where that is? Oh, is it right here?
31.
Oh, Numbers 31. All their towns where they had set in all their encampments, they burned, but they took all the spoil and all the booty, both people and animals. Then they brought the captives and the booty and the spoil to Moses, to Eleazar the priest, and to the congregation of the Israelites at the camp of plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho. Moses became angry with the officers of the army, the commanders of thousands, the commanders of hundreds who had come from service and war. Have you allowed all the women to live? These women here, on Balaam's advice, made the Israelites act treacherously against the Lord in the affair of Peor, so that the plague came among the congregation of the Lord. Now, therefore, kill every male among the little ones and kill every woman who has known a man by sleeping with him. But all the young girls who have not known a man by sleeping with them, keep alive for yourselves. Camp outside the camp for 7 days. Whoever you has killed any person who touches a corpse. So this is about the plague. That's why. Do you see that?
No, it's not even that. It doesn't say kill all the women and children.
No, it actually says save.
Verse.
It says save the ones. I mean, I know you're gonna say like in our modern whatever,
Yeah,
you don't
whatever,
take
it's
women,
still
but
evil, but
actually
whatever,
it would have been better to add them to your company than to just send them out into the desert. Truly, back then.
I mean,
but
yeah,
so
it's like I'd want to kill you if you tried to kill me.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. We could get into that, but even regardless, I mean, this seems like it's actually specific. Yeah, this seems like it's specific to like these people have the plague. Do not be taking them. You know what I mean?
Where does it mention plague? I didn't see
okay, so it's here. These women here on Balance of Vice made the Israelites act treacherously against the Lord. So for one, they're like just sort of, corrupting forces. They are like corruptive women. So that the plague came among the congregation of the Lord. Now, therefore, kill every male among the little ones and kill everyone who is known a man. And so, like, why would you kill the ones that have been with someone and not the ones who haven't? Camp outside the camp for 7 days. Whoever of you has killed any person or touched a corpse, purify yourself and your captives on the 3rd and on the 7th day. You shall purify every garment, every article of skin, everything made of goat's hair, and every article of wood. So this seems like it was an attempt to, like, control an actual plague.
No, I'm just reading it.
Yep. No, you're good.
No, this is interesting. It might be a plague, actually.
Yeah.
That is interesting. I've read it.
Because then there's this whole thing, like, yeah, that's just what it seems like to me. That they have to wash everything.
I don't understand the whole now kill all the boys part, but...
Yeah, I know. I mean, it is hard to understand truly what it was like in the ancient Near East, especially in, like, a war environment. But, yeah, I think this isn't quite as harsh as we even thought it was to begin with.
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking of the wrong verse. It might be a different one.
Might be a different one. Might be because this doesn't mention the thing where the Lord gets. I mean, this is just Moses getting angry. So you could even say like, well, Moses misunderstood the command or something like that. But I actually think Moses probably was acting somewhat.
Moses probably gave the command from God. Moses,
right, yeah. No, of course.
The man who's who chats the most with God.
No, definitely. I mean, definitely he was as close to God as basically anybody is ever going to be.
I think he was the closest to God, separate from like Jesus.
Yeah, Moses. I would say Moses, Elijah, and Jesus are the ones mentioned on Mount Tabor.
Actually, so I'm sure God would disagree with us.
Yeah, I'm sure God has his own ideas, probably of who's his favorite, but
it would probably be Job. I think Job would be the more meaningful relationship that he would consider, but
that would make narrative sense to me.
Well, yeah, because like there's literally praise about the whole like, suffer the man who has no proof.
Yep.
And praise the man who has none. Like.
Yep.
Or suffer the man that has proof. And,
Yep. Okay, well, this is all good stuff, guys. Super cool. I mean, we've been going for 4 hours, which is awesome. I think
we said we were gonna end like
I know. I said
ago.
We might end an hour ago, but then I just had I don't know. Yeah. We got into it and it was fun. So I'm super happy about that, and I appreciate you guys.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna be
you should 100% spruce up this Discord, dude. People
yes. Oh yeah. I actually did want to talk to you about that. How do I do that?
I mean, like, obviously, I don't know if you trust me, but like,
I do.
You just give me admin.
I would make you
an admin. You can't trust this atheist.
Yeah, I'd make you an admin.
Yeah, this atheist scum.
Atheist scum. No, I'd be happy to make you a mod or an admin. What I just need to make you an admin.
Yeah, I can just spruce it up. Just give me a role that has
No, that would be awesome.
A role that has admin perms, and I can spruce it up.
That would be awesome. Oh, roll. Here we go.
The main way to do is actually make a stage, and if you have a stage, you can bring people in instead of having.
That's what I wanted to do. That's what I was trying. Yeah. That was what I was hoping to do.
So you can do that, and then we can have a general chat, a topic chat, chill.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out how I actually make you.
Now I can't see any. Okay, so if you go into the role itself and then scroll all the way down, you should say administrator. Turn that on.
Into the role itself.
Yeah.
What? Wait, let me share my screen. You.
Yeah, I can show you.
Okay, you see that?
Hold on, I'm loading in. Okay, so go to your. Oh god, I can hear myself. Go to server settings. Can you hear me then?
Oh wait, yeah, then I can't hear you. Oh well.
Fine,
okay, server settings. Server settings.
Stream volume.
Oh yeah, I can turn off my stream volume.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. I'm fine now.
Okay.
Go to server settings. The drop down menu on the rambling server thing.
Oh, okay.
Top left.
Okay. Got you.
Yeah. And then go to server settings.
Server settings.
Go to roles under overview. It's the first thing you have selected. Okay. So then go over roles. On the left hand side.
Oh, roles. Duh. Okay, create role.
Create role. Call it admin. Then go to permissions.
Permissions.
Scroll all the way down.
Administrator. Okay.
Save changes.
Manage members. Or
no, that's it.
That's it.
You have the role made. Now just add it to me.
Yeah, I think you can just right-click his name in the Discord, and you should just be able to like add role or change role.
Sweet.
This is one of those two.
Don't ban.
It's all the way at the bottom.
Oh yeah, roles.
Yeah,
roll. There you go. All right, sweet.
Yeah.
That would be great. Yeah, because I just am so technologically inept. It's honestly horrible. But I appreciate you. All right. Thank you, guys. Super fun stream. Let's do it again. I'm going to be back on Wednesday for sure.
Wednesday? I can do Wednesday.
Well, whatever you guys can do. No pressure.
If
Appreciate y'all.
We can go into actual determinism, like videos and like actual argumentation for it.
That would be good. I think that would be helpful. And I might actually prepare a little slideshow or something and try to bring some sources in, and then we can go to the primary sources and actually.
Yeah, there's a whole book actually outlining determinism that has like changed basically none, even as all of our discoveries have gone up. Like it's changed fuck all.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I'll see you guys. Peace.
All right. See ya.
Bye.